Chapter 1. The Apple. In the year 682 of the Sacred Era, Rog Otter Rivers had been residing at the Rhine Magic Academy for 4 years, possessing a reasonable degree of talent. He would soon be able to emerge from this esteemed institution and officially become a wizard in 2 years' time. That in this tumultuous era, wizards were highly sought after due to their well-known destructive capabilities. However, the equally acknowledged vulnerabilities of wizards, namely their frailty and lengthy incantation times, rendered their protection in warfare a paramount concern. Even so, it was exceedingly difficult for renowned generals to completely avert the casualties of wizards. Mastering magic requires innate talent, and becoming a competent wizard necessitates a considerable duration of training. This has resulted in a relatively sparse population of wizards across the continent, thus elevating their status significantly. Moreover, most high-ranking wizards are quite affluent, as various precious gems, magical silver, and dark iron magical materials are of substantial value. Advanced magical artifacts often enable wizards to engage in battles across different levels. It has been said that a wizard's magical prowess is proportional to his wealth. Rog's father, the Viscount Rivers, was a minor noble in the Rhine city-states alliance, ruling over merely a small town and a few surrounding villages. With a population of only a few thousand, and nevertheless, as a noble with a fief, Rog had the right to bear the name Otter, a symbol of the hereditary nobility of the Rhine alliance. The names across the continent are myriad, with each nation bearing its unique title. In recent years, with the rise of the Holy Church and the expansion of ecclesiastical power, various countries have gradually accepted Gloria as the name of the continent, meaning a hymn of praise to the divine. The Rhine Alliance, situated in the southeastern corner of the continent, is composed of over a dozen principalities and can only be considered a second-tier nation compared to the 3 great powers of Darrow, Austro-Hungary, and Azrafik. However, it is better than some and worse than others. King Louis XIV of the alliance often boasts of his military strength before the remaining 30 or so small nations, particularly the neighboring Principality of Ron and the city-state of Quito. Nevertheless, this king's interests in art, beauty, and immortality far exceed those in territorial expansion, and throughout his reign of over a decade, most of his time has been spent in peaceful coexistence with neighboring countries. In accordance with the status of the Rhine Alliance, the Rhine Magic Academy is a second-tier institution located in the northern part of the Alliance's capital, Rhine City. Its teaching style is characterized by simplicity, which has resulted in a lack of extraordinary figures emerging from its 300-year history. Due to the demand for wizards across various nations, magic academies are often the most egalitarian places in a continent rife with hierarchical structures, where instances of commoner apprentices being killed by nobles are generally absent. Moreover, successful civilian graduates, after a period of honing their skills, often have significant opportunities to ascend to nobility. Rog's family had somewhat fallen from grace, with only 4 servants in their employ, a rather embarrassing situation for a noble with a fief. Old Rivers, aside from his irritable temperament, lacked financial acumen, and the family's income continued to dwindle year by year. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Rog from acquiring all the vices befitting a noble: arrogance, vanity, lechery, ire, and a cunningness absent in ordinary nobles. At the age of 14, Rog first experienced manhood with a maid in his household, thereafter turning the small territory into a veritable den of chaos. A year later, Old Rivers had no choice but to send Rog to the Magic Academy, depleting the last remnants of their ancestral jewelry to do so. Rog did not expect his father to provide him with further support. He needed funds for his daily indulgences. Thus, by employing flattery, he ingratiated himself with a mid-level wizard named Faze, managing his magical laboratory and handling tasks that Faze found unseemly. At this juncture, Rog was engrossed in studying a peculiar orb that had inexplicably appeared before him in the laboratory. The orb was dull and pallid, marked with several fissures, giving it an unremarkable appearance. The only feature that distinguished it was the faint flicker of white and black lights within. Rog widened his eyes, meticulously appraising the orb's worth, unaware that the orb was scrutinizing him in turn. Suddenly, it cracked open, and a dark mist surged forth, penetrating his forehead and entering his mind. Rog's form contorted as if he had transformed into a mollusk, writhing and pulsating, with bulges and depressions appearing on his body, and black blood occasionally gushing from his skin. At last, Rog slowly opened his eyes, which appeared entirely white, as a deep, resonant laughter echoed. This soul's mental strength is quite impressive. Rog gazed at the shattered remnants of the magical orb on the floor when, at that moment, the white mist also struggled to escape, yet could not venture far from the fragments. That Rog's eyes sparkled with realization as the white mist and the fragments were drawn into his forehead. A mournful cry faintly resonating within the laboratory, the tumultuous boiling sensation surged within his body before eventually subsiding. When he opened his eyes again, he had reverted to the appearance of an ordinary person. The dark mist represented the soul of Rodriguez, who, utilizing the artifact known as the soul orb to isolate all spiritual forces, had successfully evaded the judgment of divine light and eluded the celestial realm's pursuit. However, the power of the judgment light was insurmountable. Such artifacts could never compare to the true might of a deity. Moreover, the judgment light was typically unleashed by the chief deity of the celestial realm to eradicate excessively powerful malevolence from the world. Following the battle at the Temple of Oedipus, the soul orb had exhausted all its energy. The necromancer chose not to obliterate Rog's soul, but instead to merge with it, inheriting all of Rog's traits. Due to the soul orb's limited energy, much of which had been expended to confine the soul of Vina, the necromancer opted to incorporate only the fundamental understanding of magic, while relinquishing a vast array of specific spell knowledge during the fusion. At this point, Vina's soul retained only the most essential fragment of energy, known as the source of the divine, its entire consciousness having long since dissipated. This fragment of divine essence was also integrated into the soul. The necromancer did not annihilate Rog's soul. Rather, he fused with his soul consciousness. I have been too deeply imprinted by this world. All I can do is bring about destruction. Perhaps creation is of utmost importance to this world. When an apple leaps onto the chessboard and begins to recklessly charge about, its impact on the entire game is far greater than that of a piece that has merely leapt off the board. Rog's innate talent was not particularly exceptional. After 4 years of half-hearted training, he had only attained the status of a second-level wizard, capable of casting basic and first-level spells. According to the regulations of the Rhine Magic Academy, a wizard could graduate upon successfully casting 2 different second-level spells, thereby reaching the 4th-level wizard status. However, the fusion with the necromancer's soul bestowed upon Rog an unparalleled mental strength, enabling him to achieve an extraordinary level of magical control. After all, a wizard's power is not solely determined by the magnitude of their magical energy. Understanding and mastering that energy may hold even greater significance. In Rog's perspective, a wizard's strength also lies in their cunning and wealth. A first-level wizard adorned with magical enhancement rings on all 10 fingers would never be defeated by a bare-handed second-level wizard. This sentiment resonated with the necromancer, as the disparity between first and second-level wizards is akin to the intellectual gap between a fool and a dimwit. However, Rog found it somewhat challenging to comprehend wizards above the 4th level. The magical system of the Gloria continent, having developed over many years, primarily for the exigencies of war, has formed a rigorous structure. Generally speaking, as a wizard ascends 2 levels in magical power, the spells they can wield increase by 1 level. This means that a 10th-level wizard can cast 5th-level spells, while an 11th-level wizard must possess sufficient magical energy to cast 2 5th-level spells. Naturally, there exist anomalies outside this system, such as the necromancer Rodriguez. The source of the divine represents the purest form of soul energy, and the thoroughly transformed Rog would use it to create his own familiar. Familiars are typically the domain of high-ranking wizards and are always summoned beasts.as for creation, that is the realm of the divine, mused the necromancer. However, deities have never been figures respected by necromancers. He was too preoccupied with merging souls and transforming bodies. After fully integrating with the soul orb, Rog's physical form had become unrecognizable. Nevertheless, for various reasons, Rog's exterior remained unchanged. He still bore the appearance of a short, rotund figure, with an unremarkable face and those treacherous eyes. Yet, the soul orb had imparted another mysterious ability, space manipulation. Rog himself had no objections. If he possessed it, he would not dare to express it. Upon learning of the source of the divine's origins, he felt an overwhelming envy towards Blen. He will certainly not be the last, Rog thought with a fierce determination. After 3 days and nights of a dreamlike existence, during which he was scolded by Faze several times, the necromancer finally completed his task. Rog awoke. From that moment forth, Rog remained Rog, and Rodriguez was also Rog. The necromancer had successfully evaded the celestial realm's gaze. placing that apple upon the chessboard. Chapter 2. Creation. The flowers remained flowers. The trees remained trees, and the kaleidoscopic colors of the world remained unchanged. The only difference lay in Rog. The awakened Rog felt akin to a fish swimming in a pool, gazing out as the entire world seemed to ripple gently in the shimmering light. The flowers, the trees, the colors appeared transformed into a flat painting. Behind the painting, Rog endeavored to glimpse what lay beyond. He found himself instinctively yearning to leap forth, yet like the fish in a crystal aquarium. He was perpetually rebuffed by the image before him as summer yielded to autumn. Rog gradually returned to himself. More accurately, he reverted to all his previous vices, no longer checking each morning whether his hands had transformed into mere bones. Rog could distinctly sense the presence of the divine essence. Those silver eyes, the chiseled lines, and the rippling fabric beneath the white robe were like fragments of a dream that occasionally flickered through his mind. Thus, a flame ignited within Rog's heart. The necromancer's instinctive disdain for angels did not diminish Rog's lustful desires. Instead, it was gradually overwhelmed by the latter. The obsession that many nobles possessed was particularly pronounced in Rog. However, while most nobles exhibited their fixation by believing themselves to be superior to commoners in every regard, Rog's ambition was far simpler: to recreate a celestial angel as his pet using the divine essence. Never before had Rog yearned for power as he did now. The thought of a celestial angel was indelibly etched in his mind, prompting him to wonder what the divine realm above must be like. To possess a pet was a privilege only attainable by a 7th-level mage. With Rog's mental fortitude, the necromancer had deliberately chosen to retain knowledge of the fusion magic circle, along with the purity of the divine essence. When his magical power reached the level of a 3rd-tier mage, he might just manage to summon his own pet. Phase was a 9th-level mage, and his laboratory was nestled deep within the academy, in a rather tranquil 2-story building. Given Phase's prowess, he would not typically receive such accommodations even if he ascended 2 more levels, but being an accomplished alchemist was far more significant than his magical abilities. High-grade magical items were coveted by all. Of course, Rog's appearance was far from appealing. To Phase's choice to take Rog as an apprentice was partly due to Rog's remarkable flattery, and, on the other hand, because Rog had withstood the test presented by Phase's numerous valuable gems. Rog was certainly not a gentleman who would pick up lost items. He simply understood the principle of sacrificing small gains for greater benefits. There was also a deeper reason in Phase's mind, having come from a common background. He relished the experience of being served by a noble. After several escapades in pursuit of pleasure, the bond between Phase and Rog deepened rapidly, and they found many common interests. Nonetheless, seeing Rog suddenly obsessing over magic circles and diligently honing his magical prowess delighted Phase immensely. "Master, what are these crooked symbols in the magic circle used for?" Rog inquired. "Like the spells you have learned, these symbols are drawn to gather the corresponding magical energies of space. The functions of spells vary depending on the magical materials used to draw them. The effectiveness of a magic circle is determined by the magnitude, type, and order of the energies it accumulates," Phase explained. "Then, there must be countless ways to combine magic circles?" Rog asked. "Indeed, there are hundreds of recorded magical materials, and dozens of pure magical energies, including various divine powers, coupled with spells that control the magnitude, flow, and duration of energy. The combinations are virtually endless. The existing magic circles are the result of countless failures documented by those who came before us. What happens if a magic circle is drawn incorrectly and activated?" Just as Rog posed the question, he mentally chastised himself for his foolishness. The frequent explosions in Phase's laboratory should have made it clear. Fortunately for Rog, Phase, as an alchemist, possessed limited magical power but was exceptionally knowledgeable about magic circles. In the Rhine Magic Academy, 3/4 of the students hailed from noble families, and lower-tier nobles like Rog often faced disdain. Noble students were generally less diligent than their commoner counterparts, yet the disparity in magical equipment allowed them to compete against commoner students. Conversely, those from common backgrounds, due to financial limitations, had no choice but to hone their magical abilities through rigorous training. Originally, Rog lacked the financial means to purchase magical equipment and was unwilling to endure the hardships of a commoner. Resulting in his mediocre abilities, his occasional bullying of commoners occurred outside the academy, targeting mere peasants. As days passed, the weather gradually grew cooler. Those who once knew Rog were astonished by his transformation. The once short, pudgy, and shameless fellow now either buried himself in the dusty tomes of the library or secluded himself in his room in deep meditation, with his magical power gradually increasing. On a day when snowflakes began to fall, Roge finally reached the level of a third-tier mage. During this time, Roge made an unexpected discovery. After being thoroughly transformed, his body possessed explosive strength and agility rivaling that of a beast. It is more accurate to say you are a magical beast than a mere human, the necromancer concluded. In the early stages of their soul fusion, Roge could still converse with the necromancer within his consciousness, but now, their souls had completely merged, rendering it impossible to distinguish one from the other. Clearly, this judgment could only come from a necromancer who understood the structure of both human and beast bodies intimately. Another surprise was his mental prowess. One afternoon, while Roge was grappling with the principles of wind magic circles, those silver eyes once again seared into his nerves. I could really use a drink, he thought. Recalling the wine glass on the table by the window, the desire for those eyes compelled him to continue drowning in the ocean of magic circles, only to discover that the wine glass was quietly hovering right before him. To Roge's astonishment, the glass suddenly crashed down onto his head, spilling cheap wine all over him. After that incident, Roge realized he could control moving objects with his mental energy. After months of ignorant, yet fearless practice, he could finally throw a cat that sneaked into his room out the door. This ability seemed trivial and useless compared to magic, but the necromancer's residual understanding of the world's essence made Roge vaguely aware of its potential significance. It would be many years before Roge understood that he had misjudged the necromancer. His prescient insight stemmed from a cunning individual's innate sense for schemes. Regardless, that momentous day had finally arrived. Roge looked on in near ecstasy at the multicolored magic circle he had drawn in his room. This pet-summoning magic circle had undergone significant modifications to accommodate the divine essence. Typically, a mage's pets consisted of small magical creatures like imps, crows, or black cats, primarily serving reconnaissance purposes. The summoned pet had a direct and intrinsic connection to the mage's soul. Thus, the death of a pet would usually inflict severe damage on the mage. For this reason, Faze had once asserted that Roge's summoned pet would likely be either a wild boar or a mole in combat. Mage pets were of little significance. Even large creatures like black tigers fell short. It was far more advantageous to utilize summoned beasts, which were powerful and safe. As Roge completed the incantation, his magic began to flow gradually into the circle, illuminating each symbol from the outside in. As the entire circle glowed, the roars of demons intertwined with the heavenly hymns, and Roge, drenched in sweat with bulging veins, strained to sustain the circle against its insatiable demand for his magical energy. In the center of the circle, a mass of black mist began to materialize, continuously dripping liquid like mercury. As the silver liquid accumulated, when it reached the size of a human head, the mist dissipated, leaving behind a swirling mass of this mercury-like substance suspended in the air. Roge recited another incantation, placing his hand above the substance. Gradually, a drop of golden liquid seeped from Roge's fingertip and fell into the swirling mass. The substance suddenly began to writhe violently, black mist erupting from it and filling the entire magic circle. Exhausted, Roge sat to the side, filled with hope as he gazed at the circle, the silver eyes flashing intermittently before him. Roge understood that the being he was about to summon would be unlike anything the world had ever seen. Whatever it was, he hoped it would possess a pair of silver eyes. As the mist cleared, Roge stared in silence at his new pet, a dilapidated skeleton. Chapter 3. Chaos. This skeleton hardly resembled a high-level magical creature, nor could it even be classified as a skeleton soldier. The entire skeletal structure was small, indicating that its previous owner was not a particularly tall individual. The bones bore mottled marks, and the crucial skull had several prominent cracks. The ribcage counted fewer than 20 ribs, perhaps having been scavenged by some wild dog in a moment of desperation. The only distinguishing feature was a pair of slender skeletal structures on its back, seemingly remnants of wings. Was this truly the creature birthed from the divine essence? Roge's jaw nearly dropped. This skeleton bore no connection to the deities of the celestial realm. Could it be that the gods, who basked in boundless glory above, were fundamentally no different from evil? Roge's mental energy gradually extended towards the skeleton, merging with it as he attempted to control and examine the potential abilities of this possibly new species of magical creature. Everything proceeded smoothly. The skeleton appeared to possess no extraordinary abilities. Apart from slightly greater strength than an ordinary skeleton, a wave of fatigue washed over Roge, signaling that his magical power had been depleted. "Ah, regardless, you are now my pet. Henceforth, your name shall be Fengyue," he declared. Not wishing to delve too deeply into the relationship between the skeleton and the name Fengyue, he sent the skeleton back to the other realm. Just as the skeleton vanished, Roge sensed a hint of dejection emanating from it. Perhaps it was displeased with its name. Was it possible for a skeleton to feel discontent? "I must be too tired," he mused. The following morning, after 3 consecutive summonings that drained his magical energy, Roge finally accepted the reality that his pet was, indeed, a skeleton. After a routine meditation to replenish his magical strength, the time was nearing dusk. "It's time for a drink." The Oak Grove Tavern had quite a history, boasting a considerable size and located merely 3 blocks from the Northern Magic Academy. It was also one of the venues for posting mercenary guild missions. Thus, the place was bustling with magic apprentices and mercenaries, naturally accompanied by lively ladies and girls eager to catch a wealthy husband. "Hey, isn't that Roge? It has been quite some time since we last met. I have heard that you have undergone quite the transformation this past half year and are truly preparing to become a great mage." Rog glanced over and recognized Ite, an old friend with whom he had once shared brawls and romantic escapades. Ite, a robust figure, was 3 years older than Rog and served as the captain of the city defense cavalry, a position that conferred upon him the status of a mid-level knight. Although he had trained Ite to become a knight from a young age, he was perplexed as to how Ite had ended up in the Magic Academy. Nonetheless, Ite displayed some talent, having entered the academy a year later than Rog, yet managing to achieve the rank of 3rd-level mage 6 months earlier, and was currently striving for 4th-level status. Rog settled beside Ite, raising his cup in silence and taking a drink, before releasing a long sigh after a prolonged silence. At the same table sat 3 individuals who were clearly the sons of nobles, each adorned with the slender swords favored by the aristocracy. 2 dancers were engaged in playful laughter with the crowd. Ite affectionately draped an arm over Rog's shoulder. "I say, brother, it has truly been dull without you these days. Others simply do not possess your flair for mischief. What is troubling you? Is it that a certain lady has eluded your grasp? Haha, leave it to your big brother. Come, let us toast. Waiter, bring us 2 more bottles of your finest tequila." The atmosphere in the bar gradually reached a crescendo, punctuated by the occasional shriek of a woman and the raucous laughter of several loud voices. "Come, my dear Rog, allow me to introduce you. This is Renz Bloom, the 2nd son of Count Bloom. This is Kate, whose father happens to be my father's superior, and this is Franco, the nephew of Marquis Florent." Ite, somewhat inebriated, made the introductions. "I say, that lady over there is quite striking, though she seems rather formidable." Renz fixed his gaze on a corner of the bar. The others eagerly followed his line of sight. In that corner sat a table with 4 men and 2 women, appearing to be mercenaries, one of whom was garbed as a mage. One young woman, around 18 or 19 years of age, was provocatively dressed in dark short armor, exposing her long, fair thighs, which were adorned with a belt holding 3 throwing knives. The details of her breastplate were obscured by the dim light of the bar, but its craftsmanship was undoubtedly exquisite, accentuating her curves beautifully. The neckline plunged deeply, creating a pronounced cleavage that nearly caused Renz's eyes to pop out of his head. A massive 2-handed sword resting beside her momentarily sobered a few of the onlookers, as its weight suggested the girl's formidable strength. The female warrior's face radiated stunning beauty, with cascading light brown waves framing her features. Beside her sat a delicately refined noble girl, appearing no older than 15 or 16, dressed in a long gown that, apart from its exquisite craftsmanship and costly material, bore little in the way of adornment. The only noticeable decoration on the girl was a pair of sapphire earrings. Their unabashed stares did not go unnoticed. The female warrior shot them a fierce glare, prompting Renz to respond with a whistle. The warrior's frosty demeanor hardened as her hand instinctively moved to the hilt of her sword, only to be restrained by the mage beside her. "Do not provoke trouble here, Chiwei." Just then, a sudden hush fell over the bar as all eyes turned towards the entrance. The first to capture everyone's attention was a cascade of golden hair, shimmering like the most radiant sun, causing a collective moment of distraction. Beneath that golden mane was a visage rivaling that of a sun god, forever etched with a tranquil smile. He wore only a golden chainmail breastplate, intricately adorned with magical silver designs. The center of the breastplate bore the image of a golden lion's head, embellished with a cross and tulips. Ophirok, the golden lion of the Rhine Alliance. What brings him here? Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Ophirok was the sole heir of the most powerful lord of the Bavarian duchy within the Rhine Alliance, sent from a young age to receive training at the Holy Church's Temple of Light, and had only recently returned to the Rhine Alliance 6 months prior. He was among the youngest of the 3 high-ranking temple knights in the church, having early on displayed remarkable military aptitude, coupled with his natural good looks and noble lineage, overshadowing even some of the princes of the Rhine Alliance. Accompanying Ophirok was a woman who exuded an icy demeanor, standing slightly shorter than the towering golden lion. Her exquisite features revealed no hint of emotion. Clad in a rare black mage robe, she seemed to glide as if enveloped in black flames, her swaying form an intoxicating allure. Behind her trailed 2 guards, emanating an aura of palpable menace, suggesting they had traversed the line between life and death countless times. Ophirok and his entourage ascended the stairs. It was a while before the bar returned to its usual raucousness. Yet, Rog felt an unsettling disquiet. For some reason, in Ophirok's resplendent visage, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a pair of silver eyes. With a resounding bang, a large mug shattered beside Rog, dousing him in ale before it landed squarely on Renz's forehead. Rog turned to see the fierce female warriors striding toward him, the 4 male mercenaries following closely behind. Adopting a combative stance, it appeared that the revelry had led Renz to act foolishly. After too much drink, he had been leering at the warrior's bosom while simultaneously groping the dancer beside him. When the warrior cast another glance back, Renz, in a drunken stupor, withdrew his hand from the dancer's attire and brazenly gestured with his middle finger. At that moment, the warrior's drink splashed across Renz's forehead. Historically, brawls over women in bars had been commonplace for Rog and his companions. However, these seasoned mercenaries were not opponents they could easily handle. Yet, as nobles accustomed to bullying, they could not afford to lose face by fleeing. Rog considered escape, but soon recalled that despite their modest backgrounds, these drinking companions still had some standing. Enduring a beating together could indeed foster camaraderie. Ait, being the eldest and possessing considerable combat experience, leaped to his feet and began to chant a spell, though the effects of the alcohol muddled his incantation, resulting in a jumbled utterance that produced no results. By then, the melee had erupted, with Renz and the others already embroiled in a skirmish, quickly finding themselves bruised and battered. The female warrior fought with particular ferocity, delivering a devastating kick aimed directly at Renz, who, sensing impending doom, pivoted swiftly, taking the blow on his backside and flying out of the fray. Ait shouted loudly, seizing a long sword from a nearby assailant, momentarily adopting the role of knight as he plunged into the fray. The mercenaries, recognizing their opponents as nobles, showed a degree of restraint. Rog, maintaining a clear head, swiftly conjured a magical missile, directing 2 light projectiles in an arcing trajectory toward one of the male warriors. The warrior casually deflected one with his sword, but Rog exerted his mental prowess, causing the projectile to halt mid-air, leaving the warrior momentarily off balance. The 2 light projectiles then veered around, exploding upon the warrior's face. Although the magical missile was a basic spell with limited power, it seemed the warrior's skin was not as resilient as his chainmail. Consequently, the warrior stumbled back, bloodied and dazed. Observing this, another warrior immediately unleashed a sword technique, charge, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Akin to gliding on ice, Rog, taken aback and unable to cast a spell in time, gritted his teeth and focused his mental energy once more, targeting the charging warrior's feet. The warrior was abruptly tripped, toppling headfirst toward Rog. Rog instinctively raised a table to shield himself, and with a resounding crash, the warrior's head smashed through the tabletop. While the warrior was still disoriented, Rog seized his helmet, delivering a knee strike that shattered the warrior's nasal bone. Having undergone physical enhancements, Rog's strength was now formidable. After dispatching 2 warriors, Ait and the others managed to hold their ground against 3 adversaries. The defensive-minded Kate engaged the female warrior, successfully diverting much of the onslaught. Ait and Franco coordinated their efforts against another warrior, mixing offense and defense. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, Renz had stealthily hidden beneath a table, suddenly thrusting his sword to wound the warrior's thigh, then swiftly pivoting to slash at the female warrior's groin. Caught off guard, the warrior sidestepped, deflecting the strike with a dagger sheathed at her thigh. The mercenary mage, who had remained uninvolved until now, found the tides turning unexpectedly, his face flushed with anger as he traced a sigil in the air, conjuring a translucent blue protective spell, magic absorption, that enveloped him entirely. This fourth-level spell could absorb up to 10 levels of magical energy, making it one of the most commonly employed defensive spells by mages. However, Rog, possessing a rather unconventional understanding of magic, scoffed. Does he really need a shield against a bunch of magic apprentices? The mercenary mage began to prepare a fire-based attack spell. Swiftly reciting incantations and gesturing intricate symbols, Rog recalled that magic absorption could not defend against physical attacks, and thus seized a cup of ale, hurling it at the mage. Taken by surprise, the mage was drenched. Following that, several plates of food, a chair, and even a table flew toward him. In his moment of disarray, the mage's spell was finally interrupted. Before he could express his outrage, Rog lunged at him. Everyone knew that closing the distance with a mage was perilous, yet an extraordinary brawl between mages commenced. With his youth, skill, and a body enhanced akin to a magical beast, Rog quickly gained the upper hand. The enraged female warrior unleashed a series of sword techniques, while the injured warrior remained a formidable opponent. It and the others struggled valiantly, their rigorous training coming into play. At that moment, something soft and slippery flew silently through the air, slapping against the female warrior's chest with a resounding smack. Startled, she discovered it was a fried egg, evidently nibbled upon. This was a cunning ploy by Rog, who had tossed it while engaging the mage, unexpectedly achieving a stroke of fortune. At the very moment when the female warrior recoiled in fright, the quartet of It launched a desperate attack on the wounded soldier, fully unleashing their ruffian bravado. The soldier soon endured 2 more sword strikes. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed from beyond the long street. "The city guard is coming. My old man will be furious," Kate screeched, bringing both sides to a halt. Rog rose from atop the mage, snatched his staff, and hurried back. The mercenaries realized that their only fully capable combatant was the female warrior, and continuing the fight would yield little reward. With bitter resignation, they swiftly retreated. Rog and his companions were equally reluctant to confront the city guard under such circumstances, and they too hastily departed. Meanwhile, in a room on the 4th floor of the tavern, Ophirok watched with keen interest as Rog and his companions fled. "That mage is quite intriguing," the Golden Lion mused. "Elicit, don't you think he bears a certain resemblance to you?" "That fat man is a disgrace to all nobles and mages," replied the icy woman, delivering her verdict on Rog. "Very well then. Richard, investigate this rotund fellow," commanded Ophirok, as one of his guards bowed and gradually melted into the shadows. Chapter 4. Nesting after the snow, the sun emerged. The entire city of Rhine was cloaked in silver. Sunlight refracted through the icy branches of trees, casting vibrant colors, as if all the filth and ugliness within the city had been washed away. This year's winter in Rhine arrived a tad early. Much to the delight of the nobles and wealthy, that it was once again time for the ladies of high society to flaunt their new winter gowns. The southwestern district of Sorin was the city's slum, a forsaken corner where those engaged in various menial trades congregated, and it served as a haven for criminals. Winter was not a benevolent season for its inhabitants. Dilapidated homes required repairs, and provisions for warmth needed to be gathered on the outskirts of Sorin. Rog stood before an old 2-story building, gazing with satisfaction at his new abode. The location was excellent, although this was only the case for a select few, such as Rog. Not far from the small building lay a modest cemetery, surrounded by several towering oak trees. Even on sunny days, this place bore an air of gloom. In high spirits, Rog opened the door and stepped inside. It appeared the building had been unoccupied for some time. The scant furniture was layered with dust and cobwebs. Half of the shutters were barely functional, and a wooden staircase led to the 2nd floor. The upper level contained 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 small. Rog planned to use the larger room as a study, while one of the smaller rooms would serve as a storage space, and the other as a laboratory. Heaven knows what experiments Rog would conduct, at least for the time being. Due to its unique geographical position, Rog acquired this small building for a mere 50 gold coins. Just a week prior, this sum constituted his entire living expenses and tuition for the year. Yet now, Rog still possessed 350 gold coins. The staff he had seized from the mercenary mage was of decent quality, its water-lawn stone being quite commendable, providing substantial assistance to any water affinity mage. Given Rog's impressive achievements, single-handedly dispatching 2 opposing soldiers and a mage, his companions, including Lunds, unanimously deemed the staff rightfully his. After spending several days reflecting on the battle, Rog concluded that the staff held little significance for him at present, and he sold it for 400 gold coins. Rog had never possessed such a substantial sum of money. The annual tax revenue from the Earl of Lifers amounted to merely 300 gold coins, leaving little surplus for his son. Moreover, despite being a fallen noble, the need for social engagements and appearances remained. And the heavy economic burden increasingly frayed the Earl's temper. It would take another week to properly furnish the building. Rog spent 20 gold coins on new furniture. Now, he lay contentedly on the bed in his study in his view. There was nothing amiss with having a bed in a study, surrounded by a pile of gold coins. Heaven knows the yearning a fallen noble's son has for gold. After countless counts, Rog finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep, only to awaken the next day as the sun dipped low in the west. "Ah!" he exclaimed, stretching widely as he leapt from the bed, several coins clattering to the floor. The sound was truly melodious. Sleeping until naturally awakened, counting coins until his hand cramped. This was Rog's blissful existence. In the following month, Rog occasionally returned to his little haven, adding numerous traps and mechanisms within. Lunds and the others visited Rog's new abode, contributing various ideas, most of which were mischievous antics. Though a few unexpectedly brilliant concepts emerged out of course, the contraptions devised by these novices possessed limited efficacy, yet they did exhibit a certain cunning in their design. During this time, Rog also learned a new spell, Fire Finger, which allowed him to unleash a small jet of flame from his fingertip to harm enemies. However, being a second-level spell, its power was inherently limited. Upon discovering that his mental energy could also serve as a tripwire, Rog fervently began his training. However, aside from a slight increase in the weight of the cat he tossed, he had achieved nothing substantial over the past month. Rog finally grasped the truth that one does not become formidable in a single bite, and with his fervor waning, he began to join Ite and the others in their mischief. Rog nearly forgot that he had a skeleton. To hone his craft, one must first sharpen his tools. Rog understood this principle well. The numerous scars left from the battle at Old Oak also imparted this lesson to Ite and the others through their shared suffering. Unanimously, they sought to procure high-quality equipment, which naturally included items not entirely befitting a knight's stature or noble demeanor. Rog purchased a finely crafted elven crossbow that could hold 3 bolts at once, enhanced with simple runes to marginally increase its magical penetration. "This is far superior to a mere plate," Rog shamelessly remarked to Ite, who wholeheartedly agreed, suggesting the addition of poison to the bolts, a proposal immediately adopted by Rog. After a month of relative restraint, the group had spent a considerable amount of their monthly allowances on equipment, largely due to their apprehension of encountering the mercenaries again. Any one of those mercenaries, if serious, could easily overpower them all. While they were unlikely to openly kill a noble, a thorough beating was almost certain. Moreover, mercenaries were often skilled in the art of torture. Whenever Lunds recalled the female warrior's devastating kick, he would shiver involuntarily, instinctively squeezing his legs together. In the city hall of Lyre, the capital of the Duchy of Bavaria, located 200 miles west of Rhine, Ophirok was engrossed in studying the reports regarding Rog and his companions. Particularly fascinated by Rog's application of poison on the crossbow and the mechanisms within his lair, Elicit, a fusion of ice and black flames, delicately pinched the report handed to her by Ophirok. As if it were a repugnant object, her azure nails glimmered in the sunlight, and her disdain for these individuals grew ever stronger, unable to fathom why Ophirok held such intrigue for these inept fools. A black flame ignited, swiftly incinerating the reports to nothingness, leaving no trace of ash behind. Yet, the icy fingers remained unscathed amidst the flames. The golden lion, unfazed, rose and strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window. The view faced east. As the setting sun bathed everything in a bloody hue, Ophirok's gaze seemed to transcend miles and centuries, resting upon Rhine. The sunset deepened in crimson, the vast landscape appearing as if drenched in blood. Ophirok's blood simmered, with his heart surveying the world from the palace. Elicit, shrouded in the black flames of the inferno, beheld the blood-soaked mountains and rivers, her aura rising with Ophirok. Her icy eyes gradually melted. A fleeting silver glow akin to the cold light of death's scythe, as the first rays of spring's sun melted the snow. Rog emerged from Faye's laboratory, silently observing the drops of melting snow water cascade from the rooftop. Rog and Faze had conversed deeply throughout the night, discussing various aspects of magical arrays, their shared vices leading to a wide-ranging dialogue. After exchanging countless tales of legendary powerful mages, Faze suddenly remarked, "To become a formidable mage, one cannot be without wealth." Rog's eyes sparkled. Indeed, every piece of equipment wielded by those great mages is worth a fortune. Even that staff I seized from the mage last time was worth several hundred gold coins. Thus, the conversation naturally shifted to how mages could accumulate wealth. "Rog, you now possess a bit of money. However, this is far from sufficient, as you cannot even afford decent magical materials. You have been with me for so long, and I have not gifted you anything. This magical ring may prove somewhat useful, and this piece of black crystal has good quality. However, you will need to forge it into magical equipment yourself. If you have any questions regarding magical arrays, feel free to ask me. The rest will depend on your own efforts. Enhancing one's magical power is not achieved in a day or two. If you wish to grow strong quickly, earning money is essential. Wealth leads to quality magical equipment, and with greater power, one can acquire even more wealth. Throughout the continent's history, every influential figure has been wealthier than nations. As for those great archmages, each possessed one or two artifacts. Founders of nations and rulers could not thrive without wealth. After all, what war has not been a costly endeavor?" Faze continued, his enthusiasm unabated. "When it comes to earning money, it is no small matter. The first principle is to understand the situation, followed by knowing people. Recognizing the grand trends of the world, understanding the direction of events, and acting in accordance will lead to opportunities everywhere. As for knowing people, one must realize that human capabilities can be limited. No matter how brilliant one is, one cannot be all-powerful. To gather the world's talents for one's own use will undoubtedly result in an abundant flow of wealth. The final point concerns the ability to relinquish. It is essential for individuals to possess self-awareness, knowing when to advance and when to retreat. One must recognize when matters are beyond one's control and possess the courage to admit defeat. Losing once or twice, as long as it does not severely injure one's spirit or body, should not invoke despair over the possibility of a resurgence. Rog, you embody many admirable qualities, yet you lack a measure of perseverance and patience. This matter, though pressing, cannot be rushed. Take the time to study the comprehensive history of the continent. The paths tread by those before us may provide valuable insights. Remember, what truly matters is not how swiftly you traverse a path compared to others, but rather whether that path is indeed the right one." Rog stood, momentarily stunned, his heart racing with fervor. Who would have thought that the usually stoic and reticent Faze could possess such profound insights? Rog felt as though the world around him had been illuminated, his heart brimming with the gentle glow emitted by gold coins. The magical ring gifted to Rog by Faze was a simple, magical amplification ring, designed not to enhance power per se, but to assist the caster in exerting more precise control over spells, allowing them to cast with lesser magical energy. In practical terms, it generally enabled a mage to cast one additional low-level spell. With renewed vigor, Rog strode purposefully towards his small abode. He had never felt such a surge of ambition in his life. Under the night sky, everything seemed to radiate a golden brilliance. Coins, jewels, and beautiful maidens danced around him. Ah, behold that impressive chest, those long legs, truly a sight to behold. Almost too good to be true. Why does that face seem somewhat familiar? Quite attractive, indeed. Where have I seen it before? This is no mere illusion. Suddenly, Rog snapped back to reality, gazing in astonishment at the other end of the alley, where the female warrior Chiwei approached with an air of lethal intent. "I have been searching for you for 2 months. Her voice, squeezed out between clenched teeth, resonated ominously like a death knell. Chapter 5. The pursuit. As Rog watched the advancing female warrior, he forced himself to remain calm, but he knew he could not outrun her. And as for combat, a duel between a low-level warrior and a low-level mage invariably culminated in one outcome. Although Rog could not discern Chiwei's exact strength, he was certain she was at least level 7 or 8. Even if she were merely a level 3 warrior, her full armor suggested she could easily dispatch someone like him, who possessed only a magical ring. His only viable strategy was to lure her into his small dwelling, where he could exploit the traps to enhance his chances of victory. With his mind made up, Rog began to survey his surroundings, preparing to make a hasty escape. Behind him lay a desolate expanse where many impoverished souls had constructed makeshift shelters. A mere 500 meters through the alley stood his small house, but alas, Chi blocked his path. Rog retreated to the alley's entrance and began to chant a spell. Chi regarded him with a cold smile, her massive sword trailing behind her, awaiting the completion of his incantation. That a flicker of red light danced between Rog's hands as two magical projectiles soared towards the female warrior, striking her chest. With a resounding thud, the blue light flickered momentarily on her breastplate, yet Chi emerged unscathed. Rog hastily recited the incantation for the Fire Finger spell, but once again, it was thwarted by the blue light of her armor. It was evident that this was an enchanted defensive garb. Even if it were of inferior quality, it would still prove more than adequate against Rog's magic. Sweat trickled down Rog's forehead as he felt his composure begin to waver. Just as he prepared to cast a third spell, the female warrior vanished from his sight. In the next instant, Chi stood directly before him, their noses nearly touching. Rog felt a powerful blow to his abdomen, even with his robust physique. He could not withstand it, and he retched violently, expelling the contents of his stomach. Chi followed up with the hilt of her sword crashing against his back, sending him sprawling to the ground, where she delivered several brutal kicks, leaving him bloodied and gasping. With a swift motion, Chi flipped Rog onto his back and growled, "Weren't you all so fierce? Did you not wish to confront me? Come now, let me see what you are truly capable of." As she spoke, she placed her foot menacingly upon his groin, her leather boot adorned with silver ruthlessly pressing down. Rog's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Unable to vocalize his agony, he grasped at her boot in a futile attempt to displace it. With a cruel smile, Chi ground her foot down repeatedly before finally relenting. Rog gasped for breath, clutching his injured self as he writhed on the ground, occasionally letting out pitiful cries. Chi regarded the bloodied figure before her with disdain, spitting, "What's the matter? Is that all you can endure after just a few hits? Are you even a man? I have many more tricks yet to unveil. Today, you shall suffer them all." Setting her massive sword aside, Chi suddenly noticed Rog staring intently into the depths of the alley behind her. A glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes, she sneered inwardly, thinking such a simple ruse would deceive her. However, she turned her head, feigning ignorance, anticipating Rog's attack or escape so she could recapture him. Such foolish nobles, never a hint of originality. Just then, a faint sound behind her alerted Chi to danger. A sharp pain shot through her backside. A crossbow bolt had embedded itself deeply into her fair skin. With her short skirt armor and Rog's upward angle of attack, compounded by Chi tall stature, the bolt found a most unfortunate placement. Overcome with a mix of humiliation and rage, she grasped her massive sword, intent on cleaving this despicable, rotund figure in two. Yet as she turned, a wave of agony coursed through her injury, causing her vision to blur. The pain spread, and she realized the bolt had been coated in a numbing agent. With a deep breath, she summoned her inner strength, exclaiming as a faint white light enveloped her, only to vanish moments later. Rog, alarmed, recognized this as the manifestation of her fighting spirit. Whether he could preserve his life before the effects of the poison took hold remained uncertain. Although Chi had temporarily suppressed the drug's effects, she lacked the opportunity to extract the bolt, especially with the vile Rog still in close proximity. She resolved to finish him swiftly, to eliminate him before addressing her wound. Meanwhile, Rog, having regained his footing, began to chant another spell, sending a thin stream of fire toward her. Chi did not flinch. Instead, she surged forward with increased speed. Just as the flames approached, Rog's eyes gleamed with determination. An invisible force suddenly lifted Chi breastplate along with her undergarments, causing the flames to scorch her ample, delicate skin. The unexpected sensation of fire igniting her sensitive areas was unbearable, even for someone of Chi formidable strength. And she let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground. Regaining her composure, she hastily pulled her breastplate down to shield herself, her mind clouded with humiliation. At that moment, Rog lunged at her, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks, though lacking in finesse. His speed and strength belied his appearance as a mage. Chi was taken aback, managing to deflect a series of his relentless assaults. But just as she prepared to retaliate, Rog dashed past her. Fleeing in a panic, fuming with indignation, Chi gritted her teeth, ignoring the pain in her wounds, and pursued him. Rog navigated through the twists and turns until he reached a small building, flinging open the door and slipping inside. "Oh, now I know your hideout. "Let us see how you escape this time," she exclaimed, rushing forward to kick down the door, only to be struck by a wave of dizziness, her wounds throbbing painfully. Taking a deep breath, the cool night air cleared her mind somewhat. Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing furniture emanated from the second floor, igniting her fury anew as she charged up the stairs with a powerful leap. Her right foot grazed the steps when, with a resounding crack, one of the boards collapsed. Chi-Wei remained unfazed, executing a swift kick with her left foot, propelling herself upward. Yet, as she ascended, 2 crossbow bolts whizzed toward her. With a swift strike of her sword, she deflected them but inadvertently severed a nearly invisible thread that a flash of lightning erupted, activating a hidden electric trap along the wall. Chi-Wei, caught midair, was struck, her body convulsing as she fell to the ground. Fortunately, the trap's power was not overwhelming, and equipped with magical defenses, she recovered swiftly, though slightly disoriented. Hearing mocking laughter from the second floor, Chi-Wei gritted her teeth and charged upward once more. Just as she rounded the corner, a loud crash echoed, sending her reeling backward, her vision flashing with stars as she landed hard on the floor. The transparent energy barrier had been set there, and the impact rendered it ineffective. But Chi-Wei found herself incapacitated for a moment, struggling to rise. Using her massive sword for support, she descended the stairs, muttering, "Who knows what other tricks this accursed little building may hold. For now, I shall let this scoundrel be. But tomorrow, I will return and burn this pigsty to the ground." As a dark mist enveloped the space, the skeletal figure of Feng Yue obstructed Chi-Wei's path. Rog, too, was in dire straits, his magical energy depleted and wounds severe. Summoning Feng Yue was the last vestige of his power that he slumped on the second floor, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle below. Here, he felt somewhat secure. At least there were still 3 traps waiting should Chi-Wei attempt to ascend. Feng Yue appeared slightly altered, now wielding a rusty dagger, its ribs seemingly intact. Chi-Wei steeled herself as she swung her massive sword towards Feng Yue's neck. The skeleton raised its rusty dagger to block, but the force of Chi-Wei's strike cleaved through. Severing its arm with a resounding crack, Feng Yue wobbled and fell, motionless. Chi-Wei scoffed. "This worthless creature can wield some necromancy, but alas, it is of no consequence, having summoned but a single minion." She stepped over the fallen skeleton, striding towards the exit. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted behind her. Sensing danger, Chi-Wei instinctively crouched, raising her massive sword defensively. The clang of metal echoed as a rusty dagger struck against her blade. Before she could react, a fierce kick landed on her already injured arm. Chi-Wei turned her head to take a glimpse, only to discover that it was the skeleton known as Feng Yue, involuntarily gasping in fright. Could it be that a skeleton could feign death? For the first time, Chi-Wei perceived the eerie terror of this small building. Rog stood in stunned silence. The chaotic melee erupted between the female warrior and the skeleton. After all, their strengths were vastly disparate. Chi-Wei gradually gained the upper hand, and just as she prepared to shatter the skeleton completely, a wave of black mist enveloped her. It turned out that Rog, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, had sent Feng Yue back. With a resounding crash, Chi-Wei was struck by another wave of dizziness, and before losing consciousness, she vaguely saw the rotund figure, brandishing an iron rod, grinning maliciously at her. Chapter 6. Withering a piercing pain jolted Chi-Wei back to reality from her stupor. She groaned, attempting to touch her wound with her hands, only to find them utterly immobile. Another wave of agony surged through her, and this time, she was fully awakened. A nightmarish visage slowly came into focus before her eyes. A fat face so close that she could discern the pores on its nose. Startled, Chi-Wei screamed loudly, instinctively trying to leap away, but her hands were bound behind her, rendering her movement futile. Losing her balance, she crashed heavily onto the table. A sharp pain shot through her hip, nearly causing her to faint. "My dear, there's no need to be so frightened," the grotesque face nearby croaked, resembling that of a toad. Chi-Wei managed to regain a semblance of calm, assessing her predicament. The room was large, illuminated by a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, its numerous candles casting a bright glow throughout. The furniture within was brand new. Yet it was evident that it had been constructed from inferior wood, ostentatiously adorned in a bid to appear lavish. One could easily surmise the owner's questionable taste. However, Chi-Wei had greater concerns for herself. She soon realized that her hands were tightly bound behind her back. Her body sprawled across a large experimental table, The rotund man held a pair of small pliers, gripping a blood-stained crossbow bolt, inspecting it closely before tossing it aside. He then reached out, gently tilting Chi-Wei's chin upward. Haha, quite a beauty you are. Why the fierce demeanor now? Want to hit me? Is it only when I am rough that you find pleasure? My lovely, it seems I have struck my mark with this arrow. You must be a talented archer. The female warrior spat defiantly. Sinking her teeth into Rog's hand, he quickly recoiled, seizing her hair and yanking it upward. Pain etched across Chi-Wei's face as her upper body was jerked back, accentuating her curves as Rog's hand glided over her skin. Akin to a cold, venomous serpent slithering across her body. Bound by her hair, her struggles were limited, and tears streamed uncontrollably from her tightly shut eyes. Chi-Wei was taller than Rog by half a head. Her skirt armor and breastplate had been removed while she was unconscious, leaving her ample posterior exposed, tapering dramatically at the waist, and her long, straight legs showcased a fit physique. But Rog's lust surged, and he pressed down on the warrior's backside with fervor. His fingers sank deeply into her soft flesh, and with a thrust of his hips, he entered the warm depths of her body. Inside the small building, the flickering candlelight danced amidst the warrior's hoarse curses, while the rickety experimental table groaned under the weight of two bodies. The demon writhed in a fever of desire, and the tormented spirits howled in madness. Rog trembled, waves of pleasure intertwining with a vengeful delight, causing every inch of his corpulent form to quiver. The darkest recesses of his soul bubbled over, assaulting every nerve within him. The early spring night remained bitterly cold, and as the wind swept through, the yet-to-bloom flowers withered. As the performance concluded, Rog hummed a tune with satisfaction, gazing at the captive white lamb before him, the aches in his body seemingly singing in harmony. Not long ago, this lamb had been a true lion. Rog donned his clothing, deciding to seek out Ite and the others to showcase his prize. The only thing that unsettled him was Chi-Wei's gaze, utterly frigid, devoid of sorrow, anger, or emptiness, merely a chilling stare directed at him. Rog felt as though he were a frog ensnared by a serpent, and he detested this sensation that he added another rope around Chi-Wei, casually groping her as he did so. Chi-Wei showed no reaction, as if the touches were not upon her own body, her demeanor akin to that of a silent serpent observing the rotund man. Rog departed hastily, nearly fleeing from her murderous glare. The best course of action would undoubtedly be to silence her permanently. However, Rog lacked the courage to do so just yet. Besides, it would be a shame to kill such a beauty. Ite and his companions arrived at the small building with great enthusiasm. The interior resembled a scene post-storm, items scattered haphazardly. They felt a sense of dread and rushed upstairs, only to find the expansive experimental table completely bare. The ropes used for binding severed into several lengths. Kate picked up a frayed end of rope, glancing back to say, "This was definitely torn apart with force. Good heavens! If such thick rope could be broken. Was she truly captured by you?" Rog recalled the flicker of Chi-Wei's fighting spirit, breaking into a cold sweat. Ite, the eldest and most experienced of the group, was the first to regain his composure. "Everyone, do not panic. The enemy does not yet know who we are. However, Rog, it seems you can no longer remain in this small building." As the group gradually settled down, the initial panic subsided, and Lun's mind began to race. They might come to set the place ablaze. Let us not delay any further. It is impossible to resolve this situation amicably now. We must strike first. Time is of the essence. Let us devise a plan, and should they dare to ignite the building, we shall ensure they regret it. I doubt these mercenaries have any tricks up their sleeves. Franco, typically reticent, displayed a ruthless demeanor. After a brief discussion, they erased all traces of their presence and swiftly departed down the path. Rog and several nobly attired individuals swaggered toward the small building, conversing in hushed tones and hearty laughter, clearly engaged in the common discourse among men. Upon their arrival at the small building, one of Rog's companions suddenly remarked, "Something is amiss. Someone has entered here. There may be an ambush." At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted as the door splintered, and a sword's gleam sliced through the air toward Rog. Even before the blade arrived, a palpable aura of lethality enveloped him. The rotund man felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Helplessly watching the massive sword approach, yet unable to move, two long swords suddenly emerged from either side, intercepting the giant blade. With a slight push, the massive sword was deflected, transforming into a feather-light weapon that struck at Rog with unparalleled swiftness. The two wielders of the long swords wove an impenetrable net of steel, successfully blocking all attacks. Clearly no novices themselves, as the flurry of strikes dissipated. Chi-Wei gasped for breath, her sword pointed at Rock. She appeared pale, clad in a simple leather armor, her eyes bloodshot, with faint bruises visible on her neck. 3 figures leapt from inside the building, and Rog's companions engaged them in battle, revealing themselves as the 3 warriors from the tavern the other day. However, the mage was still nowhere to be found. At that moment, a bellow resounded nearby. "You audacious rebels, daring to attack the city guards within the royal capital." With a clanking sound, a small squad of armored swordsmen, led by a heavily armored knight, charged forth, swiftly encircling the small building. The adversaries battling Chi-Wei tore away their garments, revealing the soft armor bearing the insignia of the city guard beneath. Rog quickly retreated to the side. As Ait and the others approached, smirking at the female warrior, the heavily armored knight remained silent, pointing forward with his lance, prompting the soldiers to surge forward, their swords aimed to strike with lethal intent. The mercenaries quickly realized they had fallen into a trap, exchanging glances before simultaneously retreating toward the interior of the building, distancing themselves from the soldiers. From the second floor, a massive fireball descended, exploding amidst the swordsmen. The scorching heat mercilessly seared the exposed skin of the soldiers. Almost immediately, a second fireball followed, igniting several already wounded swordsmen, who collapsed in agony. The figure of a mercenary mage appeared at the window, unleashing a chilling frost that materialized into countless ice spikes from his hands. Several swordsmen, unable to evade, were instantly encased in ice, while those with frail stamina shattered into pieces. That a breach appeared in the tightly formed encirclement, and Chi-Wei and her companions seized the opportunity to burst through. That a towering warrior threw a rope toward the window, wrapping it around the mage. The mage leapt from the window. The warrior pulled with all his might. Seemingly on the verge of escaping the encirclement, the heavily armored knight bellowed, and a flash of deep blue light enveloped him as he hurled his lance like a meteor, piercing through the mage and pinning him firmly against the wall. Chi-Wei let out a mournful cry, turning to fight back. One of the warriors beside her firmly grasped her, hoisting her over his shoulder and making a hasty exit. Another warrior chanted a brief incantation, tossing a scroll that caused numerous vine-like plants to erupt from the ground, wildly thrashing in the air and ensnaring anything in their path. Several pursuing swordsmen were swiftly ensnared, seizing the moment. The mercenaries vanished into the slums. Rog gazed longingly in the direction Chi-Wei had disappeared, fully aware that she would not cease her pursuit. The heavily armored knight surveyed his grievously injured subordinates and let out a cold grunt. Kate approached her father and quietly inquired, "What now, father?" The knight remained silent for a long while, eventually sighing, "Your troubles are far from over. Hey, mercenary." He beckoned one of the swordsmen and whispered instructions, and the swordsman complied. The knight then cast a glance at Kate and the others, commanding, "You think you can behave like them? Master your skills before attempting to act so brazenly." With that, he rode off into the distance. Before long, a small troop of knights galloped to each city gate of the Rhine, posting a bounty notice on the bulletin board. Wanted, the Sword and Blood Rose mercenary group. This mercenary group conspired to rebel in the royal capital, and after their failure, inflicted casualties on the city defense forces. Currently, the sister of the mercenary group's leader, Chi-Wei, along with 3 principal members, are at large. 30 ordinary mercenaries are also fleeing. That a reward of 500 gold coins will be granted for the capture or death of any principal member, and 30 gold coins for an ordinary mercenary. The informant's reward will be halved. Chapter 7. The other world in the distance. The horizon is an endless black void. The sky is perpetually shrouded in a murky gray, reminiscent of the darkest twilight. The gray above churns incessantly, indistinguishable as cloud or mist. There is neither day nor night here, no sense of time. The forest, long bereft of vitality, has remained lifeless for eons. Towering trees stand as mere husks, their thick branches stripped of life. Strands of web-like material cling to the trees, though they cannot possibly be spider webs, for no spider could survive in this realm. The ground is dotted with swamps, where the gray muck occasionally bubbles with the emergence of vague shapes. The skeletons of unknown creatures occasionally rise to the surface, only to be swallowed once more by the mire. The wind carries a damp chill, often bringing with it a foul stench. This is the other world, a paradise for the undead and demons, Fengyue has lost track of how long he has wandered through this forest. He cannot recall from whence he came, only that a being named Roge bestowed upon him this name. Fengyue instinctively feels a sense of nausea towards his own name, yet he cannot fathom the source of this sensation. As for the act of vomiting, it feels so familiar, yet he cannot remember how to do so. Naturally, what could a skeleton expel? The dim light filters through the trees, casting mottled shadows upon the ground and Fengyue's form. He yearns to escape this forest, though he is unaware of the reason for his desire. That it must be instinct at times. He senses a faint energy emanating from that being known as Roge. Fengyue understands that he cannot refuse Roge's commands. There are too many mysteries in this world that he cannot comprehend. However, this energy brings him comfort and strength, albeit in scant supply, akin to a helpless traveler in a desert awaiting a drop of water. Fengyue is overwhelmingly parched. Clutching a rusted long knife, he aimlessly roams the forest. Having forgotten where he acquired this blade, he carefully avoids certain areas, his instincts warning him of a formidable and malevolent presence nearby. Fengyue is clever. When confronted with other skeletons like himself, he devises cunning means to overcome them, drawn by the energy they possess that fuels his thirst. Having long forgotten the day, Fengyue discovers several bones of remarkable quality. After a mist envelopes him, these bones restore his 24 ribs. He feels that he should indeed possess 24 ribs. This restoration depletes the energy he had accumulated, and had it not been for a timely surge of energy from Roge, he wonders if he would have been able to face the first zombie he encountered. The struggle ensues for an extended period. The strength of the zombie is beyond Fengyue's capacity to withstand. After sacrificing 3 ribs, he finally realizes that the zombie cannot catch him. Thus, one skeleton begins to circle the zombie, occasionally darting in to slice off a piece of decaying flesh at long last. The zombie collapses, leaving Fengyue with fewer than 20 ribs to in this other world. Other skeletons and zombies seem to ignore one another, yet Fengyue cannot fathom why he feels compelled to strike down any solitary foe he encounters. I am hungry, the skeleton muses. In this timeless realm, Fengyue continues to wander. He has no idea how long he has been adrift, nor how much longer he must roam. The forest appears to stretch on infinitely. After the battle at the small building, Roge became fascinated with the skeleton that could feign death in the stillness of the night. The second floor of the small building often found one man and one skeleton staring blankly at each other. After countless attempts to communicate telepathically yielded no results, Roge eventually lost interest. He knew not where the skeleton's knife had originated. After much study with no conclusions, he ceased to pursue the matter further. As the weather grew warmer day by day, Roge unknowingly celebrated his 20th birthday, the time to depart from the Magic Academy drawing near, with exams looming just days away. Over the course of several months, he had perused over 30 volumes of continental history, alongside a plethora of adventure tales, travelogues, and various notes. Ide had passed the Magic Academy examinations 3 months prior, and was now diligently pursuing his development as a magical knight. After all, being a wizard was too wasteful for his robust physique. Kate, under the old man's tutelage, had become a formidable 5th-level knight. From the perspective of faith, the father and son duo could be considered dark knights. As for Lunz and Franco, amidst their idle pursuits, they had made notable strides in swordsmanship. More impressively, the majority of their expenditures on women, art, and fine wines had been redirected towards enhancing their equipment, thus elevating their strength far beyond their actual capabilities. The group was not inherently ambitious. Rather, they were compelled by circumstance. After the skirmish at the small building, while seeking pleasure and abducting maidens, they occasionally encountered others who would fiercely challenge them. Although the Sword and Blood Rose mercenary group was not large, lacking even a third-rate status, the deceased leader, the deceased mage, was generous, and Chiwei had numerous admirers. Thus, there were always mercenaries who, aware of the truth, sought retribution. As the weather heated up, so too did the hearts of men. On the day of the examination, Roge casually cast 2 fire finger spells in the testing arena. Thus passing the exam and earning a mage's robe in the afternoon, he registered at the Mage Guild in the city, officially becoming a low-level mage, should he wish to remain on standby for summons from the Rhine Alliance. Roge could receive a stipend of 5 gold coins each month. However, after absorbing a wealth of history, Roge now harbored grander aspirations. Clang! A number of wine goblets crashed together heavily. It's been a while since we brothers had a proper gathering. Damn it. Killers are everywhere. Come, let us drink until we drop today. It, resembling a bear in stature, was even more imposing than the pure knight. Kate that he raised his goblet and downed its contents in one swift motion. Kate, with a face brimming with vitality and righteousness, sported a flush as he, too, became intoxicated. Lunz and Franco, both handsome in their own right, paled in comparison to the noble women, who were generally quite lovely, during the past half-year. The four had faced life and death together, forging a profound bond. Brothers, tomorrow I shall be assigned to Farlberg. Alas, we won't be able to gather often after this. You must come to visit me. Though travel expenses will be on your own. Kate's expression turned somber. Franco remarked, Farlberg? Isn't that near the Demon Domain forest? There are plenty of bandits around there. I've heard that recently. Small reconnaissance squads from the Ron Duchy frequently traverse the Demon Domain forest to that vicinity. Be cautious. Kate took a swig of wine and replied, My old man insists I go there to accumulate military merit, so he can push me harder. Besides, the commander of the Knight Regiment stationed at Farlberg has a long-standing relationship with my father. He can look out for me. This time, he even gifted me the Black Elf breastplate from home. Ha! What a windfall. Farlberg is a splendid place. Roge exclaimed. Invigorated, he perched a foot upon the chair, speaking animatedly. That place is near the Demon Domain forest and close to the front lines, so there will be no shortage of adventurers. With Kate becoming a cavalry captain there. Ah, a squad leader? No matter, isn't the commander your relative? We can truly thrive there. Just think about it. Those adventurers, monster hunters, and even the army, what do they all require? Weapons. If we open a weapons shop, we strike gold. Others find it hard to do this due to numerous restrictions, yet we have no such limitations. Furthermore, consider how those who enter the Demon Domain forest make their money, by hunting monsters and selling crystals or hides. We may lack the strength to hunt monsters, but we can certainly procure their spoils. These goods, once in the hands of that reclusive phase, become prime materials, transform them into magical equipment, and sell them to adventurers. We could profit without lifting a finger. Lunz also perked up. Farlberg has a population of 200,000. There are bound to be many beautiful women. With Kate there, we won't have to live like underlings as we do in the royal capital. Being an officer is no small matter. Since I have nothing to do, Roge, let us partner up. The moment you mention adventurers, your eyes light up. Haven't you had enough of that little girl from last time? I chuckled, casting a sly glance at Lunz. Damn it. Why am I always so unlucky? That wench keeps coming at me. It has been a month since I've laid eyes on a woman. Damn did I in the end. Didn't she get to taste my prowess? Lunz gritted his teeth. Is that little girl still locked up with you? Franco inquired. Of course. I am taking good care of her. I can't easily let her go. She nearly left me without heirs, so, what do you say, brothers, care to come to my place tonight? The table erupted in lewd laughter. The group continued to drink for a while longer. Aside from Kate, the others were all idle wanderers, eager to venture out. They decided to embark together to Farlberg, opening a weapon shop and acquiring adventurers' goods. Kate would leave first, while the others packed their belongings, planning to set out together in a few days. As for Faze, he had already been dragged into Roge's schemes, yet the contents of his laboratory could not be moved in haste. As the moon reached its zenith, several rascals from the royal capital stumbled out of the tavern, their robes stained with wine. Upon entering a dark, long street, several masked figures, clad as adventurers, suddenly sprang forth. Surrounding them, You ruffians, you deserve to die. Today, I shall avenge Chi Wei. A group of ruffians simultaneously sighed. As this opening line had been heard at least 7 or 8 times before, several masked figures brandished their weapons and lunged forward. While a sorcerer on the periphery began to chant a spell, suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot like lightning into the sorcerer's chest. Ophirok was now known as the Slayer of Mages. The others drew their weapons from beneath their robes, showing no signs of inebriation, for they were fully armed beneath their cloaks. In perfect synchrony, they all greeted one masked figure. The man was taken aback, rolled away, and fell into a roadside ditch, narrowly escaping death. The scoundrels of the royal capital immediately broke free from the encirclement and fled in haste. Amid the chaos, someone carelessly scattered a small pouch of yellow beans, which caused the ambushers to stumble and fall, left helplessly watching as their quarry vanished into the night. Chapter 8. Morning Star. Farlberg lay over 700 miles from the royal capital of Rhine City, qualifying it as a large city with a population of 200,000. Due to its strategically significant location, it served as a second-line military stronghold on the western border of the Rhine Alliance, while also acting as a barrier against the encroachment of monsters from the demon domain forest into the bountiful Pa Plain. The area surrounding Vorarlberg was flat, with the Pa River flowing around the city. Just over 100 miles to the south lay the demon domain forest. Thus Vorarlberg became a crucial supply point for many adventurers and monster hunters. The area of the demon domain forest was nearly equivalent to the entire Rhine Alliance, stretching west to the Pyrenees Mountains, south to the sea, and east covering the entirety of the Red Rock Peninsula, totaling close to 1 million square kilometers. Due to the rarity of large magical beasts near the forest's edge and the presence of several trade routes passing through, it had also become a paradise for thieves and bandits. The Hammer of War weapon workshop had been open for a month. The name, rich in dwarven character, was originally chosen to bask in the glory of the naturally skilled dwarven craftsman. However, it now so happened that a dwarven artisan named Jean, along with his 4 apprentices, was indeed working in the workshop. The weapon shop occupied a 3-story building located in Vorarlberg's most bustling district. The ground floor served as a weapons retail space. The second floor was an adventurer's paradise, and the third floor, initially intended by FaZe to be a laboratory, was repurposed as a VIP room to host esteemed clients, adorned with a selection of exquisite items crafted by FaZe. Not far from the Hammer of War, a small building served as Rog's usual lodgings and also housed FaZe's workshop and laboratory. The largest laboratory spanned over 200 square meters, with a vast and intricate magical array drawn upon the floor. Its multicolored auras shimmering within in the center of the array. Azure-white magical flames surged outward, while several pieces of knightly armor, forged by Jean himself, glowed a fiery red within the flames. FaZe carefully used iron tongs to extract one of the armor pieces. Placing a magical symbol cast from magical silver in a specific position, a flash of flame ensued, and the magical symbol was securely fused onto the armor piece. Rog hurriedly handed over a small vial of blue liquid. The blood of an adult bipedal dragon. This fierce and swift creature possessed considerable magical resistance, making it one of the more formidable mid-level magical beasts. Many parts of its body could be used as magical materials, and its blood could slightly enhance magical defenses. Magical silver, prized for its excellent malleability and superb magical absorption, was an indispensable material for crafting magical artifacts. However, due to its relative scarcity, it came at a steep price, approximately 10 times that of gold of equivalent weight. As the blue dragon's blood dripped onto the prepared armor piece, it was absorbed with remarkable speed, much like a sponge soaking up water. Consequently, the armor piece transformed, emanating a faint blue luminescence. Rog took the piece and returned it to the magical flames. Once all pieces had been treated, FaZe began to chant a spell toward the magical fire, and a pair of light blue wind wings gradually took shape, soaring toward the flames. The wind wings circled the magical fire, gaining speed until, with a thunderous boom, the flames surged like a tidal wave, and a barrier of white light flashed across the ceiling to contain the eruption. The fiery tempest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind several pieces of blue armor on the ground. After integrating this wind-based magic, the weight of each armor piece was reduced by 60%, thanks to the constant support of wind magic energy. At Rog's request, each piece was further enhanced with a touch of magical silver, and FaZe cast a simple illumination spell upon them. This time, the entire armor began to exhibit a translucent light blue hue, with the magical symbols formed from magical silver radiating a brilliant azure glow. Now that looks much more splendid. Jean, you arrived just in time. I was just looking for you. Transform these armor pieces into a half-plate knight's armor. Yes, in the style of this year's most fashionable paladin armor. The connecting chainmail must be made of gold, and add some golden decorative patterns along the edges of the armor. Go fetch that fellow Franco. He has a knack for artistry. Rog exclaimed with exuberance. Dwarven Jean, however, was unimpressed. That won't do. The chainmail should be wrapped in high-quality steel wire. The most important aspect of armor is protection. Protection. I have no intention of tarnishing my reputation. Then we'll wrap a layer of gold wire around the steel wire. That should suffice. Ultimately, all the chainmail must be coated in gold. The most crucial aspect of this armor is the profit. With this layer of gold, you could fund 10 years' worth of ale. Tell Luns to select a matching cloak for this armor. And it must be the finest. Jean, You must complete this armor by the day after tomorrow. I expect to see it, or there will be no ale for you. By the way, we'll call this armor the Blue Crystal Battle Armor. Of course, let's not engrave the name just yet. Whatever name the client thinks of, you shall engrave, a gold piece per letter. Jean mumbled as he took the armor downstairs, ultimately choosing ale over conscience. He grumbled, vampire, man-eating pig, miserly wretch, dragon in human form. Rog insisted on selling high-quality, high-priced products, and his reasoning was quite sound. Those who can afford these armaments do not care about money, as long as the goods are good. What does it matter if it's a bit more or less? Who are our best patrons? Not the wealthy adventurers who know the value of fine goods, but the wealthy young nobles with money to burn. Yes. Like Lunds, why not profit from them? Therefore, we don't sell what's right. We only sell what's expensive. Moreover, Rog placed great emphasis on the aesthetic embellishments of his armor, incorporating various impractical gimmicks. For instance, the Blue Crystal Battle Armor was extremely lightweight, weighing no more than a heavy leather armor, and boasted commendable physical and magical defenses, making it a premium magical armor. However, the illumination spell merely endowed the armor with a translucent crystal effect, casting a softer, more alluring glow with no practical benefit whatsoever. As for the decorations designed by Franco, they contributed nothing but additional weight without any advantage in battle. Yet Rog declared, this armor unmistakably signifies that it's fit for paladins. Is it intended for actual paladins? Certainly not. Which paladin would wear this? We aim to sell to those affluent nobles who aspire to be paladins. Do you expect them to venture into dangerous dungeons? They would only wear it to go hunting. Thus, style and taste take precedence, to impress the ignorant maidens and present themselves as heroes. The Hammer of War does not aspire to become a major arms dealer. Instead, it seeks to establish itself as a noble brand, akin to the Purple Angel jewelry or Shangri-La Springs. The crowd fell silent, and thus the nickname Vampire Rog began to spread. The business of the Hammer of War flourished rapidly, although only a knight's longsword, a knight's lance, and a set of knightly heavy armor had been sold in the past month. Phase's entire output. It not only recouped the initial investment of 10,000 gold coins, but also netted an additional 3,000 gold coins. The afternoon sun lazily bathed the gently flowing Pa River in golden hues, while a group of vividly armored axemen knights leisurely patrolled the riverbank. The leading knight, clad in dark green breastplate, was none other than Kate, proudly wearing the half-armor of a dark elf knight, which had been infused with the blood of dark elves and enhanced with shield magic, thus providing excellent defensive capabilities, particularly against dark magic. After arriving in Farlberg, Lord Wellington, the commander of the knightly order, had shown him great favor, allowing him to lead a squad of skirmishers. That a squad of Farlberg skirmishers typically consisted of 50 to 60 knights, while, in his capacity as squad leader, Kate could lead a maximum of 20 knights. Skirmishers, positioned between heavy cavalry and light cavalry, generally donned half-plate armor and preferred weapons that were versatile for both thrusting and slashing. Hence, they were often referred to as axemen knights. Skirmishers typically patrolled up to 300 miles around Farlberg, requiring them to survive independently in the wilderness for about a week. When encountering small groups of thieves or magical beasts, they would encircle and eliminate them, while larger enemy forces would prompt a return to the fort for a report. However, Farlberg had not seen any military conflict for decades, and skirmishers had largely become a form of training for cavalry. Since arriving in Farlberg 2 months prior, this marked Kate's third deployment leading the skirmisher squad. The sun shone brightly, and fishing boats drifted lazily upon the river, the sounds of fishing songs wafting through the air. The riverbanks were lush with green fields, and the distant Demon Domain forest appeared peaceful and serene. Kate felt invigorated, as if he were on a holiday. The only shortcoming was the absence of any sign of the bandit group, leaving the scene entirely tranquil and prosperous. After counting, he realized it had been 5 days, and he waved his hand, calling out, "Brothers, let us head back." The Axemen Knights turned in unison and ambled back toward Farlberg. The Foulbow Knights Templar comprises a total of 7,000 members, including 2,000 cavalry, 4,000 infantry, and 1,000 support troops. As a second-tier legion, they have enjoyed a prolonged period of peace, resulting in a rather mediocre combat capability under the command of Lord Wellington. Rog and his companions have long since adapted to life in Foulbow, familiarizing themselves with the local establishments and taverns, and inevitably engaging in a few skirmishes with adventurers and mercenaries. apart from Lord Trist. The backing of Winnington renders them unafraid of offending anyone. In terms of commerce, several exquisite magical artifacts have been sold, notably a piece of azure crystal armor purchased by the young son of a duke for a staggering 10,000 gold coins, which swiftly elevated the reputation of War God's hammer. Observing that the dwarves were excessively idle, Rog resorted to a combination of persuasion and coercion to compel them to craft some non-enchanted equipment for sale. The dwarves' craftsmanship is, of course, of the highest quality, and each batch of goods is snatched up in an instant at that moment. On the third floor of War God's hammer, Rog found himself in a heated debate with a small party of adventurers. This group, consisting of 9 members, represented the quintessential adventuring party configuration, with warriors, rangers, archers, mages, priests, and thieves, albeit each role occupied by 1 or 2 individuals. They had just returned from an expedition in the Demon Domain forest and were here to exchange their spoils for equipment. Rog's eyes gleamed at the sight of a bag weighing 2 pounds filled with magical silver, alongside other rare metals and gemstones, including a piece of ore, deep black with sparkling gold flecks. Rog immediately recognized it as a high-grade raw star gold, a substance distinct from ordinary gold, possessing a mysterious correspondence with the celestial forces above, making it exceedingly rare and essential for crafting artifacts related to spatial magic. Although the cores and pelts of magical beasts are valuable, they pale in comparison to these metals. Rog's attention was drawn to a fiery red feather carried by the female mage, and through his mental acuity, he sensed an intricate yet vibrant wave of fire magic emanating from it. The adventurers had set their sights on a particularly exquisite magical bow, a common characteristic of all products from War God's hammer. Adorned with rose branches woven from platinum and purple gold threads. Accompanying this bow were 3 pale green anti-magic arrows, each crowned with 2 white dragon figures crafted purely from magical silver. Their 4 wings unfurled to form the arrow's fletching. The young female archer's eyes sparkled with desire as she clutched the bow tightly, unwilling to part with it. Meanwhile, the female mage was captivated by a magical amplification bracelet. Under the extraordinary craftsmanship of the dwarf phase, Franco's artistic flair, and the profound understanding of human nature exhibited by Lunds and Rog, this bracelet seamlessly fused sky stones with magical silver. The entire bracelet was a translucent deep blue, with points of starlight flickering in and out of visibility under the influence of magic. Wearing this bracelet felt akin to donning the night sky itself, and the female mage's eyes deepened to a celestial hue. Of course, simpler embedding techniques could achieve a similar magical amplification effect. Ensnared in the allure of shopping, the women had lost all reason. Fortunately, while these adventurers were competent, they lacked discernment. Rog's brow was slick with sweat, his excess flesh quivering. Somewhere along the line, he had gained the ability to make all his fat jiggle at will, as he negotiated the price down painstakingly, after adding 2 pieces of half armor, 4 long swords, and 30 armor-piercing arrows. The deal was finally sealed, and the red feather became Rog's trophy. Truth be told, the items Rog sold were indeed of exceptional quality and worth their price. The key to profitability lay in acquiring the adventurer's spoils at a low cost. For instance, the piece of star gold ore was priceless, far exceeding the valuation of over 100,000 gold coins. The bag of magical silver alone was worth 10,000 gold coins. Not to mention the value of the magical beasts, which was also considerably high. Furthermore, there were other unknown metals, and that enigmatic red feather. Rog's intuition told him that the more obscure an item was, the more valuable it often proved to be. He finally grasped the meaning of, a horse that does not graze at night will not grow fat. After successfully sending off this group of unwitting patrons, a few more individuals strolled into the VIP room, and Lunds followed suit with a courteous nod. Just as Rog prepared to don his professional smile and greet them, the leader of the group removed his hooded robe, revealing a cascade of golden hair that illuminated the entire room, his smile radiating like the sun after a rainstorm, so bright it nearly blinded Rog that he extended a hand and said, "It is a pleasure to see you again. I am Ophirok von William." Chapter 9. The Transaction Beneath the Radiance of the Golden Lion. Nearly everyone else appeared to dim in comparison. This was not merely due to his sun-like visage, illustrious lineage, and formidable prowess, but also his regal demeanor, exuding a charm that captivated all. Behind Ophirok, a wisp of black flame burned silently, its presence unmasked by the brilliance of the golden lion. The face within the flame was strikingly beautiful, yet aloof, daring not to be gazed upon. yet indelibly etched into the memory, a few noble scoundrels furtively cast glances, only to hastily avert their eyes, as though scorched by that black flame. The black mage's robe could not conceal his extraordinary allure, his long, straight legs, voluptuous form, slender waist, and breathtakingly arched chest perpetually transformed onlookers into beasts of desire. Rog, Lunz, Franco, and Eat sat somewhat uneasily, taken aback by the unexpected visit from the Golden Lion. They scrambled to invite Ophirok to sit down, promptly summoning the finest refreshments. The Golden Lion took a sip of tea, his leisurely movements devoid of any flaw. The guard Richard opened a small pouch, spilling dozens of colorful gemstones onto the table before them. With a smile, Ophirok remarked, "I am here to discuss the possibility of partnership." The room fell deathly silent. "These gems are worth approximately 50,000 gold coins, serving as my deposit." Rog struggled to tear his gaze from the gemstones, steadying his emotions as he replied, "It seems we lack the capability to accomplish what you cannot." No sooner had he spoken than Lunz lunged forward to cover Rog's mouth, exclaiming, "Pay him no mind. Whatever you require, I, Lunz, shall face any peril for you." His impassioned words belied the longing gaze he cast towards Elicit. Ophirok regarded the group of noble scoundrels with keen interest, seemingly amused by the audacity of one daring to gaze at Elicit in such a manner. As ignorance often breeds fearlessness, Lunz and his companions began to exhibit a glimmer of infatuation in their eyes. Ophirok noticeably sensed the rising tension behind him. "Of course, my collaboration comes with conditions." Ophirok gestured, and one of his companions unfurled a large sheepskin map onto the table, pointing to a castle symbol at its center. He said, "This is an abandoned castle located within my Bavarian principality, recently occupied by a band of thieves. The castle is situated 415 miles southwest of Falbo, with the Demon Domain forest less than 10 miles away. While its geographical significance may be minimal, it is surrounded by 2 small towns and dozens of villages. I cannot forsake my thousands of subjects, so I require your assistance in reclaiming this castle. The gemstones worth 50,000 gold coins shall serve as your initial funding. How you choose to proceed, whether alone or with a heavily armored knight brigade, is up to you. The deadline for the commission is 6 months." Ophirok continued, "Should you succeed in capturing the castle, I will ensure that my father grants you that land as a fief. Henceforth, you shall be noble landowners. Furthermore, I will invest 100,000 gold coins into War God's hammer as my share of the partnership. I expect to receive half of the profits." He chuckled. The group beamed with excitement, immediately clustering around the map to deliberate, though they made little progress. Ophirok maintained a serene smile, while one of his guards subtly displayed disdain. Eat suddenly raised his head and asked, "We have no soldiers. How can we defeat a band of thieves? Ah, by the way, how many thieves are there, and do you have any relevant intelligence?" Elicit coldly retorted, "Is it only now that you think to inquire about intelligence?" Eat's face flushed crimson. Ophirok answered unhurriedly, "The band of thieves is actually a detachment of the Ice and Snow Silver Fox Mercenary Corps from the Ron Principality, numbering around 500, and they boast considerable combat prowess. Naturally, they may bolster their ranks during these 6 months." Rog pondered for a moment before asking, "These thieves, or mercenaries, should not be under the watchful eye of the Golden Lion, correct? If you were to pay them a visit personally, even alone, your presence alone would be enough to intimidate them." The Golden Lion smiled faintly. "This is merely a small test. Should you succeed, I hope to see more loyal and capable ministers emerge within the Bavarian Principality." Franco's pupils constricted in an instant. The Bavarian Principality? Indeed, the Bavarian Principality. The temperature in the air plummeted, and an unspoken current surged ominously. Lunz, rarely serious, adopted a grave demeanor. "The Bavarian Principality boasts elite troops and formidable warriors. Even the few subordinates of Lord Ophirok could easily dispatch us. While we may lack ambition, we possess enough self-awareness to recognize our limitations. Surely, you do not require our meager assistance." Ophirok surveyed the group of noble scoundrels and remarked, "I hold great admiration for the scuffle you engaged in at the Old Oak Tavern. I believe you are individuals of potential. Moreover, in such a brief span of time, the hammer of the war god has flourished so remarkably. It is evident that such prosperity cannot be attributed to mere happenstance. Governing a vast nation is akin to cooking a small delicacy, whether managing the realm or overseeing a mere weapon. It ultimately hinges upon the grasp of human sentiments." He paused, then continued, Life is but a fleeting few decades. One must indulge in fine wine and wield exquisite swords, even in the throes of competition and jealousy. One ought to vie for renowned beauties that grace the world. Countless ordinary women may exist, yet none can rival the charm of a captivating smile. Now, with only a minor trial to pass, the opportunity lies before us. What are your thoughts, esteemed comrades? In an instant, the room was ablaze with fervor. Rog raised his gaze abruptly, locking eyes with the golden lion, undeterred by the blinding brilliance that stung his vision. I shall do it, Rog declared. Syllable by syllable, Franco sighed. Alas, how can I allow you to face death alone? After your demise, I must retrieve your money. After all, to encounter beauty across the world is indeed a joyous affair, Luns proclaimed with fervor. Filling the room with an air of envy, Iggy sat heavily upon his chair, striking a pose. But before he could voice his thoughts, the chair succumbed, splintering beneath him. Iggy chuckled awkwardly, suddenly at a loss for words. Thus, I shall await your auspicious news. Ophirok waved his hand and turned to depart. Elicit abruptly halted, casting a cold glare at the few noble scoundrels. Instantly, they felt a chill envelop them, shivering uncontrollably, yet found themselves unable to move. Elicit snickered, a flicker of black flame illuminating the air as the bodies of the noble rogues began to levitate slowly. An icy voice echoed. I fail to comprehend why Ophirok holds you in such high regard. With your current prowess, you are hardly superior to mere vermin. Even in a few years, how much stronger can you possibly become? Moreover, how dare you fools regard me with such disdainful gazes? Without uttering any incantation, for massive hands materialized above their heads, forcefully slamming them against the ground. Elicit turned away, the black flames dancing as if mocking those unable to rise. As their tempers gradually settled, they exchanged glances. And E queried, Rog, why did you agree so readily just now? Rog's face flushed. Ophirok is a man of considerable influence, one of the most prominent nobles in the alliance, and a duke in his own right. It is rare for him to regard us so favorably. Such an opportunity to curry favor is seldom seen. The others nodded in agreement, as for the potential treasonous intentions of Ophirok. Rog and his companions paid it little mind. Even if he were to betray them, the likelihood of the Duchy of Bavaria emerging victorious seemed greater. After all, Ophirok's mother is the sister of the emperor of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, one of the three great powers. Perhaps we could even secure a title as founding heroes, Luns remarked, lost in daydreams. The others readily concurred. As for Kate, we share the fortune, and we might as well spare this brat, T said insidiously. This time, the more men we bring, the better. I propose we form a mercenary band. This way, it will be easier to explain to the authorities, Franco suggested. After further deliberation, they set off on their separate missions. Days passed, and Rog and his companions busily recruited soldiers, reveling in their endeavors. The hammer of the war god had amassed over 20,000 gold coins in just a few months, and with Ophirok's additional 50,000 gold coins, they could equip a 100-man cavalry unit. Through both open and covert means, Rog managed to gather 30 skilled mercenaries within a month, successfully laying the groundwork for their mercenary band. As for the name, after much heated debate, they ultimately voted for one in favor of dragons and beauties. The sole opposing vote came from Franco, the only noble among them with true artistic taste, but alas, he stood alone in his dissent. Yet, what troubled Rog was the lack of intelligence to this day. They remained ignorant of the precise number of thieves occupying the small castle, nor did they know the leader, their abilities, or their equipment. Even the nearby terrain remained unclear. This was not entirely their fault, as the group had only recently embarked on their journey and were utterly unsure of how to gather intelligence, after sending 2 scouts who subsequently failed to return. Anxiety began to creep into their ranks. After several rounds of discussion, they ultimately resolved to bring forth their entire force for the reconnaissance mission. Chapter 10. Ambush. Sunlight dappled the forest floor. Even at the zenith of summer, the sunlight that penetrated the exceptionally lush foliage was scant, in the domain of magic. Even the fringes are perpetually cool and damp. The company of over 30 knights traversed the woods silently, most adorned in finely crafted half-plate armor, wielding gleaming poleaxes, while a significant number bore longbows slung across their mounts. This contingent of knights constituted Rog's, dragons and beauties, mercenary band. As they neared the vicinity of the fortress of Celrus, where the thieves, or mercenaries, had taken residence, Kate, possessing some military experience, led the charge into the domain of magic. After a grueling day's march through the forest, the mercenaries found themselves within a mere 100 miles of their destination. The journey had been smooth, with no fierce beasts encountered. After all, they were operating at the forest's edge. The area surrounding Celrus was characterized by many hills, albeit mostly low-lying, due to its remote location and impoverished resources. Coupled with Ophirok's deliberate neglect, Celrus had remained unchallenged for 6 months, suffering only the plight of the common folk in the surrounding areas. However, this information was now outdated, and Rog and his companions would ultimately rely on the map provided by Ophirok for their reconnaissance. In the afternoon, the mercenaries estimated they were less than 70 miles from Celrus, nearing the patrol range of the enemy cavalry scouts. With a command from Kate, the mercenaries spread out, adopting a dispersed formation as they advanced cautiously. 4 seasoned mercenaries dismounted and began scouting ahead with haste. Among the group, positioned towards the rear, clad in black half-plate armor, was Rog. This rotund figure, devoid of any mage-like demeanor, clutched a short battle axe. The axe embodied the signature elegance of the hammer of the war god, with graceful lines that almost appeared delicate, its blade inscribed with magical runes, and a rare black crystal embedded in the handle. The sharp-tongued Franco, upon first seeing Rog's appearance, remarked, "I find the notion of a battle axe-wielding mage rather unamusing. Most mages, having spent years engrossed in arcane tomes and exposed to various harmful substances, as many parts of magical beasts are somewhat toxic to humans, typically lack physical prowess, rendering heavy armor a significant burden. Furthermore, it has been established that metal hinders the accumulation of magical power, leading to a failure rate exceeding 50 for mages clad in full armor. Even when standing still in battle, such stakes could be a matter of life or death for Rog. However, neither of these factors posed an issue. His mental fortitude was so vast that managing his meager magical power was an effortless endeavor. Moreover, whether due to his modified physique or not, Rog experienced minimal loss of mental capacity when channeling magical power through metal, even with his limited magical energy sufficient only for basic spells. He could still cast magic even if encased in a metal sphere. Since entering the domain of magic, Rog found himself frequently lost in a daze that him. The surroundings often transformed into flat canvases. While peculiar cries echoed in his ears, Rog gazed around in confusion, as if standing before a grand landscape painting. Several times, he impulsively desired to pierce the canvas with his axe to discover what lay beyond. He seemed to see Kate approaching, speaking loudly, yet he could only perceive the movement of her lips, akin to a fish submerged in water, unable to discern the words. Rog shook his head vigorously. As if shattering a mirror, and the flat world fragmented, sounds and colors returned to reality. "Rog, what ails you?" Kate shook him forcefully. "I am well. Is something amiss?" Rog felt as though he had just emerged from a taxing encounter with 10 harlots. Kate scrutinized him for a moment before saying, "We have detected the movements of the enemy patrol, that I believe it prudent for us to lay an ambush here and capture a few for questioning." Kate had discovered the patrol's tracks only 10 miles from the forest's edge, marked by clear hoofprints, both fresh and worn, indicating a party of 7 or 8. That these marks suggested that a similarly sized group frequently traversed this path. Perhaps it was the very route established by the patrol. As dusk approached, the mercenaries set traps and rested in the woods for the night. At dawn, Kate stationed new scouts at the forest's edge, while the remainder continued to rest. The group's limited military knowledge rendered them somewhat clueless on how to lay an ambush. Fortunately, a few of the hired mercenaries were somewhat familiar with these tactics, and after some arrangement, they appeared to have a semblance of order. Throughout the night, Rog and the others deliberated, sensing that this patrol might not be as straightforward as it seemed. Otherwise, 2 of their best would not have gone missing so easily. Yet after much discussion, their only conclusion was to bolster their defenses. After a night of rest, Rog's strength was fully restored. He gently caressed a green ring on his finger and softly intoned an activation incantation. A small, inconspicuous sphere of light gradually materialized, ascending into the sky. Rog channeled a portion of his mental energy into the light sphere, and a new perspective unfolded before him. As the sphere rose slowly, it stabilized at a height of about 10 meters. This wizard's eye spell was not particularly advanced and had a long duration, making it a handy reconnaissance tool. However, its drawbacks were equally pronounced. The mage must continuously focus their attention, rendering it impractical during combat, as mages often could not maintain this spell. Another disadvantage was that the spell's fluctuations could easily be detected by another mage, often revealing the caster's location. Such a situation often poses a fatal threat to the sorcerer. The chorus of melodious bird songs echoed through the woods, prompting the mercenaries seated on the ground to spring into action. Taking up their ambush positions, the horses of the mercenaries had long been tethered 5 miles away, as cavalry were of little use within the confines of the forest. As the sound of measured hoofbeats grew clearer, the palms of the noble scoundrels began to sweat. This was not a mere brawl. This was a serious confrontation. Rog did not move, remaining comfortably perched in the boughs of a lush tree. Observing his surroundings through the sorcerer's eye, 6 scout cavalrymen gradually approached along the narrow path, clad in leather armor and bearing knightly swords, patrolling with a casual air, laughing and chatting as if they had not encountered any trouble in quite some time. The leather armor of the patrol had once displayed some insignia, but it had since been scraped away. Suddenly, Rog felt a pang of unease, as if a venomous serpent lurked in the shadows, fixating on him. Immediately, he retracted the sorcerer's eye and closed his eyes, concentrating intently on sensing the magical fluctuations around him. With his exceptional mental acuity, Rog quickly perceived a faint source of magic approaching from 2 miles away, indicating that this sorcerer had cast an invisibility spell upon himself, at least a mid-level mage. Rog found himself at a loss. His mental perception could only discern the rough location of the opponent, and the true eye capable of dispelling invisibility was a 4th-level spell, which he was currently unable to cast. Nevertheless, solutions often present themselves in times of need. A sly smile crept across his face as he quickly conferred with Ite, who was closest to him, and with the agility characteristic of magical beasts, he vanished into the forest. The patrolmen were leisurely digesting their breakfast, although the scenery of the forest left much to be desired. They were not overly concerned for their safety, for a mid-level sorcerer was covertly safeguarding them. The rough-and-tumble cavalry failed to consider the direction of the bait. Their conversation turned to a young village girl they had encountered during a patrol the previous month. Recalling her fair skin, sturdy yet shapely waist, her tantalizing screams, and the indescribable struggles, particularly the undulations of her body, as their laughter grew increasingly raucous. Death often strikes at the most unexpected moments. Suddenly, from the depths of the trees, a volley of arrows erupted like a swarm of locusts, with 20 short bows and 3 crossbows all aimed at the 3 foremost cavalrymen. The patrolmen, skilled in their craft, swiftly nocked their arrows and managed to deflect a small portion of the barrage in their haste. Yet, the 3 in front were still struck by several arrows and fell from their mounts. The 3 remaining cavalrymen reacted with remarkable speed, charging into the woods, denying the mercenaries a second volley. The mercenaries discarded their bows and drew their long swords, engaging in close combat. The patrol knights exhibited commendable martial prowess, particularly one wielding a massive sword that he deftly maneuvered his steed around 2 large trees. Charging into the midst of 3 mercenaries who had just unsheathed their long swords. With a sweeping motion, he felled one mercenary and then, in a flash, thrust toward the second. The mercenary raised his sword to parry, but the clash sent his long sword flying. In that instant, he was filled with terror. Raising his left arm to shield his heart with the knight's steel shield, the tip of the massive sword scraped against the shield, producing a shower of sparks and a sound that grated on the nerves. The arc of the shield forced the sword's point to glance off to the side. The mercenary was propelled backward by the sheer force, the sound of his arm breaking echoing through the air. The knight, grinning wickedly, flicked his wrist, driving the massive sword down into the unprotected thigh of the mercenary, carving a deep wound visible to the bone. The 3rd mercenary turned to hide behind a tree, but the knight's keen eyes fell upon the ornate armor he wore, prompting him to abandon the 2 injured mercenaries and pursue. That mercenary was Renz, who, in a moment of life and death, displayed agility rivaling that of a rogue as he darted through the trees, evading the knight who could not keep pace. The other 2 patrol knights were not so fortunate. One was galloping after a mercenary when 2 axes suddenly swung down from above. Startled, he ducked low on his mount, squeezing its sides, propelling the horse forward more than 3 meters, narrowly escaping disaster. However, another axe silently struck from behind, effortlessly slicing through his leather armor and almost cleaving him in 2. Kate gracefully leaped from the tree, not pausing to inspect the body, swiftly making her way towards the sounds of battle with her axe in hand. Another patrol knight found himself encircled by Ite and 5 mercenaries. Even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves, and soon he was struck in the thigh by a mercenary sneak attack from behind. Ultimately succumbing to a flurry of blows, the knight wielding the massive sword chased after Rennes for a couple of circuits, but the distant screams of despair caused him to reconsider, turning his horse to flee. Just then, his steed reared up, an arrow lodged in its hindquarters, sending the knight tumbling to the ground. Remaining calm under pressure, he rolled to his feet, only to find Kate standing before him, brandishing her bloodied axe. Ida appeared behind her, gripping a heavy sword. Franco, armed with a crossbow, and Rennes, who had just been fleeing, emerged as well. The knight's palms began to sweat, and he could not help but curse. Where the hell has that damned sorcerer gone? The sorcerer's situation was equally dire. Upon realizing someone had employed the sorcerer's eye, he cast an invisibility spell and cautiously approached the battlefield at that moment. Amidst the distant clamor of combat, he fortuitously spotted a knight clad in distinctive armor lying in wait among the trees. Resembling a commander in his attire, the sorcerer felt a surge of satisfaction at his luck, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck its target. Observing the knight collapse, crackling with sparks, the sorcerer swaggered over. Confident in the potency of his magic, especially since he had prepared a second lightning spell as backup, yet the knight managed to rise again, and the second bolt of lightning arced through the air, hitting him once more. However, this time, the knight did not fall. Instead, he turned to face the sorcerer, his helmet revealing nothing but a skull, with pale flames flickering in the depths of his eye sockets. Fixedly staring at the sorcerer was taken aback, watching in horror as the skeletal figure seemed to smile at him. Feeling his mouth dry and palms sweat, he instinctively activated the protective amulet he carried. A white beam of light ascending from his feet before vanishing. Yet the invisible magical field enveloped the sorcerer. The second-tier spell, Magic Armor, was economical and practical, simple to learn, and an essential safeguard for any traveling sorcerer. As a mid-level mage, he was required to employ the amulet to activate this second-tier spell, primarily to allow him time to recite the next incantation, but on the battlefield, time was a sorcerer's second life, with equal magical power and incantations. The one who completed their recitation first would seize the advantage. Different individuals took varying amounts of time to recite spells, influenced by accents, linguistic habits, and even their mood on that day. It was commonly accepted across the continent that stutterers could never become masters of magic. However, reciting incantations too quickly was not advisable. Not only did it increase the probability of failure, but higher-level spells often featured longer and more complex incantations. The inability to abbreviate crucial syllables in many incantations posed a considerable challenge. The secrets of which syllables could be shortened were often the greatest mysteries of a sorcerer, rarely imparted even to their closest disciples. The sorcerer's incantation was soon completed, and a summoning circle materialized on the ground. Radiating light as a magical creature began to take form at that moment, Rog stealthily approached from behind, bringing his axe down upon the sorcerer. Just as it seemed the sorcerer was about to be cleaved in two, Rog felt as though the axe had suddenly sunk into a large chunk of butter, causing it to veer off course. A novice who had only recently taken up the axe. He struggled to control his swing. The sorcerer was taken aback, dodging to the side, yet the battle axe still carved a long gash across his shoulder. Rog followed up with a kick, opting for a sweeping motion instead of his favored low strike. True to form, his foot struck as if against a pile of cotton. Nevertheless, the force behind his kick sent the sorcerer flying. Roar! A growl erupted behind Rog, and he turned to see a black tiger poised to pounce. Damn it! Rog cursed his misfortune, having successfully closed in on the sorcerer. He had not anticipated that the sorcerer's pet would be a rare combat-type creature. After donning the armor on Fengyue, he was left with only a cloth shirt, hardly an adequate defense against the black tiger's teeth. Suddenly, an axe spear descended from above, aimed at the black tiger. Fengyue had finally arrived, dragging the cumbersome armor behind her. The black tiger quickly shifted its focus, lunging toward Fengyue. Rog wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning as he turned back to the groaning sorcerer who was rising from the ground, swinging his axe once more. Despite the protection of the magic armor, the sorcerer was no match for Rog's raw strength. Soon, blood began to flow from multiple wounds on his body. After several incantations were interrupted, the sorcerer gritted his teeth and hurled a handful of colorful gemstones at Rog. This struck at Rog's weak point, causing his assault to falter as he hesitated to inspect the gems. Sensing an opportunity, the sorcerer began to crawl away, only to trip over a branch that had suddenly risen from the ground. Sending him tumbling, pain surged through his body from all his injuries, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Fengyue found herself at a disadvantage in her struggle against the black tiger. The heavy armor was cumbersome, and the axe spear felt unwieldy. For a skeletal figure with limited strength, the knight's equipment was not particularly suited. In contrast, the black tiger was formidable, well matched to the sorcerer's level, yet its teeth were ineffective against Rog's meticulously crafted steel armor. Compared to several months ago, the skeletal structure of Fengyue is now remarkably proportionate and robust, exhibiting a gentle and lustrous hue. The joints between the bones are tightly connected and fluid, unmistakably signifying a superior skeleton. In the ongoing battle with the black tiger, Fengyue, at the cost of exposing his own leg bone, managed to strike the black tiger with a single axe blow, severing half of its tail. The black tiger, in turn, left several bite marks and cracks upon Fengyue's femur. Sensing a subtle sense of urgency emanating from Fengyue's direction, Rog recalled the situation of the ongoing battle and turned to glance back. In that moment of distraction, a faint incantation reached his ears, prompting him to swiftly turn around, only to see a sinister smile on the face of a wizard, with a scroll ablaze in his hands, and a fireball the size of a bowl looming before him. With no other recourse, Rog raised his axe to shield his face and crouched down. Boom! The fierce flames erupted. The black crystal on Rog's axe handle emitted a soft hum, enveloping him in a faint black shield. However, this shield could not entirely fend off the wave of fire, and the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the forest as for the wizard, already gravely injured. He stood no chance against the power of the fireball and was reduced to charred remains. The black tiger returned to its realm, while Fengyue, burdened by Rog's severe injuries, retreated to another dimension. Struggling to rise amidst the tantalizing scent, Rog fell back down. Just before losing consciousness, he vowed never to let a drowning dog escape again. Chapter 11. Strategy. Rog slowly regained consciousness, the rough wooden roof of the carriage coming into focus. The subtle swaying beneath him made it clear that he was inside a wagon. With a sudden jolt of the vehicle, pain shot through his wounds, eliciting an involuntary groan. With a swish, the curtain of the carriage window was drawn aside, revealing its large head peering in. Awake, Rog. Where am I? How long have I been unconscious? Damn this wretched carriage. And this road? Are we driving along a field ridge? Don't fret, we'll be back in Falberg in 2 hours. Once there, we can summon a priest. For now, we can only use the little potions we brought to tend to your wounds. You truly have a strong constitution. You smelled so deliciously roasted that the brothers almost considered adding you to the dinner menu. Haha. Ite wore a smug expression. Damn it, we are in dire need of a priest. Next time, we must secure one, even if it means binding them. How is it that Phase's medicine is so ineffective? It hurts like hell. If only he had half the skill in potion making that he does in crafting magical weapons. How did the battle fare this time? Aside from you, we lost 4 brothers, and their injuries are severe. Who would have thought that a patrol cavalry would be so formidable? Ite shook his head and continued. We drew the short straw this time. It was indeed the ice and snow silver foxes, and they were an elite squad of snow foxes, numbering over 300, 10 times our size. Damn, even their squad leader was incredibly skilled, nearly a mid-level knight. Fortunately, that fellow is not particularly astute. He foolishly challenged Kate to a duel, and Franco immediately shot him in the backside with an arrow. During the skirmish in the jungle, the patrol cavalry captain was captured and endured several rounds of interrogation. Eventually, Lund stripped him of his trousers, coated his private parts in honey, and located an ant nest. Minutes later, he extracted a confession. After the Snow Fox squad seized the small fortress of Celrus, they sealed off the Lord's manor and abducted over 100 strong men from the vicinity, tirelessly digging for something day and night. However, this task seemed to maintain a high level of secrecy, as the position of the patrol captain had not reached the threshold where he could divulge sensitive information. Lunds viciously released more ants onto the already battered area, prompting the patrol captain to scream in agony. I'll talk. I heard that the previous lord had a necromancer in his manor, and below is said to be that wizard's laboratory. Water. Please, give me water. After multiple rounds of questioning, Lunds was convinced he could glean no further information. With a swift stroke of his dagger, he ended the night's suffering. Due to the numerous serious injuries, the sole magician, Rog, became a roasted pig, and crucially, the 30-odd men were insufficient for further skirmishes. The few despicable nobles quickly conspired to flee, reasoning that there were still 4 months until the agreed-upon time, and there would be plenty of opportunities to return. This outing, however, was not without merit. It at least clarified the considerable distance still separating them from the Snow Fox squad's strength. As for the spoils, what a first-rate mercenary elite squad. Yet they are as impoverished as beggars. This is all the worthless junk they possess, Kate exclaimed, lacking any semblance of a knightly demeanor while cleaning up the battlefield. The middle-aged priest who treated Rog's wounds in the Falberg church appeared to lack significant power, requiring 6 or 7 healing spells to mend Rog's injuries. The rotund man energetically leaped from the bed, pressed 2 gold coins into Rog's hand, disregarding the flattery behind him, and hurriedly fled. His instinctual aversion to such places was undeniable, had it not been for the priest's impressive healing abilities. He would never have stepped foot inside. As night descended, several ruffians convened at Falberg's most bustling establishment, Rhine Night. This venue was truly the city's den of iniquity, reputedly offering the finest goods in Falberg, from liquor to women. Naturally, this was a place beyond the reach of ordinary citizens, yet merchants and nobles from all directions kept the business thriving. Rhine Night was a towering 3-story building, nearly equivalent to a 6-story structure in height. In front lay a spacious plaza, which, as night fell, would be filled with opulent carriages of all sizes. At the entrance stood a magical fountain, nearly 5 meters in diameter, its waters shooting skyward to a height of 5 or 6 meters before cascading down. Amidst the mist, a violet magical flame blazed continuously in midair. The fountain's basin was inscribed with a large magical array, its prismatic flames illuminating the mist with an ambience of romantic mystery. Merely maintaining such a magical array incurred staggering costs daily. Through the imposing 4-meter-high entrance, the lobby of Rhine Night gleamed with golden splendor, the magical light casting a faint golden hue over everything. Artifacts from various corners of the world were scattered throughout the hall. The second floor of Rhine Night was partitioned into separate compartments, each adorned in the artistic styles of the continent's major nations. Serving as a hotbed for conspiracy and debauchery, the third floor housed a larger hall where, on weekends, slave auctions frequently took place. Alongside other grand events, slaves existed in varying degrees throughout the Gloria continent, often sourced from war captives, rebels, and other sentient races such as dwarves, elves, orcs, and even draconians. Conflicts frequently arose between humans and the intelligent races of the continent, much like the wars among human nations. Comparatively, wars between human nations were even more prevalent. Generally, human nations would accept individuals from other intelligent races, as the Church of Light preached that humans were the favored children of the Creator. Yet other races were also considered children of the Creator. Most slaves were relegated to laborious tasks. However, the slaves auctioned at Rhine Night were far from such lowly stock. Gold and his apprentices were procured by Rog from this very establishment. Following the burgeoning success of the Hammer of the War God, Rog and his companions became regular patrons here. Several disgraced nobles, being the type who were perpetually down on their luck, naturally contrasted with other powerful or noble bloodlines. Following this recent stroke of prosperity, it was inevitable that they would exhibit a touch of nouveau riche demeanor, particularly Rog. Even Franco was not exempt from the norm, occasionally feigning nonchalance before outsiders. I partied a bit too late at Rhine Night yesterday. I'm still lacking energy. He would then secretly revel in the envy reflected in the eyes of others. That moment, the disgraced nobles were listlessly gathered in a corner of the hall, while only the wealthy and noble could ascend to the second floor. Rog and his companions barely qualified. I truly cannot comprehend why anyone would be so interested in the artifacts of those bone wizards to warrant sending 300 men to risk their lives. Damn it, those wretched foxes may be poor, but their skills are nothing to scoff at. I lamented. 300 men. What do we do? Given the capabilities of our 30-odd men, we would need at least 600 to stand a chance. Yet based on our current equipment, we can barely outfit 100. Kate added, equally disheartened. Alas, Franco sighed. If we fail in this endeavor, the loss of money is trivial. However, we may lose the chance to curry favor with the Duke of Bavaria. Do not despair. We have slain one of their wizards, and a powerful one at that. There are likely only 1 or 2 mercenary squads that can boast such talent that as it stands, they should be the ones fearing us, after all. 6 cavalrymen and 1 wizard have been lost. Perhaps they are in disarray, spinning in circles. Rog glanced around, but no one laughed. He was left to turn his own chuckle into a mere snicker. We cannot let this go, Kate suddenly exclaimed with fervor. My father has fought valiantly for many years, excelling in both military strategy and martial prowess. Yet, merely because he is a baron, he has languished in the position of deputy commander of the city defense for over a decade. Damn it. A level 15 high-ranking light knight, Chambers, that fat pig, is in command solely because he is an earl and the nephew of a military undersecretary. If only he had the skill of an 8th level knight. I'd gladly lick his boots. We cannot let this opportunity slip by. We must risk everything to make a name for ourselves. You're doing well enough. At least you can inherit a barony. My father was also stuck under your dad for 10 years without moving up. I can't even inherit his barony. Alas, us brothers may look impressive as nobles, but damn it, what kind of lives do we truly lead? While in the royal capital, the mere act of seeking a courtesan was fraught with the risk of being robbed. Had it not been for Rog's sharp intellect and activating the hammer of the war god, we would have been left merely gaping at this place. Would we even have had the chance to enter the Knight of the Rhine? Franco interrupted the incessant chatter of the 2 knights. Enough, brothers. When we were seizing those common wenches, did you ever feel inferior? Kate, revel in your luck. It's a blessing that you and your father are not regarded as dark knights. Regardless, this opportunity has come to us, but once that we need not question why Ophirok has taken an interest in us. But if we execute this task well, it will surely curry favor with the Duke of Bavaria. Let us first deliberate on our next course of action. Rog downed a gulp of wine. Struck by inspiration, first, we must recruit soldiers, enlist as many as we can. This time, we need not provide them with top-tier equipment. Merely superior to those paupers will suffice. The key is to ensure they are well armed. There's no need to procure an abundance of horses. By my calculations, we should be able to gather around 300 men. Kate, eat. You two will train this motley crew for the next 2 months. Look at that mercenary band. They are so impoverished that they may only muster 1 more mage at best. This time, we will bring Faze along. With his gear, he should easily dispatch that mage. For now, the hammer of the war god can focus on producing some ordinary goods. Lunds casually groped the posterior of a passing serving girl, his gaze lingering on her as she entered the back room before reluctantly averting his eyes. We 1T engage them head-on. They have the numbers, so we shall retreat. We'll ambush the stragglers. Eventually, they will falter when they emerge from their shells that we can recruit some personnel from the Thieves' Guild, those skilled in setting traps, and lead them into an ambush, allowing them to experience the consequences of their actions. Oh, and let us procure a good number of crossbows. Bows may be a bit cumbersome, but short bows will do just fine. Given the shoddy armor of those mercenaries, they'll surely lament their fate. The bolts must be poisoned. The group felt invigorated. When it came to plotting schemes, the morally dubious among them never underestimated their capabilities. After extensive deliberation, they devised a plethora of sinister strategies, including ambushes, poison weapons, threats, seduction, feigned death, and various other treacherous tactics. As dawn broke, they exchanged knowing glances, their laughter echoing ominously throughout the hall. The Dragons and Beauties mercenary band had recently become a topic of considerable intrigue in Falberg. The recruitment of over 200 mercenaries had caused quite a stir. Though the name was somewhat vulgar, it attracted a fair number of seasoned veterans and scoundrels, united by their shared interests in the fairer sex of nobility. In the training grounds of the Thieves' Guild, Lunds was tirelessly honing his skills alongside 20 adept thieves. During the time when he was pursued by mercenaries in the royal capital, he had shed his lazy habits. After all, preserving one's life was of utmost importance. In this endeavor, he finally recognized his innate talent as a thief. Nothing suited his dark inclinations more than lurking in the shadows, using hidden weapons and traps to eliminate foes. Moreover, no profession was better suited for spying than that of a thief. Upon hearing of the noble's reckless exploits, Count Winnington remained silent. However, the next day, 50 of his heavily armored cavalry guards resigned from military service to join the mercenary band. Kate selected another 100 from the mercenaries, outfitting them with war horses, steel chainmail, and polearms, transforming them into semi-lightly armored polearm cavalry. For the subsequent 2 months, Kate trained alongside these knights. The remaining 200 mercenaries were led by Eat, who, having switched professions multiple times, had recently resolved to become a magic swordsman. he was perfectly suited to train the infantry. As for Franco, he simply remarked, "My life is art," before busily designing the mercenary band's flag and emblem. The group was filled with frustration until one day they chanced upon Franco practicing his swordsmanship with a slender rapier, concentrating intently on a human-shaped target. The numerous punctures were concentrated in the eyes, wrists, thighs, and even the groin, areas generally lacking sufficient armor. The sight sent shivers down their spines, especially for Kate, the knight, whose expression darkened considerably. Franco's family swordsmanship was already renowned for its footwork and agility, making it a superior style. Paired with such devious tactics, its efficacy was greatly amplified. They recalled the exquisite rapier forged by Faze, imbued with paralysis effects, and a chill ran through them. As for the poison, that was of little concern. It was a necessity for all. Rog spent his days either meditating or secluded in his laboratory, occasionally donning full armor to train with each group. In the laboratory, Rog murmured incantations, and as the smoke cleared, Fonue stood before him. That moment, Fonue wielded a long knife in his right hand and a tattered shield in his left, appearing far more imposing than before, at least in comparison to the skeletal minions of necromancers. Rog had yet to discern the origins of Fonue's knife and shield. He attempted to provide Fonue with new equipment, which Fonue obediently donned. However, upon being sent back to the other world, those items were left behind. The next summoning resulted in the same long knife and broken shield. Rog consulted Faze, who, despite possessing only a rudimentary understanding of necromancy, was equally puzzled. Magic on the continent is strictly categorized by level, and the distinctions between schools are not particularly pronounced. Mages proficient in one school often possess the ability to cast spells from others, except for a select few spells that are fundamentally opposed to their nature. For instance, most intermediate mages can summon a few skeletons if they so desire, though their numbers and quality are generally limited. Since skeletons lack combat prowess, a well-trained soldier can easily handle 2 or 3 of them, rendering them impractical unless summoned in large quantities. In contrast, necromancers dedicate themselves to the service of death, transforming into undead beings, thereby significantly amplifying their mastery of necromantic magic. As they become increasingly tainted by the aura of death, they often grow paranoid and malevolent. Only a select few who ascend to necromancer status retain their mental clarity. Necromantic magic and various curses from the dark magic school prove exceedingly effective in warfare, prompting rulers across the nations to tacitly accept the existence of such mages, with only those who become undead being shunned. This is partly due to the illustrious deeds of Rodriguez, who, after his time, saw the Church of Light embark on a relentless hunt for necromancers across the continent, nearly eradicating the entire race over the past 20 years. However, what distinguished Fonue from ordinary skeletons was its intelligence. Rog himself was unaware of how he came to know this. The wretched necromancer had not left him much magical knowledge, especially not a shred of information regarding its treasury. Whenever Rog gazed at Fonue, he felt as though Fonue was observing him in return. The two often engaged in a silent stare down, locked in a gaze for extended periods, during his moments of leisure. Rog gradually began to modify his own equipment under Faze's guidance. Now, with newfound wealth, Rog adorned his 10 fingers with 4 exquisite magical amplification rings. Over the past few months, he had become increasingly adept at using mental energy to control magic. Although, as a level 5 mage, he was originally limited to casting a single level 3 spell, he could now effortlessly unleash 3 level 3 spells. Rog's relentless research focused not on the currently popular fireball spell, but on the acceleration spell. After numerous experiments, he discerned several syllables that could be shortened, reducing the incantation time by 1/3. The sweltering heat of summer gradually faded, while the strength of the morally dubious miscreant steadily grew. The Dragons and Beauties mercenary band began to take shape. Winnington had secretly observed the mercenaries' training on several occasions, merely nodding at Kate afterward. As the final deadline approached, a sense of restlessness began to settle in their hearts. In the past month, as Lunds honed his skills, he frequently led his band of thieves to scout near the Castle of Celrus, returning with valuable intelligence. Of course, the thefts in Falberg had also seen a slight uptick. Yet, the true extent of the necromancer's ruins remained a mystery, as they had been excavating for over half a year without end. With a formidable adversary looming, the morally dubious band refrained from stirring trouble, instead focusing on their rigorous training. Naturally, their treacherous schemes, poison weapons, and other underhanded tactics were never revealed during their daily lives. Occasional brawls unfolded, yet they were marked by a spirit of chivalry, favoring one-on-one combat. Although bystanders longed to intervene, the presence of onlookers compelled them to maintain their noble demeanor. Even if they had become undeniably contemptible, appearances still had to be upheld. Chapter 12. Tyranny, the Otherworld. The same desolate forest, the same dreary sky. A tall skeleton wandered aimlessly. Undead beings were scarce in this forest, and after a day of wandering, it encountered two others of its kind. There was no communication among skeletons. They merely brushed past one another, unaware of when they would meet again. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind it, and the tall skeleton turned in confusion to see another of its kind approaching. It resumed its path, but suddenly, the entire world seemed to turn upside down. With the forest suspended in the sky, its limited intellect could not comprehend this phenomenon, nor did it have the time to ponder it. A long knife shattered its skull. A wisp of pale mist escaped from the fractured cranium. Drawn into Fingue's grasp through the hollow where its nose once resided, Fengwei rose, surveyed the surroundings, and let out a silent roar toward the heavens, moving with a speed uncharacteristic of a skeleton as he plunged into the forest in search of his next target. The Dragons and Beauties mercenary band embarked on their journey, stepping into the coolness of early autumn. Lunz and his band of brigands hastened ahead to Sellersburg to scout the terrain and lay traps. Among the mercenary contingent, Kate led a vanguard of 150 knights, while Eat commanded a rear guard of 200 swordsmen. At the center of the column were several heavy wagons laden with goods. Fess sat within one of these carriages, with Franco, acting as his bodyguard, comfortably seated beside him. Rog rode alongside Kate, masquerading as a mounted axeman. The mercenary group's destination was the small town of Le Mans. Located 60 miles from Sellersburg, Le Mans was a modest settlement, home to approximately 2,000 inhabitants, ever since the arrival of Lord Snowfox. The Alliance had lost contact with this town. Lund's repeated reconnaissance missions indicated that Snowfox's men were frequently spotted lurking about. As dawn broke, the townsfolk of Le Mans gradually arose, preparing for the day's subsistence. The sun had yet to fully rise, yet the morning light illuminated the entire town. The sounds of crowing roosters and barking dogs began to fill the air. With wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, scattered figures of industrious townsfolk could be seen moving about the streets. This mountainous town, due to its remote location and meager resources, typically received only a handful of merchant caravans each year. The residents had grown accustomed to a life of self-sufficiency, leading a peaceful and quiet existence for decades. The early autumn breeze carried a hint of chill as the sun slowly ascended from the woodlands, casting a radiant golden hue over the town that glimmered with vibrancy. The trees appeared adorned with golden leaves, and the early birds joined in harmonious chorus. What a picturesque rural morning scene. Alas, Rog possessed not an ounce of grace. The rotund man furrowed his brow as he surveyed the dilapidated houses lining the main thoroughfare. Even in the town's central boulevard, few shops could be seen. The townspeople, dressed in tattered garments, regarded the cavalry with a mix of curiosity, indifference, and even hostility. This town has 2,000 inhabitants, which amounts to about 300 or 400 households. Let me think, judging by their impoverishment. It would be quite fortunate for an average household to earn 2 gold coins a year. If we calculate that, the tax collected would amount to 5 silver coins, with 3.5 coins payable. Over the course of a year, the revenue would barely reach 50 gold coins. Damn, is this my territory? The rotund man began to mutter to himself, his final words rising in volume uncontrollably. Franco cast an unhappy glance at Rog, as the man's avarice thoroughly extinguished his appreciation for the pastoral scenery. Kate remained silent, with 60 lightly armored axemen trailing behind, while the rest of the mercenaries had vanished from sight. The cavalry gradually arrived at the town's central square, where a considerable crowd had gathered, and a tall, robust elder appeared to be their leader. He approached and bowed, saying, "Noble knights, I am Ian, the mayor of this humble town. What brings you to our impoverished abode?" Rog boisterously replied, "We are the knights of the duchy of Bavaria. I am Rog, this is Franco, and this is Kate. Henceforth, this town and its surrounding areas shall belong to us. You are the mayor, correct? First, prepare us some food, and then provide a report on the town's population and income situation. After our meal, you shall take us on a tour of the town." Wait a moment. A towering, dark-skinned man stepped forward, wielding a massive iron hammer. Kate furrowed his brow as he regarded the man, urging his horse forward, an aura of cold menace gradually emanating from him. "What? Do you have something to say? Kate's axe was further enhanced by Fess. Becoming heavier with the knight's increasing strength, the spear tip and axe blade had been imbued with magic, rendering them exceedingly sharp and durable. Kate summoned his inner energy, and though he lacked the power to externalize it, his presence grew increasingly formidable. The blacksmith, Bam, struggled against Kate's imposing aura yet did not retreat. I am Bam, the town's blacksmith. How can you prove you are knights of the duchy? In the past, the duchy only came to collect taxes. What else have you done? When those damned brigands came to see Shauna, where were the knights? When they slaughtered my brothers, where were the knights? Now that the brigands have left, and we have only just enjoyed 6 months of peace, you return to collect taxes. How are you any different from those brigands? This is now the territory of the Ice Snow Silver Fox. At least they have saved us. The crowd stirred restlessly. Franco tugged at Rog's sleeve and whispered, Pay attention. There isn't a single woman among the townsfolk, and they are all armed. Rog scrutinized the scene and confirmed the observation. The townspeople held weapons, and even farming tools could be considered as such. Rog noticed the tightly shut windows, behind which curious eyes were peering out, and a scowl crossed his face as he said to Kate, Let us resolve this quickly. Trouble may arise. Kate snorted and spurred his horse forward. Bam roared, raising his hammer high and bringing it down with force. A flash of cold light and a sharp sound echoed as Kate's axe easily cleaved Bam's hammer in two. In the moment of collision, he struck the back of Bam's heart with the shaft of his spear. With a crisp sound of bone breaking, Bam spat blood and was propelled 3 or 4 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The crowd erupted into commotion, and Kate surveyed the area, satisfied to see not only hatred but also fear in the townsfolk's gazes. He turned his horse towards the fallen Bam, raising his axe, prepared to cleave him in two. Stop! Ian rushed over, grasping the reins of Kate's horse. My lord, Bam has offended you and deserves death. However, you have taught him a harsh lesson already. For the sake of our shared humanity, let us spare his life. That I have arranged some food in the town hall. Please do not scorn its simplicity. Rog glanced around and slowly said, We shall note this act of treason for now. Let us dine first, and later we will deal with those troublesome foxes before returning to discipline you wretches. I know you harbor discontent. Those cunning foxes have given you some sweet rewards. But remember, this shall be our territory from now on. We are your masters. Our word is law on this land. Anyone who defies us can meet the same fate as that fool. But do not expect me to show mercy this time. Ian, go find a few pretty maidens to attend to us. Should I discover that there are more beautiful maidens in town who do not present themselves, you old man shall prepare to spend your last decade in a slave camp. The atmosphere in the town hall was stifling. The knights silently consumed their meager breakfast, while several town maidens scurried about, delivering food and clearing away cutlery and dishes. Occasionally, a shriek would pierce the air as one of the knights groped a maiden. Rog and his companions sat at a table, whispering among themselves, their plates nearly emptied, clearly lacking any interest in savoring the flavors. Old Mayor Ian stood by, smiling nervously, relieved that the worst had not transpired. The knights appeared to show little interest in the town maidens. During the meal preparations, Rog and his companions incessantly questioned him about the Snow Fox Brigade situation. Shortly after the Snow Fox Brigade had taken up residence in Sellersburg, a band of brigands had descended upon Le Mans, pillaging the town and causing several fatalities. The Snow Fox Brigade had fortuitously passed through the town at that moment, vanquishing the bandits and rescuing the entire settlement. Subsequently, the Snow Fox's men frequently visited the town to barter for supplies at reasonable prices. After the arrival of the Snow Fox, the Alliance's tax collectors had ceased to appear, and the earnest townsfolk naturally gravitated towards the Snow Fox. However, the sentiments of the common folk were of little concern to Rog and his fellow nobles. Politics was a requisite subject for the grand nobles, while most of these marginally impoverished lesser nobles would not squander their time on such matters. The sound of urgent hooves approached. Abruptly halting at the town hall's entrance, the weary axeman burst in, removing his helmet and hastening towards Rog's table, exclaiming loudly, We have discovered the Snow Fox. Smack. Kate delivered a resounding slap to him. Why are you shouting? The knight immediately fell silent, whispering with Rog and the others. Rog and his companions pressed the knight for information, their voices barely above a murmur. Ian could only catch glimpses of words like ambush, trap, and magic domain forest. The old mayor maintained his smile and demeanor carefully, fearing any misunderstandings that at that moment. Their plans were set. The few disgraced nobles exchanged sinister smiles. They beckoned the knights to mount their horses and, like the wind, charged out of the town, leaving behind a disheveled town hall. Ian quickly summoned a clever-looking boy, whispering a few instructions. The boy nodded and set off. Before long, he rode off to follow the trail of the cavalry. Ian busied himself comforting several tearful maidens. An hour later, the boy returned on horseback. Shortly thereafter, another rider emerged from the mayor's residence, swiftly disappearing in the direction of Celrus. Hart had not been in good spirits over the past year. As the formidable captain of the Snow Fox Brigade and an 11th-level swordsman, he found himself dispatched to such a remote backwater, and it had been over half a year since his arrival. He cursed vehemently as he patrolled the castle. Laborers struggled to load bags of ore onto the carts, and 6 carts stood neatly arranged in the castle's small square, now half full. Hart had been tasked with excavating the laboratory of a necromancer, but had discovered nothing. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a rich vein of fine iron ore, possessing a high grade suitable for steelmaking, in the Duchy of Ron, where mineral resources are scant. This iron mine holds extraordinary value. Regrettably, it lies within the borders of the Duchy of Bavaria, necessitating furtive and limited extraction. The peculiar and prolonged inaction of Bavaria regarding the occupation by the Snow Foxes is noteworthy. Nonetheless, Hart must exert every effort to maintain the secrecy of the mining operations. A bizarre attack several months prior had cost Hart a few elite cavalrymen and a mid-level mage, who, coincidentally, was the brother-in-law of the mercenary group's vice-captain. Consequently, Hart was summoned back to headquarters and subjected to a severe reprimand, resulting in his term of duty at Celrus being extended by a year. With these thoughts weighing on him, Hart's mood grew increasingly somber, prompting him to seek out some idle laborers to practice his whip skills. A horse galloped across the castle square, and a knight dismounted, hurriedly approaching Hart with urgent news. Initially, Hart's expression was as cold as ice, but gradually he brightened. Eventually erupting into hearty laughter, he gave the messenger a resounding pat on the back, exclaiming, "After we deal with those scoundrels, I shall recommend you to the Ice and Snow Fox. From now on, you shall accompany me. Ha! Gather, everyone. We are off to hunt." Moments later, 100 cavalrymen and 200 light infantry assembled in the castle square. With a dark-robed mage standing beside Hart at his command, the castle gates swung wide open, and 300 Snow Fox mercenaries surged forth from Celrus, leaving only 50 swordsmen to guard the fortress. Rog and his companions continued their leisurely journey along the road to Celrus, with their cavalry formation widely spaced. Upon rounding a small hill, the leading cavalry suddenly halted, blocking those behind them, who grumbled as they attempted to push forward. Upon turning the corner, they fell silent. In the clearing ahead, Hart, clad in heavy armor, awaited the approach of Rog and his party, flanked by the impeccably organized ranks of the Snow Fox mercenaries. Rog and his companions gasped in astonishment. The Snow Foxes, true to their elite reputation, presented a formidable and silent front, devoid of any sounds of men or horses. Upon sighting Rog and his companions, Hart grinned menacingly, licking his lips as he slowly raised his lance. The infantry behind him split into 2 ranks, and with a resounding clash, they began to encircle their foes with a slow, methodical advance. With each 10 steps, they raised their weapons and struck their shields, bellowing kill. Meanwhile, the cavalry remained utterly still. Hart's lance held aloft without a hint of tremor, yet a palpable aura of menace surged forth that a mere few hundred men exuded, a killing intent akin to that of 1,000 soldiers. Rog and his companions exchanged horrified glances, initially intending to lure the enemy with their 50 cavalrymen for a brief skirmish to diminish their spirit. Little did they anticipate facing such seasoned warriors. The war horses, stirred by the overwhelming bloodlust, began to stomp nervously, and some cavalrymen turned pale. Freshly assembled for 6 months, and having trained for just 2, these novice cavalrymen starkly revealed their inadequacies when confronted by battle-hardened veterans. A few noble scions exchanged anxious glances, each recognizing the trepidation mirrored in the others' faces. Rog swiftly took action, chanting an incantation, causing a veil of black mist to descend between the 2 armies. As it dissipated, a dense web of spider silk spread across the ground, covering an area of several dozen square meters. Kate raised her axe and spear, issuing commands. "Prepare. Draw your bows. Aim at the left front infantry unit. Fire." Dozens of arrows whistled through the air toward the infantry unit 200 meters away, while the Snow Fox infantry raised their shields in unison. However, their equipment was inadequate. The light shields offered insufficient coverage, and the leather armor provided little protection against arrows. After the volley, if such a meager amount could be termed a rain of arrows, 5 or 6 infantrymen fell to the ground. Kate raised her axe and spear once more. "Draw your bows. Fire." Another wave of arrows followed, and once again, 5 or 6 Snow Fox infantrymen succumbed. The Snow Fox infantry began their charge, seeking to close the distance between the two sides. Hart, calm and collected, scrutinized the enemy's ranks. As a battle-tested commander, he knew to wait until the enemy was most disordered before ordering his cavalry to launch a decisive assault. Although Rog's magic would not hinder his cavalry, it significantly impacted their charging speed. Fortunately, the spell's duration was brief, lasting no more than 5 or 6 minutes, and Hart possessed the patience to wait. Unconsciously, he licked his lips again, reminiscent of a wolf scenting blood. Kate raised her axe and spear for the 3rd time. "Everyone, prepare." The Snow Fox infantry had closed to within 100 meters. Hearing Kate's command, they immediately raised their shields overhead and continued their charge, albeit at a slightly reduced speed. Kate bellowed, "Everyone, turn around, retreat." The mercenaries from the Dragon and Beauty Company, mostly seasoned veterans, executed a swift and orderly retreat, quickly turning to flee along the path they had come. Hart, taken aback, realized Rog and his companions had already created considerable distance. Enraged, Hart trembled with fury. Roaring, "After them! Chase down those bastards!" Chapter 13. Defeat the Knights of the Snow Fox. With practiced skill, maneuvered around the frontal web of silk, overtaking the infantry and giving chase with all their might. Rog and his companions fled for their lives, covering a distance of a mile or two. Looking back, they saw the swirling dust clouds as the Snow Foxes closed in. The noble scions, gripped by fear, turned their horses toward the magic domain forest, 10 miles away. Hart, undeterred, pursued them, confident that the cavalry of the Snow Fox could easily overtake this unruly mob. However, after nearly a year of pent-up frustration, he dismissed this clearly baiting small detachment with disdain. He was known as Butcher Hart. After all, for every 10 miles they traversed, a Snow Fox knight would ride back to guide the infantry, while approximately 2 miles ahead, a small squad of 5 highly skilled knights relentlessly pursued Rog and his companions. Hart relished the sensation of the fierce wind against him as he galloped, his blood beginning to boil with uncontainable fury. An unnamed flame igniting his nerves, the sight before him turned crimson. It seemed as if the fleeing jesters were already upon his lance's tip. Blood flowed down the shaft, dripping into his mouth. "Damn it! I am truly parched," Hart cursed inwardly. Rog and his companions reached the edge of the magic domain forest and slowed their pace at Kate's command. They suddenly turned back. 5 Snow Fox knights, half a mile behind, skillfully reined in their horses, standing upright as they pivoted and created distance. In terms of horsemanship, they far surpassed Rog and his companions. In the blink of an eye, Hart caught up, slowing his pace a mile away. Once more, a Snow Fox cavalryman sped back to establish contact with the infantry unit. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed from the forest, followed by an arrow that shot forth like lightning, piercing the messenger's chest, spraying blood in a wide arc before embedding itself in the ground several dozen meters away. This unexpected arrow stunned everyone present. Then, with a clatter of hooves, 100 cavalrymen burst forth from the magic domain forest, surrounding Hart's rear. Deep within the woods, Phage struck Rins on the head with his staff, growling, "Why did you waste that arrow? You should have aimed it at the mage, you pig-headed fool. If I can't defeat that mage, I'll use you as a shield." That arrow had indeed been the result of Rins's months of arduous practice, but it had drained him of all his energy at that moment. Rins was more useless than a mere burden. Hart coldly observed the encroaching knights, his gaze narrowing upon Ite and the 50 lance cavalrymen behind him, while the axe and spear cavalrymen went unnoticed. Hart turned to glance at Rog ahead, and those who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads in avoidance. Hart laughed maniacally, raising his lance high and pointing it at Ite. 100 Snow Fox cavalrymen abruptly turned, the sound of their hooves echoing like thunder as they naturally formed a wedge-shaped assault formation. With their speed increasing, their raised lances gradually leveled, resembling a forest being felled, aimed at the mercenaries of the Dragon and Beauty Company. Rog felt as though a bucket of icy water had been dumped over him. sending chills throughout his body that he had anticipated that Hart would charge against the clearly weaker side, inadvertently leading the Snow Fox cavalry into the ambush concealed within the magic domain forest. To his shock, Hart instead engaged its equally formidable force. In Rog's perspective, the strength of a troop was essentially equivalent to the number of its members. Without a moment to spare, Rog began chanting spells, swiftly casting a magical shield and acceleration spell upon himself, while also using a scroll to accelerate Kate and Franco. Ite, having collected himself from the shock, recognized that retreat at this moment would lead only to death. He raised his massive sword, casting an acceleration spell upon himself, and with a fierce roar, he led his knights into a frenzied charge. The two iron streams collided violently, and in an instant, men and horses were sent tumbling. Amidst the chaos, Hart's roar resonated like thunder. Each of his roars unleashed a flicker of energy, causing a knight to be unseated. Ite swung his sword with all his might, felling two Snow Fox cavalrymen. But amidst the turmoil, he felt a blade slice across his back. Fortunately, the armor crafted by the hammer of the war god withstood the blow, albeit with a gash. However, the sheer force of that strike caused him to momentarily lose his vision. Gasping for breath, he suddenly saw the figure of Hart charging toward him like a demonic apparition, the barely visible energy causing Hart's lance to tremble slightly, while blood sprayed in all directions. The lance tip, akin to the finger of death, locked onto Ite's heart. In a moment of despair, Ite summoned his last reserves of courage, roaring as he charged forward. The massive sword traced an arc in the air, crashing down upon Hart's lance that Hart's eyes had turned blood red, a low growl rumbling in his throat. But Ite's desperate strike merely deflected Hart's lance slightly, yet it still pierced his thigh. Squeak! A sound that sent shivers down one's spine echoed as Hart's lance penetrated 3 inches deep. Hart paused, astonished. He could typically pierce through a standard knight's armor with ease. It appears that this young fellow's prowess is indeed commendable, yet relying solely on this will not deter him. Hart let out a thunderous roar, and his fighting spirit erupted, causing a cloud of crimson mist to burst forth from Eater's gunshot wound. Hart thrust his lance once more, hoisting Eater into the air and casting him back. In the blink of an eye, Hart and his troop had penetrated Eater's formation, delivering a devastating blow. By the time the Snow Fox cavalry regrouped, Rog and his companions had arrived, merging with the remaining cavalry. In just one assault, the Dragons and Beauties mercenary group had suffered over 40 knight casualties, while the Snow Foxes had only lost 10. Now, the Dragons and Beauties no longer held a numerical advantage. Hart brought his bloodied lance to his lips, licking the crimson off the blade and casually biting off a piece of flesh that clung to it, chewing incessantly as blood trickled down his chin. His visage grew even more menacing as he slowly raised his lance once again. With a whoosh, a fireball erupted from the forest, hurtling towards Hart's cavalry formation point. One of the cavalrymen within the ranks quickly chanted a hurried incantation, sending forth a fireball to meet it. The two fireballs collided midair with a resounding explosion, scorching the earth within a 10-meter radius to charred remains. The Snow Fox mage, accompanied by 5 cavalrymen as guardians, broke away from the main force and dashed into the forest. Along the way, 2 mages exchanged fireballs once more. Hart paid no heed to the battle between the mages. With his lance pointed forward, he led his cavalry, infused with an overwhelming aura of slaughter, once again charging towards the Dragons and Beauties mercenary group. Kate bellowed, "Charge! There's a chance for survival. Turning back leads only to death. Brothers, follow me." With that, he surged ahead, closely followed by the Duke of Wendington's loyal knights, followed by the mercenaries recruited by Dragons and Beauties. 100 or so indecisive cavalrymen charged towards their foes in search of survival. A brutal melee ensued. Hart was exhilarated, every pore of his body screaming with delight, as his lance moved like a viper, relentlessly shredding through the flesh of his adversaries, tearing life from their very bodies. With a ferocious thrust, he pierced the throat of a poleaxe knight, the tremendous force driving the lance completely through the neck, causing the unfortunate knight to spout blood, leaving only a thin layer of skin connecting his head to his body. Hart suddenly felt a weight lift, realizing he had broken through the enemy's formation. He turned his horse around to regroup, only to see Rog and the remnants of his 60-odd soldiers fleeing desperately into the demon domain forest. Hart could not help but admire his opponent's swift decision-making. In this brutal skirmish, the Snow Foxes had lost another 10 men. Had Rog chosen to flee earlier, he would surely have been pursued by the skillful snow fox cavalry. And aside from a few exceptionally talented knights, the rest would have met a grim fate. Hart fixed his gaze on the retreating dragons and beauties, mercenaries, and after a long moment, he swept his lance and shouted, "Pursue!" Amidst the sounds of neighing horses, over 80 snow fox cavalrymen raced after them. Rog hunched over his horse as he galloped through the demon domain forest, his mind a blank slate, branches whipping against him mercilessly. Yet, he seemed impervious to the pain. Instinctively recognizing the distant magical sigils and leading the fleeing soldiers towards their predetermined ambush point. This operation had been a chaotic mess from the outset. The initial intelligence was insufficient, and their encirclement tactics were laughably naive. The self-assured combat prowess of dragons and beauties had devolved into a farce in the face of the seasoned and formidable snow foxes. .2 charges had claimed nearly 100 lives, resulting in a complete rout. The silver-armored knight on the opposing side, Rog and his companions were entirely unaware of Hart's name and background, wielded a demonic killing technique, blood dripping from his lips as he chewed on the flesh of fallen warriors. The blood mist erupting from the lance, piercing flesh constantly flashing like lightning in Rog's mind. Each bloody image that crossed his vision was accompanied by a cacophony of thunder, leaving Rog dizzy. The surroundings morphed into a flat landscape, with only a buzzing sound filling his ears, drowning out everything else. Instinctively, Rog ran in a certain direction, entirely oblivious to why he was fleeing or what he intended to do there. Meanwhile, in another part of the demon domain forest, Phase and the Snow Fox Mage's battle was nearing its conclusion. The forest had been cleared to reveal a patch of flat ground, both combatants having exhausted their magical reserves. Behind the Snow Fox Mage lay several fallen knights, casualties of Phase's chain lightning spell. The Snow Fox Mage, drained of power, could barely maintain his protective barrier, his body trembling slightly. He was frustrated, despite being at least 2 levels higher than Phase. The latter's superior equipment had allowed him to hold his ground, costing the Snow Fox Mage 5 knights. Fortunately, Phase's magic had also run dry. The Snow Fox Mage laughed heartily 3 times, rummaging through his pockets to retrieve a fireball scroll. Brushing off the dust from his garments, gathering his spirit, and began chanting the incantation with a rhythmic, powerful cadence. Just as he had uttered the first 2 syllables, his voice suddenly faltered. He stared in disbelief as Phase's protective talisman glimmered, enveloping him in a magical absorption shield capable of completely neutralizing the fireball spell. Subsequently, the Snow Fox Mage pulled out a large bundle of colorful magical scrolls, selecting them carefully. "Ah!" His anguished scream echoed through the forest, followed by Phase's ominous voice. "If you wish to be a mage in your next life, learn to make money first." The stunned rotund figure could only run in a frenzy, when suddenly a heavy blow struck his back, causing the world to spin, and he fell from his horse. It was only then that the rotund man regained his senses, struggling to push aside the weight on him, only to find it was the corpse of a dragons and beauties mercenary. Its eyes wide open, devoid of life, a gaping hole in its chest the size of a bowl, blood soaking Rog in an instant. In a panic, Rog shoved the body away and looked up, only to be frozen in shock by the sight of a Snow Fox cavalryman, his face adorned with a tangled beard, coldly grinning at him. The rotund man felt his body stiffen. The Snow Fox cavalryman let out a maniacal laugh. Raising his lance in an arc, aiming for Rog's chest, Rog opened his mouth wide, desperately trying to scream, yet no sound emerged. The lance appeared to slow in his vision, allowing him to see the glimmering tip. The scattering droplets of blood, the bits of flesh clinging to the lance, and even a small segment of pale intestine. Rog remained paralyzed. Terror surged through him like a tidal wave, tightening every nerve until they cracked and broke. The Snow Fox Knight's grotesque face loomed larger and larger in Rog's eyes. The dam broke. "I do not want to die." The desperate scream finally erupted, yet no sound was heard. The knight's horse reared up suddenly. The Snow Fox Knight seemed struck hard, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, and he tumbled from his mount. He stood up, dazed, yet did not notice the dark mist that drifted by, within which a skeleton emerged. The long-handled scythe was raised high, glinting ominously. The knight was cleaved in 2 and another downpour of blood cascaded down. Rog sat dazed on the ground, allowing the blood to flow freely down his face. One after another, the figures of Snow Fox Knights emerged from the forest. Kate, who had gradually retreated, caught sight of Rog sitting silently on the ground, and silently turned his horse to intercept the Snow Fox cavalry. Night after night from dragons and beauties followed suit that a fierce battle erupted once more in the woods. Suddenly, Rog began to laugh maniacally, and in an instant, his laughter morphed into wails. He seized his axe, frantically hacking at the bodies of the snow fox knights. Suddenly, he lifted his head, staring at the chaotic battlefield ahead. His eyes blood-red, his face twisted like a beast, Rog sprang up and lunged at the nearest snow fox knight, startling the horse into rearing. A flash of dark energy surged, and Rog split the horse's belly with a single swing, sending the knight tumbling to the ground. Fongues silently followed, the scythe gleaming coldly, cleaving the knight in two once more. Covered in dark red, Rog resembled a specter, surrounded by swirling dark energy, as one after another. The snow fox knights were brought down from their horses, Fongues shadowing him closely, each strike claiming both man and steed alike. Chapter 14. Glancing down upon all, the heavy crimson hue faded, restoring the world to its original colors. Although the bloodshed still lingered too heavily within them, Rog suddenly realized that his body was drenched in blood, encased in a thick layer. Countless warm droplets of blood struggled to escape their desiccated fate. He felt as though the battle axe in his hand weighed 1,000 tons. Gazing at the young and pallid face before him, he could not bring himself to strike down. A piercing shriek resonated in his ears, and the astonished expression remained frozen on that face. Rising lightly and drifting towards the distant thicket, the young knight's body collapsed, a dagger slipping from his feeble grasp. Rog turned back, locking eyes with Fongues. Fongues was drenched in blood, wielding a long scythe of unknown origin, with drops of blood dripping from its blade, dark mist swirling around him like the reaper from the underworld. A warmth unexpectedly filled the fat man's heart that a series of roars captured Rog's attention. The snow fox cavalry had been slaughtered to near extinction, yet Hart continued to charge relentlessly, unstoppable. On horseback, Kate and foot soldier Franco were locked in a fierce struggle against him, while the nearby swordsmen of the Dragons and Beauties group, though numerous, were inept and unable to intervene. At that moment, Rog was besieged by pain and fatigue. His body riddled with dozens of wounds, the origins of which he could no longer discern, leaving him too exhausted to fight. Yet, the fat man's gaze remained sharp, and he shouted, "Target the horses first." Franco's spirit was revived. His form became ethereal, the slender sword in his hand moving as if devoid of substance, striking at the horses' rumps with uncanny precision. Hart's massive sword could not guard against so many vulnerabilities. Before long, Franco had pierced the hind leg of Hart's steed. These treacherous figures, armed with weapons laced with formidable poison, found even the robust warhorse unable to withstand the assault, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Hart fell from his mount, his enormous sword propping him up as he quickly regained his footing. Rog's cold voice echoed in his ears, "Fire!" Countless crossbow bolts rained down, instantly transforming Hart into a pincushion. His hair and beard bristled, and with a furious roar, he remained standing, bloodied and indistinguishable from his enemies. His fierce gaze swept over the mercenaries of Dragons and Beauties, who, despite knowing his fate was sealed, dared not advance. Rog stepped forward, his round face twitching, murmuring, "You may depart in peace." With a swift motion, he swung his axe. Hart's consciousness blurred, feeling inexplicably light as the forest and the throngs of people below shrank rapidly. Just as his last shred of awareness was about to dissipate, he silently uttered, "I am not reconciled." In this fierce battle, the Dragons and Beauties mercenary group had deployed 368 members, including 150 cavalry and 200 swordsmen. At this point, over 160 had perished, and more than 30 were severely wounded. The Snow Fox cavalry, numbering 112, had all been slain. Yet, there was no time to rest, as 200 Snow Fox infantry were racing towards them from 10 miles away. Meanwhile, only a little over 100 battered soldiers remained on their side, many of whom were injured. The mercenaries hastily cleared the battlefield, regrouping with the thieves led by Faze and Renz. Faze was out of magical power, while Renz remained utterly drained. He was gravely wounded, with a bullet having exposed a bone from his leg, half of his flesh blown away by Hart's battle aura. After consuming several vials of healing potions, At's legs ceased bleeding, and he fell into a deep slumber. Due to the significant repulsion of magical power by battle aura, the healing potions proved only marginally effective. Rog sent Fongues back to the other realm. Now was not the time to inquire about the origins of that scythe. The mercenaries quickly searched the corpses on the ground. Their fallen comrades could not be transported back in time, so they piled them up, preparing to set them ablaze. The bodies of the Snow Fox cavalry, for well-known reasons, yielded little profit. Moreover, everyone was preoccupied with the approaching Snow Fox infantry, lacking the inclination for extensive looting. Acknowledging the situation, they merely gathered some minor valuables. The untouched thieves had already been dispatched to scout the surroundings, and the carefully laid trap seemed unlikely to be of use. Only the passing beast would suffer the consequences. Faze beckoned Rog over. He found a small velvet pouch soaked in blood from Hart's corpse. Its original sky blue color barely discernible. Inside were a few scattered gems, one notably large black translucent gem standing out. Another small piece of unremarkable ore, though insignificant on its own, appeared striking amidst the gems. Additionally, there was a small, intricately carved stone figurine depicting a bound angel, so lifelike that one could almost sense the angel's suffering. Faze chuckled, saying, "I didn't expect him to have an eye for quality. This piece of refined gold ore is nearly indistinguishable from regular quality iron ore. I wonder how he came by it. This black diamond is also a rare underworld gem. It should prove useful for you. Keep it for now, and when we return, we can reshape your axe." As for the remaining gems, Faze unceremoniously pocketed them. This was not out of greed, but for an alchemist, most gems served as excellent magical materials. Contrasting sharply with the others' thoughts of coins and beauty, after some delay, the dragons and beauties, mercenaries hastily set off. The pyre was ignited to consume the bodies of the fallen mercenaries. The thieves laid out some simple traps in place, intending to surprise the approaching Snow Fox infantry once they spotted the flames. Rog led the group in a wide arc, taking several miles before moving beyond the cursed forest to avoid colliding with the Snow Foxes. Finally emerging from the woods, the mercenary struggled to adjust to the sunlight. Rog blinked vigorously, attempting to regain his sight. He felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Atop a nearby hill appeared the silhouette of a knight, followed by another, and then a third. In the blink of an eye, the hill was crowded with knights. 3 banners slowly unfurled, depicting the elegant silver fox, the somber ice fox, and the winged wind fox. It seemed that fortune was not on the side of dragons and beauties that day. Under the 3 banners, 3 warhorses surged forward, halting in front of their riders, each knight exuding a unique demeanor and extraordinary presence. Beneath the ice fox banner stood a tall white horse, its rider clad in shining silver armor adorned with intricate engravings. The knight, tall and weathered, appeared to be in his 40s, his face resolute and chiseled. In his hand, he held a silver lance, inscribed with various runes, clearly a magical weapon. The ice fox knight remained silent, a chilling aura emanating from him. The wind fox banner evidently bore a mage, dressed in a blue robe thickly embroidered with magical symbols. In his hand was a standard mage's staff, topped with a green crystal of the wind element. The wind fox mage, appearing to be in his 40s as well, possessed a refined countenance, though his bright red lips, heavily painted, evoked a sense of discomfort among those present. The silver fox knight donned silver armor, yet it appeared even more lavish and elegant than that of the ice fox knight. His chest bore what seemed to be a noble crest, 3 shields encircling crossed swords, indicative of a venerable and illustrious lineage, leaving one to wonder why he would serve as a mercenary. The mournful sound of horns echoed as the cavalry, led by the 3 knights, advanced slowly, resembling a torrent of steel cascading down from the hill. They halted mere paces before Rog and his comrades, while the 3 knights continued forward, stopping several meters before Rog, clearly bold in their artistry. Rog managed a bitter smile. A cursory glance revealed that the ice and snow silver fox had deployed at least 15 to 1,600 cavalry. It was unclear why the dragons and beauties mercenary group had garnered such a formidable response, especially given their current condition. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, defeat was inevitable, let alone facing 10 at once, with their horses exhausted and numerous injuries among them. Escape seemed utterly impossible. The ice fox knight spoke gravely. "What have you done to Hart? Where are the cavalry of the Snow Fox Brigade?" Rog and the others exchanged glances, taking some time to comprehend whom the ice fox referred to. Kate produced Hart's severed head from her satchel and tossed it before the knights, saying, "Is this the person you seek?" "Ah, how revolting," came a sultry voice that to the ears. It resembled the song of a yellow oriole. Yet it was uttered by the red-lipped wind fox mage, eliciting a wave of nausea among those present. "Eric, could you please hold your tongue for once?" the silver fox knight bellowed, feeling utterly humiliated. "Oh, ho ho, Since Lord Lawrence has requested it, I shall refrain from further comment, but do remember to call me Airy in the future." The Silver Fox Knight's face fluctuated through shades of blue and white, finally turning a deep crimson. Judging by his complexion, he could be likened to a red fox. The Ice Fox Knight appeared equally uncomfortable, pretending not to hear the exchange, and turned to Rog, saying, "Your ability to slay heart suggests you possess talent. What of his belongings? Hand over the statue of the infernal angel, and we shall grant you safe passage today. Otherwise," a glint of malice crossed his face, and he shouted, "it would be the same to eliminate you all." Rog and his companions trembled, exchanging glances filled with the desire to surrender. After all, preserving their lives took precedence. Judging by the Ice Fox's tone, it seemed the opposing side, having ventured so deep into foreign territory, did not wish for further conflict. None of them were particularly valiant, and sacrificing their lives for an unknown statue was hardly worth it. The fat man hesitantly inquired, "Is this statue of the infernal angel the one depicting a bound angel? If we hand it over, will you truly let us go?" The Ice Fox Knight displayed evident impatience. As a proud member of the Ice and Snow Silver Fox Brigade, I, Ice Fox Oxel, have never broken my word. Quickly, hand over the item. Do you still wish to procrastinate? Or do you wish to savor the flavor of this kiss of the snow mountain in my hand? Roge hastily glanced at Face, who had already begun rummaging through his pockets. Nearby, the Wind Fox Mage Airy continued to whisper sweetly to the Silver Fox Knight Lawrence, occasionally throwing him flirtatious glances, nearly transforming him into a purple fox knight. The dragons and beauties mercenaries felt as though their eyes had been opened today. The Ice and Snow Silver Fox mercenary group truly possessed an extraordinary demeanor, with remarkable individuals emerging one after another, far beyond the capabilities of their own lesser mercenary band. At that moment, distant rumblings of thunder could be heard, and the ground began to tremble slightly. The crowd involuntarily turned their gaze toward the east. Suddenly, they perceived what appeared to be a sun rising over the hills, with countless knights charging forth in a wave, their lance tips raised high like a moving forest of death, the sound of their hooves thundering in their ears. Leading the charge was a knight with flowing golden hair, emanating a palpable golden aura, dazzling to the point where it was difficult to behold. In his hand was a 5-meter-long war lance, its shaft shimmering with golden light, adorned with mysterious magical symbols floating around it. Behind him, a host of knights rode as if they were dragons, their presence soaring to the heavens. The Ice and Snow Silver Fox cavalry grew panicked, their previously orderly formation now in disarray. As they recognized the face of the approaching figure, the Wind Fox Mage gasped, "Ophirok, the Golden Lion," wearing a smile that could incite envy even in the sun god, spoke softly, "Indeed, I am Ophirok." Behind him was Elicit, her radiant black flames undiminished even in the presence of the Golden Lion's brilliance. Following her were a dozen holy knights, who positioned themselves protectively behind Elicit. The Ice Fox Knight stammered, "The 12 Round Table Knights." At the rear were 500 knights clad in crimson cloaks and golden armor, the renowned Golden Lion Knight Order of the Duchy of Bavaria. Ophirok's voice remained composed and elegant, yet to the ears of the Ice and Snow Silver Fox mercenaries, it sounded like a devil's summons. "I am deeply grateful for your kind care of my little friends. With the entire Ice and Snow Wind Silver 4 Divine Fox at your service, how could I dare to treat you with anything less than utmost respect? Since you have come, there is no need to rush back. Allow me to lead you on a splendid tour of the duchy." Lest His Excellency the Sky Fox reproach the Duchy of Bavaria for lacking in hospitality, the faces of the Ice Wind Silver 3 Foxes shifted through various expressions, uncertain of what to do. Roge and his companions, ever clever, had already hidden behind the Golden Lion Knight Order. The 3 foxes dared not obstruct them. Ophirok declared, "Time is of the essence. Let us depart." The 3 foxes exchanged glances, and the Silver Fox, with a sharp draw of his massive sword, proclaimed, "If you have the capability, come and take us back. If you think we will surrender without a fight, you are sorely mistaken." A faint smile graced Ophirok's features, as golden energy continued to coalesce around him, its brilliance growing ever more blinding, until it became nearly impossible to gaze upon. The Golden Lion's war lance pointed forward, and the floating spell symbols began to swirl wildly. A golden conical shield enveloping him entirely. His warhorse trotted, then galloped like thunder, sweeping towards the Ice and Snow Silver Fox Knights in a torrent of golden fury. The Ice Fox Knight bellowed. Charging forward, silver light and golden flames collided with unrestrained force. In an instant, the golden flames surged, and with a thunderous crash, the Ice Fox Knight was hurled high into the air, crashing heavily behind the golden lion. The kiss of the snow mountain in his hand shattered into pieces. Roach shook his head and sighed. To confront the golden lion head-on, this old fox must have lost his wits. The dragons and beauty's mercenaries nodded in agreement. Elicit, surrounded by rising black flames, slowly ascended into the air. Dozens of lightning-infused black fireballs generated around her. Each one shot forth, exploding among the snow fox cavalry, leaving a trail of screams and fallen knights in their wake. The 12 Round Table Knights formed a protective circle, their bodies radiating a pearly holy aura, each strike bringing down an Ice Fox Knight. Despite the Silver Fox's desperate and fearless charge, their formation stood resolute as a rock. Unwavering, the Golden Lion Knight Order, with just 500 knights, managed to rout 3 times their number, forcing the enemy to flee in disarray. Roach, seizing the opportunity, called to his comrades and led the dragons and beauty's mercenaries in attacking small, isolated groups of knights. The stout warrior, flanked by knights, advanced with his axes and arrows, inflicting several injuries in mere moments, truly embodying the spirit of valor and ferocity. Chapter 15. The Chaos. The battle raged fiercely. Ophirok, amidst the throngs of warriors, exuded an effortless elegance in every movement. His golden war lance swung with an almost imperceptible speed, leaving trails of golden fire in its wake as it struck down the Ice and Snow Silver Fox Knights. Unfortunately, the Ice and Snow Silver Fox cavalry had no time to appreciate such beauty. Behind the Golden Lion stood 100 golden knights, moving like a wave of gold across the silvery ice fields. Wherever the golden wave swept, the formation of the Ice and Snow Silver Fox Knights was easily severed. The remaining golden knights formed small squads of 10, 3 squads forming a group. The leading squad continued to divide the enemy, cutting out a dozen knights from the already chaotic formation and swiftly encircling them with the 2 following squads, annihilating the Ice and Snow Silver Fox Knights in mere moments. Then they would divide and conquer again. In a methodical manner, in the midst of this golden wave, Roach and his companions stood out like a colorful piece of refuse in a crystal-clear spring, not to mention the disarray of the dragons and beauty's mercenaries. With their mismatched attire and scattered formations, their combat prowess was indeed striking, regardless of the terrifying strength of the 12 Round Table Knights and the exceptional fighting ability of the Golden Lion Knight Order. The Ice and Snow Silver Fox Knights were formidable in their own right, displaying commendable knightly spirit in the face of adversity. Without the presence of Roach and his comrades, this battle could be considered a classic example of knightly warfare. However, the dragons and beauties were distinct. Dozens of timid individuals huddled around the wounded, keeping their distance from the battlefield. Roach led around 50 knights, seizing opportunities to surround and brutally slay 5 or 6 Ice and Snow Silver Fox Knights at a time. They rushed in like a tide, all displaying unparalleled bravery, with spearmen charging forward while swordsmen followed, raining down blows on both knights and horses alike. Truly a chaotic melee. Even those who had originally been swordsmen, now taking on the role of cavalry for the first time, fought fervently, leaping from their mounts to tackle enemy knights, rolling on the ground as the dragons and beauties mercenaries unleashed their street-fighting prowess from their pre-military days. Roach commanded with confidence, exuding the aura of a great general, unashamed of his rogue tactics. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the stout warrior consistently led his team to locate small groups of isolated Snow Fox Knights, engaging them with overwhelming numbers while avoiding clashes with larger enemy forces, demonstrating sharp insight and strategic brilliance, a calm and courageous military genius. This battle would later become one of Roach's favorite tales to boast about after a few drinks. Though listeners would often dismiss it, unable to find a retort, as Roach grew bolder, he continued to lead his team into the fray. The stout warrior had somehow acquired a crossbow, and whenever he encountered the Snow Fox Knights, he would raise it and shoot, achieving near-perfect accuracy within 10 meters, targeting their horses. Even if he occasionally missed, his companion swiftly followed up with a scythe, severing horse legs with ease. Once the Ice and Snow Silver Fox Knights were unseated, the dragons and beauties mercenaries would swarm in, overwhelming them 10-1, achieving victory with every engagement. Although the Wind Fox Mage Aerie may have been a bit aged, he was still formidable, unfortunately. He found himself up against the enchanting Elicit. Out of jealousy for her beauty, Aerie focused his attention on the Ice and Black Flame sorceress. As soon as the battle commenced, summoning several tornadoes and conjuring two towering storm giants made of swirling azure winds. Elicit, on the other hand, unleashed a barrage of black fireballs, numbering over 20 as they flew toward Ares in various arcs. The initial black flames collided with Ares' tornadoes, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The whirlwind intermingled with flames, creating a terrifying shockwave that sent both men and horses tumbling. Dust and debris filling the as the smoke gradually cleared. Ares was horrified to discover a dozen black fireballs hovering before him. In a panic, he nimbly dismounted, landing heavily on the ground. He narrowly escaped disaster. Yet, while he could evade the initial onslaught, he could not escape the subsequent attack. The black flames detonated around the Wind Fox Mage. A miniature mushroom cloud rising as flames engulfed an area of several dozen meters. In the aftermath, a multitude of charred corpses lay strewn about. Miraculously, the Wind Fox Mage had not perished. He lay unconscious amidst the scorched earth. His staff standing forlornly in the center, once adorned with a white cloth now reduced to mere ashes. The Silver Fox Knights fell and were captured. The battle soon reached its conclusion. The subsequent tasks of counting the dead and wounded, clearing the battlefield, and managing the prisoners fell to the subordinates. Ophirok rode alongside Elicit to the hilltop, surveying the entire battlefield as they awaited reports from their subordinates. Waves of ice and snow Silver Fox Knights were disarmed and led away. Their spirits broken. One Round Table Knight observed the captured soldiers, stating, "This time, the ice and snow Silver Fox 4 divine foxes have been utterly defeated. Their cavalry has been completely vanquished, reducing them to a second-rate mercenary group, no longer a threat to the duchy." Ophirok smiled and shook his head. "Let us not forget, we have only captured a few young foxes. There remains an old fox who should not be underestimated. Even without a single soldier at his command, he is still a force to be reckoned with." At that moment, a commotion arose at the foot of the hill. As Roge's colorful band returned, the horses tethered to a long rope that bound over 30 Silver Fox Knights, each sporting bruised and battered faces. The mercenaries of dragons and beauties bore their share of minor wounds, predominantly bruises rather than cuts from blades. The large, dried bloodstains on their bodies were remnants from previous battles. Unrelated to the current skirmish, Rog's left eye was swollen to a considerable degree, while Kate's lips were cracked. Only Franco emerged unscathed, exhibiting a smug demeanor as he pointed and mocked the pair. "Rog, as a mage, why do you not cast a single spell? Relying solely on brute strength for your punches and axe swings is hardly commendable. I have never encountered a mage so enamored with hand-to-hand combat. TSK, are you truly aspiring to cultivate both martial and magical prowess? If it weren't for your skeletal companion, I dare say you would have been minced into pieces by now. And now you resort to using a crossbow. It seems you have taken the adage of shoot the horse before the rider to heart. But pray tell, how did your eye become so bruised? Surely you did not collide with your own steed? Ah, look at that other mage, the fiery young lady who stands beside Ophirok. She takes to the skies with grace." Rog, indignant, retorted, "Isn't summoning the winds an application of magic?" Franco coldly countered, "Indeed, it is magic, but do you truly believe you can best the winds now? Have you ever seen a mage bested by their own familiar? Furthermore, your skeletal minion is rather peculiar. I have never heard of a skeleton wielding a scythe, let alone one that can kick after a swing. Such a sinister skeletal servant could only be summoned by you." Kate, feeling Franco's gaze upon her, seized the initiative. "I understand that it is unbecoming of a knight to strike an opponent once they are down. But what of you? Hiding behind the lines and targeting the thighs of your foes hardly befits a noble." Franco, unrepentant, replied, "I do not strike at exposed flesh. Would you have me aim for armored sections instead? Am I to be intoxicated by brandy?" Kate was momentarily silenced. As they neared the hilltop, the banter ceased, and the trio straightened their posture, adopting an air of gentlemanly composure. For a fleeting moment, their demeanor of humility and courtesy was convincing to some. Kate's countenance radiated a sacred aura, while Franco exuded an artistic charm, his dark hair cascading elegantly. Even Rog's plump visage seemed to shimmer with a hint of nobility. Alas, the onlookers at the hilltop, each possessing formidable skills, had overheard every word of their exchange. Ophirok wore a smile, while the 12 knights of the Round Table displayed peculiar expressions. Elicit remained expressionless, yet the black flames surrounding her surged to a height of over 10 feet. With countless contorted faces flickering within the inferno. After the storm, A momentary calm ensued. The ice and snow-silver fox showed no reaction to their recent defeat, while the Duchy of Bavaria neither issued statements nor took further action. As if the war had never occurred. Politics, as always, remained perplexing. The tale of the Golden Lion and the ice and snow-silver fox quickly spread across the continent, dubbed the War of Lions and Foxes. In this battle, the Golden Lion Knights, numbering 500, triumphed over thrice their number, suffering only 50 casualties in a single day. The ice and snow-silver fox lost all 4 divine foxes, either dead or captured. The Ice Wind Snow Silver's 4 battalions suffered 700 fatalities and 800 captured, with merely over 300 remnants fleeing back to the Duchy of Ron. Following this conflict, the Golden Lion Knights' reputation soared, hinting at their rise among the continent's top 10 knightly orders, while Ophirok was regarded as the most promising candidate for the title of Paladin among the younger generation. However, amidst the tumultuous waves, various bubbles of intrigue would inevitably emerge, for where there is light, shadows abound. In the aftermath, the name of another mercenary group gradually came into the public eye, the Dragons and Beauties. Mercenary Band. Primarily known for slaying the Snow Fox, Butcher, Hart, they had also played an active role in the War of Lions and Foxes, yet their specific deeds remained obscure due to the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Various rumors circulated in the streets, oftentimes disregarded by listeners, as the Dragons and Beauties mercenary group seemed to play a mere supporting role compared to the main actors of the conflict. Even the smallest of leaves requires sunlight and sustenance. A plant's nourishment naturally prioritizes its most resplendent blossoms, leaving the leaves to seek sustenance from the roots and the depths of the soil. In the wake of the war, Rog and his companions were duly granted the title of Baron of Celrus. This title was initially a mere honorary accolade, elevating the status of individuals like Rog and Ed, who possessed no lands to inherit. For the likes of Lunds, Franco, and Kate, it was of little consequence. The territory of Celrus consisted of 2 small towns and 14 villages, with a population of merely 5,000. It was once the domain of a declining noble family, whose last descendant perished 30 years prior, leading to its annexation by the Duchy of Bavaria under alliance law. Before being occupied by the Snow Fox, this impoverished land yielded only a paltry tax revenue of a few dozen gold coins annually, barely sufficient to cover the living expenses of an ordinary noble. Consequently, this small castle quickly became a forgotten corner, gradually falling into disrepair. However, the discovery of the fine iron mine would alter everything. The fine iron mine was essentially a high-grade iron deposit, capable of yielding superior quality steel directly. In contrast, ordinary iron ore required a lengthy process of refinement to produce steel, often resulting in subpar quality that necessitated extensive smithing to eliminate impurities. Despite the fine iron mine's price being several times higher than that of regular iron ore, the high-quality weapons forged from it were comparatively affordable. These nobles, while somewhat dissolute, were not wasteful. Each possessed an innate acumen for wealth. It is no surprise, then, that like attracts like. Except for Franco, the others had experienced financial scarcity in their youth. Yet being of noble birth, they were accustomed to opulence. The vast chasm between greed and the gold in their pockets could only be bridged with intellect. The adage, "every detail holds a lesson," rang true, as over the years, the noble scions had gleaned considerable knowledge on the art of profit-making. At this moment, the group of noble scions crowded within the low, damp confines of the mine, observing the laborers as they extracted ore. Several laborers wielded iron picks, while others swung heavy hammers, delivering resounding blows to the picks, causing the ore to cascade down with a clatter. As Rog watched the lustrous black stones tumble, he could not suppress his elation. Clatter! A chunk of ore slipped from a laborer's sack, rolling to Rog's feet. A burly overseer raised his whip, bellowing, "Damn it! Dare you slack off? If I don't whip you to death today, I'll have you transformed into a skeleton by the necromancer." This crossed Rog's threshold of tolerance, and wind and moon inexplicably bristled with rage. The hefty figure shouted, "Stop!" The overseer's raised arm froze mid-air, and he hurried over, bowing. "What is your command, my lord?" Rog glanced at the trembling laborer on the ground. The man appeared to be in his 40s. Gaunt and emaciated, hardly more robust than wind and moon. His face was a map of deep wrinkles, each crevice filled with black mining dust. His dull, murky eyes were filled with terror, clad in a tattered, colorless tunic. The exposed skin bore the marks of deep lashings. Rog remained noncommittal, waving his hand dismissively. The laborer, filled with gratitude, hoisted the oar and trudged toward the exit. Rog bent down to pick up the piece of oar, gently caressing it with his fingers, as if stroking the alabaster skin of a beloved. His plump face momentarily transformed into a visage of tenderness and sanctity, leaving the overseer dumbfounded. As the hammer fell heavily upon the pick, an elderly laborer flinched, and fragments of rock flew. A trickle of blood oozed from his hand. The old laborer glanced at the overseer, who was watching intently, gritting his teeth as he tightened his grip on the pick. The hammer fell again, sending waves of pain across his face. The old laborer squinted, waiting for the hammer to descend once more, yet it did not come. Curiously, he opened his eyes to find a piece of white cloth before him. Looking up, he saw Rog's gentle face. "Use this to pat it," the rotund noble said softly. After a moment's hesitation, the old laborer accepted the cloth with trembling hands, and blood quickly stained it with crimson blooms. Rog turned away, his smile vanishing as he addressed the shell-shocked overseer with a stern voice. "From now on, unless absolutely necessary, do not whip these laborers." After a pause, Rog scrutinized the overseer from head to toe, causing the man's hair to stand on end. "Surely, my lord isn't taking an interest in me, is he? What should I do?" The overseer bit his lip, steeling himself for the worst. "I must go all in. My future is at stake. If I just close my eyes," Rog observed the overseer, who was grinding his teeth in silent fury, and, with the authority of an expert, quipped, "Your physique seems somewhat lacking for a skeleton intended for the necromancer." As the group of noble scions emerged from the mine, the sun hung low in the western sky, having unwittingly spent the better part of the day within the depths. The significance of the fine iron mine was paramount. Each noble was personally involved, meticulously observing every step of the process. The darkness, dampness, noise, and unpleasant odors paled in comparison to the allure of wealth. These dissolute nobles, the black or shimmered with a golden glow. They were puzzled by Rog's demeanor that day, with Franco even viciously speculating that Rog had sustained a head injury during the battle. The rotund noble smiled in silence, his mind echoing with the voice of an ancient sage. "Treat kindly every individual who creates wealth for you." That old fool has indeed left behind something of value, Rog thought maliciously. In the legends of the continent, there exists a formidable warrior named Decleek, who, despite his initially mediocre talent, devoted himself to arduous training in the mountains for 80 long years. At the age of 95, he finally ascended to become one of the few sword saints of the realm. 3 years later, on his deathbed, Decleek imparted to his disciples, "In my life, there has been nothing beyond the sword." Although the depraved nobility's obsession with wealth starkly contrasts with Decleek's lofty ideals, at their core, they are not so dissimilar. Ever since engaging with the iron mines, elegance, artistry, grace, and taste have all vanished into the ether. For days, the scoundrels labored alongside the laborers, meticulously scrutinizing every aspect of their toil. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a handful of them gathered in a small dining hall, where roasted meat, bread, and inferior red wine constituted their meal. Under the full moon, the sound of thunderous snores echoed in unison. This is an era marked by obsession. Chapter 16. The dispossessed. As the sun rose above the treetops, the rotund fellow had already finished his breakfast and strolled into the laborers' camp. This was his first visit to such a place since taking control of the fortress of Celrus. Having claimed the territory of the Snow Fox, he also inherited over 100 laborers from it. Across the continent, the existence of slaves varies in degree, both overtly and covertly. The highest-ranking slaves include stunning elven maidens and distinguished warriors, while lower ranks consist of various skilled craftsmen. Laborers, however, are the most despised among all slaves, often lacking any skills and relegated to the most perilous, grueling, and filthy tasks. The hierarchy among the slaves is straightforward. It is determined by their ability to create value for their masters. Corresponding to their status, laborers' camps are typically the dirtiest and most dilapidated areas in their respective regions. Laborers are bound for life, marked with the brand of their servitude. For them, escape is often not a viable option. According to the customs of the continent, any captured runaway becomes the property of the captor, while the original master retains the right to redeem them for a reasonable sum. Those who are redeemed, with few exceptions, are frequently subjected to brutal executions before their fellow laborers. As a grim warning. Nonetheless, large-scale escapes occur with alarming regularity, and countless individuals flee sporadically. In the year 650 of the Sacred Era, the The laborers instigated the largest rebellion in the continent's history, with the number of insurgents reaching 700,000, even toppling the king of a small principality. However, in their uncontrolled fury, the laborers not only slaughtered all the nobility, but also exterminated every member of the sacred church within that principality. At that time, Pope Paul VII convened a coalition of 12 nations, totaling 100,000 troops, and dispatched 5,000 Knights Templar, led by the youngest paladin, Augustus, to quell these forsaken masses, when sheep encounter armed lions. The numbers will become utterly meaningless, especially when faced with a pack of lions. In July of that year, Augustus led the Knights Templar to 6 consecutive victories, sparing no prisoners by the end of the month. He had annihilated the 70,000 rebellious laborers, a period forever known as the Red July. From that point onward, Augustus acquired the moniker the Blood Angel. Upon entering the laborers' camp, Rog's mind was still processing the information he had gleaned from the comprehensive history of the continent, when a wave of foul odor nearly knocked him to the ground. The rotund fellow surveyed his surroundings with a scowl. The camp was filled with low, dilapidated shanties, leading one to suspect that even a wild animal's den would appear more respectable. Streams of various colored waste flowed through the camp. The source of the noxious stench, the laborers had risen, forming a line in anticipation of their breakfast. In the center of the camp, a massive iron pot simmered with a thick, gray-green porridge-like substance. A large, burly overseer was ladling the porridge into bowls for the laborers. Rog furrowed his brow and approached, nearly succumbing to the stench emanating from the pot. He forced himself to the edge of the pot, took a spoon from the overseer, and scrutinized a scoop of the gray-green slop, which was filled with unidentifiable leaves, clearly unchopped. The porridge was viscous, and as a bubble surfaced, it revealed a fully cooked insect. Rog's breakfast churned violently in his stomach, and he quickly averted his gaze from the spoon, only to find the laborers staring hungrily at the meager meat, their throats bobbing up and down. Rog's expression darkened as he glared at the overseer, demanding, "Who is responsible for preparing the food for these laborers?" The overseer, sensing trouble, replied, "My lord, that would be me." "Are you responsible for everything from purchasing the grain to cooking it?" "Yes, my lord." "Damn it, I spend 10 gold coins each month for you to serve this slop that even pigs would refuse. Speak, how much have you pocketed?" Rog kicked the overseer to the ground in a fit of rage and, still unsatisfied, continued to rain blows upon him. The other overseers, who had initially been spectators, rushed forward to pull Rog away. The beaten overseer struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from his face, revealing a fierce, rogue-like expression. "My lord, your supervisor Nera only gives me 4 gold coins each month. If you wish to assign blame, you should look to him. Besides," he glared around at the laborers, who shrank back in fear. "These pigs, it's already commendable that I spend half a gold coin a month to feed them." Rog trembled with rage. Glaring at the 2 overseers still holding his arms, they quickly released him and stepped back. Rog composed himself. "It seems you all have a good rapport, considering you dare to interfere while I am on my own territory." "Ha ha." The beaten overseer disregarded Rog's threats, saying, "Sir, I am the son of Ian, the mayor of this town. You can call me Gouda. These men are all from our town. As you know, there aren't many people around Celrus. If you drive us away, you will find it impossible to hire others to work for you. Surely, you wouldn't consider bringing people from Lille City or Falberg to perform such menial labor? Why dirty your hands over these base swine? Leave it to us. How about this? From now on, you only need to pay 6 gold coins for these pigs." Each overseer seemed to defer to Gouda without question. Rog fell silent for a moment, then sighed. "Very well, but given the insufficient yield from the mines, how can they possibly work on such food?" Gouda laughed heartily. "Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure they work like randy boars. When the snow fox was here, it was all thanks to me." Just as Gouda's laughter faded, a deep grunt escaped him, and his face turned a deep shade of purple as he slowly crumpled to the ground. His massive form fell to reveal Rog, who wore a sinister grin. Rog was quite pleased with the effectiveness of his strike and felt a sense of pride in his agility. That life-and-death battle had greatly benefited him. Now, dealing with someone like Gouda, who possessed no martial or magical prowess, was child's play. The other overseers sensed the impending danger and appeared ready to swarm Rog. That he coldly snorted. "If any of you wish to shorten your lives, feel free to try. What's the big deal about a noble killing a few people on his own land? If you strike me, you risk your entire family being exiled." Upon uttering those words, Rog mentally chastised himself. Was there any place more desolate than here? The overseers exchanged glances, and indeed, they began to close in. Rog remained unfazed, stepping onto Guda's ankle and unleashing a hidden force, the sound of bones shattering echoing in the air. Guda let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, leaving the overseers in shock. Rog seized Guda, pressing his face into the boiling pot, where wisps of smoke began to rise. Guda managed to let out a couple of cries before losing consciousness. Rog tossed Guda before the overseers, whose half-burned face was now charred and grotesque, after having witnessed the bloody carnage days before. Rog was now indifferent to such scenes. The overseers, however, paled and trembled. Rog pointed to the smallest overseer, whose shaking was so severe that he collapsed to the ground. "You, starting tomorrow, will be in charge here. I will still pay you 10 gold coins each month, but you must ensure these laborers are as strong as bulls. As for this waste of space," Rog kicked Guda towards the overseers and coldly stated, "Damn him. Didn't he think the laborers were all pigs? Tomorrow, he will work alongside them. Mark him." One overseer cautiously interjected, "My lord, he is the son of mayor, and if you do this, the townsfolk may resent you." Rog chuckled darkly, fixating his gaze on him, causing the overseer to sweat profusely as he nodded submissively. "Do as I say. If any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to replace him. Were you all in cahoots to intimidate me? Trying to set a high price and then bargain down? Damn it, if you provoke me further, you'll all find yourselves in the laborers' camp tomorrow." With that, Rog stormed out of the laborers' camp, seething with anger. "Ian, you old fool, I didn't have a chance to settle the score last time. Your son dares to obstruct my profits. Let's see how this unfolds." As night fell over Celrus, the stars flickered in the cold wind. And the autumnal mountain night felt particularly desolate. Occasionally, a solitary autumn insect would chirp, only deepening the somber atmosphere. The mountain folk had long since curled up in their warm beds, rolling about in comfort as they imagined those still trudging along the road, instantly feeling the unparalleled warmth of their blankets that eye in the rural landscape. The men and women commenced their primitive revelries, their unrefined yet vigorous movements testing the quality of the beds they occupied, disrupting the peaceful abodes of countless insects and rendering the roaming mice uneasy. A shadow flickered as it slipped away from Celrus. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing the shadow to tremble even more violently. Muttering curses under its breath, unintentionally, it became a benchmark, highlighting the contentment of those snug in their blankets. The shadow's sense of civic duty did not bring it any fortune, as it hastened along the path to Le Mans. 3 highwaymen emerged from the thicket. The shadow was taken aback, never anticipating that such dedicated thieves would lurk in this desolate region. Assessing the odds of facing 3 adversaries alone, it contemplated offering a toll for passage. But before it could act, one of the thieves struck from behind, rendering it unconscious with a swift blow. Subsequently, the trio deftly stuffed the shadow into a burlap sack and hoisted it back to Celrus. The shadow experienced a bizarre dream, one where winter's bitter chill was swimming. Naturally, this dream was short-lived, as it was abruptly awakened by the cold. Looking down, it found itself drenched, as if just pulled from the water. Raising its gaze, it was met by the sinister visage of a gaunt man holding an empty bucket. Suddenly more alert, it noticed several chairs in the room, occupied by young nobles, while mercenaries stood nearby, their faces betraying a cruel and malicious demeanor, all seemingly fixated on it with ill intent. A cold sweat broke out as pain began to throb at the back of its head. "Our esteemed overseer, you truly do justice to the meager salary we pay you, working tirelessly even at such a late hour," remarked Lunds in a mocking tone. Anyone dragged from their warm bed at this hour would certainly be in a foul mood. "Overseer, what was your name again?" "Ah, Mr. Toffler, your name is quite remarkable. Perhaps it even hints at noble lineage," Franco chimed in. "May I be so bold as to inquire why you ventured out at such an hour? Of course, you could choose to delay your explanation. That would make for a less tedious evening." Toffler, in terror, watched as the mercenaries skillfully handled various instruments of torture while a brazier was lit. He shouted, "I was merely going back to town to check on my wife. She is ill." No one paid heed to his cries. The nobles continued to appraise his physique, while the dutiful mercenaries conducted their final preparations. The art of interrogation was profound and complex. Whipping and burning were merely base tactics. Psychological torment was the true mastery. The Dragon and Beauty mercenary corps comprised a motley crew of ruffians, bandits, and seasoned soldiers that in times of turmoil. The line between mercenaries and brigands often blurred. Many who entered the city as mercenaries would emerge as bandits. Thus, the Dragon and Beauty Corps boasted numerous adept interrogators, who, while not necessarily masters, were more than capable of dealing with ordinary individuals. Upon hearing that Rog planned to torture a captive that night, the mercenaries eagerly volunteered. The noble scoundrels meticulously selected 6 individuals for the night's grim task. These men were indeed formidable. Even before laying a hand on Toffler, their mere presence and preparations caused him to sweat profusely. "I speak nothing but the truth. Let me go. What do you intend to do?" Toffler pleaded. Franco stepped forward, his handsome features appearing grotesque in Toffler's eyes. "You are quite cooperative. Otherwise, all our preparations would be in vain. The night is still young." Toffler, in desperation, exclaimed, "Wait, just a moment. I will tell you everything." Silence. The mercenaries barked in unison. "If you have something to say, it must come only after a round of torture. That would show some semblance of manhood. Heh. Rog peeled a banana and tossed it into his mouth. A burly mercenary approached to unfasten Toffler's belt. The esteemed overseer let out a blood-curdling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, leaving one to wonder how such a sound emanated from his frail form. The mercenary holding the wire trembled in fright, causing it to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Toffler, with the volume of a dragon's roar and the speed of a haranguing woman, divulged everything he knew about the snow fox, including details regarding a prominent figure in Le Mans to in this life-and-death situation. The overseer's instinct for survival and keen intellect shone through, rendering him almost sagacious. He quickly identified what piqued the noble's interest and repeated the snow fox's roster, embellishing it with various scandals involving that notable individual, weaving a tale of treachery and vice, encompassing all manner of debauchery and deceit. The secretary, enraptured, scribbled furiously. The scoundrels nodded in approval, thoroughly entertained. Finally, as Toffler's accusations wound down, the crowd seemed unsatisfied. The secretary approached Toffler with a thick stack of records, which he signed without a glance. The secretary then presented it to the nobles, who chuckled darkly, praising Toffler's talents and lamenting that his position as overseer was beneath him. Just as Toffler thought he had escaped peril, such unexpected praise filled him with mixed emotions, making him feel as if he were in paradise. Rog observed this spectacle, shaking his head in disbelief, inwardly reflecting, where do these rabble-rousers come from? Truly, the oppression of the people breeds rebellion. The old man, it seems, still has his wits about him. Chapter 17. Conspiracy in early winter. Le Mans exuded a serene tranquility, imbued with a gentle warmth. The ancient trees in the town shivered in the cold wind, occasionally shedding a few withered leaves. The hard-working mountain folk began their winter respite, with hunters occasionally venturing into the woods to procure game for their families. The mountain dwellers, though simple and earnest, had grown remarkably resilient in the face of harsh living conditions. The winter sun cast a warm glow upon the gathering crowd in the town square. Old Mayor Ian was delivering an impassioned speech. The simple amplification spell allowed the aged and frail mayor to project his voice clearly to every ear present. Ian, a rare sight in his wizard's robe, had not donned it in 30 years, a time when he was still a fervent adventurer. "Gentlemen, I have served as the mayor of Le Mans for 20 years. Throughout these years, the tranquility of our small town has never been breached. We toil daily, building warm homes with our own hands, cherishing our wives and nurturing our children. We have fought against floods, droughts, and beasts. The scars on our bodies are marks of these struggles, a source of pride for us as men. We have never flinched before any threats to our wives and children, for we are guardians of the land we have inhabited for generations. We are proud sons of the mountains." A wave of applause erupted. Ian paused momentarily before continuing. "However, this tranquility is on the verge of being shattered. A few despicable, vicious nobles claim to be the rightful owners of this land. This land belongs to us. It belongs to the sons of the mountains. Yet these nobles intend not only to seize our land, but also to snatch the last morsel of bread from our hands and the final apple from our children. These nobles," Ian paused, raising his voice, "demand that each household pay 5 gold coins as tax each year." A murmur of shock rippled through the women, followed by the furious shouts of men. "Kill these nobles. Send them back to the capital. No one shall take our land." A sharp child's voice rang out. "I curse these nobles." Laughter erupted, and the child's mother blushed, clutching her mischievous son tightly. Once the laughter subsided, Ian continued, "When I first arrived in this town, Bam could barely climb a tree. The towering blacksmith, wrapped in bandages, lay on a stretcher, embarrassedly chuckling. But these nobles assaulted him upon their arrival. They have shamelessly harassed the most beautiful girls in town. Our wives and daughters have suffered unspeakable humiliation." Several young women began to weep. "Furthermore, look at what they have done to my son, Gutta." Gutta was brought forth, supported by two strong youths. The townsfolk gazed in silence at his bandaged ankle, tattered clothing, and the decaying visage marked by the brand of a laborer. How can these nobles so callously turn commoners into laborers? A young woman cried out, rushing forward. She was Gutta's beloved. "Gutta, what have they done to you?" Ian raised his hands high. "Our very existence is under threat. Our wives and daughters stand on the brink of disgrace. I, Ian, a level 10 mage, shall challenge these nobles. This matter shall not rest until death. And you," Ian's tone softened, "my children, you must go to the capital to plead your case, to appeal to the church. For just as night will eventually pass, justice shall triumph over evil. May the gods protect you." The atmosphere in the square reached a fever pitch. The sudden clatter of hooves resounded as 150 fierce dragons and beauties, knights charged into the square, encircling the throngs of onlookers. Though the mountain folk were valiant, the sight of the fully armed knights sent a chill of fear coursing through them, and the once boisterous square fell into an eerie silence. The knights of dragons and beauties parted to the sides, and the scions of nobility rode forth on their majestic steeds in a steady stream. Suddenly, Gutta's shrill voice pierced the air. "It is him, the demon." The once mighty man now resembled a cornered mouse. Driven to desperation, trembling, he extended a quaking hand towards the nobles. The crowd followed the direction of his finger and beheld Rog, clad in ominous black armor, nonchalantly brandishing his war axe from atop his horse. A youth from the townsfolk stepped forward, raising his voice in defiance. "What crime has Gutta committed to deserve this torment from you fiends? Are the nobles free to turn men into mere laborers? And what of the 5 gold coins tax per household? Will you leave us no avenue for survival? You must provide us with answers today. Yes, we demand an explanation." The uproar surged like a tide. Rog's gaze fell upon Ian in the center of the square, the invisible tension between them crackling like static. A faint smile graced Rog's lips as he turned his attention to the agitated youth, calmly inquiring, "What did you say your tax was?" 5 gold coins. This is making us." The youth's fervor reignited. Rog's sharp rebuke cut through the air, silencing him. "Toffler." Toffler swiftly emerged from the crowd of townsfolk, kneeling on the ground, trembling incessantly. "Tell me, what did I instruct you to relay to Ian regarding this town's taxation?" Toffler quaked even more violently, prostrating himself, too terrified to raise his gaze, with a light reprimand. Rog cast a magical missile, 3 projectiles striking the ground in close proximity to Toffler's scalp, forming a neat equilateral triangle around his head. Ian was taken aback by Rog's precise magical control. A wave of concern washing over him. Witnessing Toffler's demeanor only deepened his unease. "Toffler, the next magical missile may not miss so easily," Rog said with an unsettling calm. Toffler lifted his head, ashen-faced, casting a fleeting glance at Ian before burying his face once more. "Speak. What is the tax you were to collect?" "Why, yes," Toffler stammered, finally whispering. "This year it is 1 silver coin per household." A stone cast into still waters created ripples of chaos, with a resounding crash. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of questions, accusations, and disbelief. Ian felt as though struck by lightning, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. "And what did you tell Mayor Ian?" Rog pressed onward. 3 silver coins. "My lord, I was wrong to covet silver coins. I swear I shall never do so again." Toffler cried out in desperation. Ian was bombarded by a cacophony of thunderous revelations in his mind. His body trembling with rage, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a single word, the townsfolk murmured among themselves, their gazes toward Ian now laced with doubt and disdain. Franco and Lunds exchanged glances, silently admiring Toffler's performance. In a sudden burst of fury, Ian charged forward, raising his staff to strike Toffler. "You wretched coward! I shall end you. It is clear you conspired with them." At that moment, a young woman surged forth, addressing the crowd with fervor. "Do not trust those accursed nobles. They are demons. This Toffler is in league with them. He deceived my father." Kate galloped forward, her presence radiating a brilliant white aura. deftly deflecting Ian's staff with her spear. Among the townsfolk, those discerning enough immediately cried out, "Holy Aura! He is a holy knight!" Kate felt a surge of joy, surprised to find someone recognizing her valor in such a remote place. However, as her concentration faltered, the aura dissipated entirely. Holy knights, devoted to their faith, embodying righteousness and virtue, treasure honor above life itself. Moreover, they are staunch believers in the highest deity. In essence, holy knights are synonymous with justice incarnate. As Kate revealed her true nature, a voice rang out. Let us heed the knight's words. The townsfolk fell silent. Ian and his daughter exchanged glances of unease. While holy knights are typically just, this one clearly allied with Rog, raising concerns. Kate's deep voice resonated. Mr. Ian, you claim your innocence. Yet, Mr. Rog asserts that you amassed wealth through nefarious means. Furthermore, accusations have surfaced regarding your harboring of the Snow Fox mercenaries within your abode. To prove your innocence, may I be permitted to inspect your estate? Ian shot Rog a piercing glare, declaring, I have lived my life with integrity. Feel free to search. However, should you find nothing, I will not let this matter rest. With that, he turned and strode toward his home. Behind him, Rog mused languidly. What a life of integrity. I wonder who was consorting with the Snow Fox. Ian shuddered but feigned ignorance. The throngs of people surrounded the mayor's modest dwelling. Several townsfolk were chosen to accompany Kate inside for the search, with Ian following closely behind, his face a mask of fury. Upon reaching the second floor, the search of the entire building concluded without yielding any evidence. Ian scoffed derisively. Wait. Lunds, skilled in thievery, approached a wall, feeling its surface until a soft click echoed as a hidden door swung open. Ian sneered. That is my magical laboratory. What could you possibly uncover? If you fail to produce evidence, do not blame me for my lack of hospitality. As the words left his lips, Ian suddenly sensed a chilling silence enveloping the room, forcefully pushing aside the two townsfolk in front of him. He gazed inside, left speechless. The opening revealed a trove of gold coins, resplendent jewels, verdant emeralds, and shimmering magical armor strewn across the chamber. The simple mountain folk, having never encountered such opulence, stared wide-eyed in astonishment. In this impoverished mountain town, even if every resident were to forego food and drink for a century, they could not amass such wealth. Ian's fortune was undoubtedly of dubious origin. As the townsfolk recalled the 5 gold coin tax, understanding dawned upon them. Ian felt an icy dread wash over him, his staff clattering to the ground. He knew it was all over. The mayor's daughter rushed forward, embracing Ian as tears streamed down her face. Father, tell them those treasures are not yours. Tell them someone is framing you. The elder mayor, now calm, tenderly stroked his daughter's hair, saying, Fyra, my child, whether these treasures are mine is no longer significant from this moment on. I can no longer protect you. Remember, child, do not seek revenge for me. These people are beyond your reach. Live as an ordinary person and find joy in your life. The girl wept even more bitterly. The old mayor scrutinized the faces of the nobles, each expression devoid of sympathy, each standing resolute, prompting a heavy sigh. Alas, I have grown old. Truly, the younger generation pushes the older aside. With a deep sigh, the elder mayor stepped out of the small building, met by the disdainful gazes of the townsfolk, who parted to clear his path. As he emerged from the darkened interior, the blinding sunlight left Ian momentarily dazed. The bone-chilling wind struck him with a newfound awareness of his thin attire. This year's winter in Le Mans had arrived earlier than expected. The elder mayor's figure appeared frail and solitary. And the townsfolk, reflecting on their 2 decades of camaraderie, felt a pang of sorrow. Fyra collapsed to the ground, her tear-streaked eyes fixed on her father's retreating silhouette, silently sobbing as her beautiful form trembled. Her pleading gaze turned to the nobles, yet the once lecherous scions passed her by with clear eyes, ignoring her completely. Ian found an open space, turning around to calmly inquire, which of you will grant this old man the honor of dying in a dignified duel? Or shall I be left to take my own life? The nobles exchanged glances, remaining silent. Although none of the assembled scions possessed the strength of a 10th-level warrior, each would surely best a legitimate mage in combat, albeit with less than honorable methods. Finally, Rog stepped forward, axe in hand, declaring, I shall take on this task. Ian squinted at Rog, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. I truly underestimated you all. This scheme, while straightforward, is ruthlessly effective at such a young age. Your cunning and guile are remarkable, your depths are unfathomable, and your future is boundless. Today, I concede to you with a sense of respect. Yet, remember, the wheel of fate is relentless. And justice is inescapable. One must tread carefully in their dealings. Fate's wheel, Rog murmured, repeating the phrase as if it stirred something within him, yet he could not grasp the sensation, growing increasingly restless. Meanwhile, Ian steadied his staff and began to chant an incantation. Instantly, the ground around them shimmered with a yellow glow, a thin layer of grease coating the floor. Following that, a shield to defend against physical harm materialized. Rog chuckled, recognizing yet another mage treating himself as a warrior. It was no surprise. What mage would don full armor? Observing Ian's third spell with keen interest, the rotund figure chose to remain inactive. Two deep black magic circles manifested on the ground, and two towering skeletal warriors clad in half armor emerged, their massive broadswords cleaving small furrows into the earth. The appearance of the skeletal warriors ignited panic among the townsfolk, who instinctively recoiled in fear. The nobles, too, furrowed their brows, gripping their weapons tightly. Rog performed a few simple gestures and softly murmured an incantation that a swirl of black mist enveloped the air, and Fengyue, wielding a long-handled scythe, materialized before him. In the brief span of a few days, the scythe had grown even sharper, its hue deepened to an obsidian black, now possessing a fold in the blade that resembled a jagged bolt of lightning, its edge glimmering with a chilling light. With swift motions, Rog gestured fervently, exclaiming loudly, and in an instant, a spell of acceleration was cast upon Fengyue. Ian was taken aback, utterly astonished to discover that Rog was indeed a mage, and that he could cast spells with such remarkable speed. Observing that the two skeletal warriors could engage their opponent for a brief moment, Ian hastily began to recite his next incantation, his hands tracing magical symbols as the energy he conjured left luminous trails in the air. Fengyue, already renowned for his speed, became an even more formidable force under the acceleration spell, darting around the two skeletal warriors, occasionally lunging forth to deliver a swift strike, regardless of whether it connected or not. Before retreating in an instant, the long-handled scythe transformed into a wisp of dark vapor, emitting a soul-chilling howl with each swing. Despite facing two skeletal warriors of higher rank, Fengyue remained unfazed. Seizing the opportunity, Rog cast a protective magical armor and acceleration spell upon himself. At that moment, Ian completed his incantation, a small ball of yellow-green light emanating from his hands and hurtling towards Rog. Franco's face paled, and he shouted, "Rog, dodge! It's a disintegration spell." Rog was astounded. He had not anticipated that Ian had already attained the rank of a 10th level mage. Without a second thought, the portly man turned and fled. The yellow-green orb veered through the air, pursuing him relentlessly. Rog sprinted with all his might, his form barely more than a wisp of smoke as he dashed towards the townsfolk. The villagers immediately erupted into panicked cries. Scattering in all directions, Rog plunged into the crowd, swiftly seizing a yellow dog and hurling it at the orb. The yellow-green light entered the dog's body without a sound, and in the blink of an eye, it became enveloped in a sickly hue. The dog, suspended in midair, ceased its barking abruptly before crashing heavily to the ground, exploding into a cloud of yellow-green dust that a gentle breeze swept through, erasing all traces of the unfortunate dog's existence in this world. Rog was drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from a river. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he might have been the one to be disintegrated, rendering him unable to resurrect. While the portly man had narrowly escaped death, Fengyue was basking in glory. The howls from the long-handled scythe grew ever sharper, eventually resembling the wails of the damned at midnight. The swirling black mist relentlessly targeted the lower limbs of the two towering skeletal warriors. And within moments, 4 of their small leg bones had been severed, causing the skeletal warriors to collapse, left only with the remnants of their struggles. Rog, finally regaining his composure, glared at Ian with a mixture of anger and contempt. At that moment, Ian had already donned a magical shield for protection. Rog hastily recited another incantation, and magical orbs shot forth, 3 red spheres gliding lazily towards Ian. The portly man continued his incantations without pause, launching another 3 red missiles, this time slightly quicker than the previous ones, followed by yet another trio. 9 magical projectiles traced various trajectories towards Ian, who could only stare in disbelief. having never witnessed a mage casting spells with such fervor. Just then, a blazing arrow shot through the air, merging with the 9 magical missiles and striking violently against Ian's shield. The entire shield trembled violently, a flash of electricity coursing through it, shattering the barrier. Fonue appeared behind Ian like a specter, reversing the scythe and delivering a heavy blow that rendered Ian unconscious, before enveloping himself in black mist and vanishing back to his own realm. Bah! Rog, equally exhausted, spat venomously. The portly man, who had just escaped death, no longer concerned with appearances. If I can't even defeat Fonue, what makes you think you can challenge me with your summoned beasts? Damn it. You think you can outlast me? I'll ensure the waves of the Yangtze River wash over you. Chapter 18. Ling Sun. Ian gradually awoke from his stupor, his head pounding painfully. After a considerable time, he began to discern the surroundings. The room lacked windows, chillingly damp, with walls constructed directly from slabs of green stone, devoid of any adornment, and patches of moss scattered about. Water dripped incessantly from the ceiling. Various implements of torture were strewn about, their surfaces stained with blackened blood, suggesting a long history of torment, yet the anguished cries of the tortured still echoed in his ears on the opposite wall. 2 torches flickered, casting a painful light that made his eyes ache. Everything in the room writhed in the torchlight, presenting a grotesque spectacle. The old town mayor hung suspended in a large position, his hands and feet shackled to iron rings embedded in the wall. He struggled to recite an incantation, but was abruptly interrupted by a sudden lash of a whip. Rog paced restlessly within the dim confines, casting a brooding gaze toward Ian. The portly man gestured for the mercenaries in the room to leave before approaching Ian. Wisely, Ian abandoned any thoughts of casting spells. The execution of magic required the power of incantations, intricate gestures to form magical symbols, and the specific mental energy of the caster to succeed. For someone like Ian, whose hands were bound, only a handful of low-level spells could be invoked. However, it was clear that Rog would not permit him to complete any incantation. Rog glared at Ian with barely concealed hatred. Still haunted by the disintegration spell from earlier that day, the 5th-level disintegration spell was not particularly practical, primarily due to its low success rate, typically hovering around 50%. Yet, no matter how low the odds, for Rog, it was akin to gambling with his life. Had he not cast the acceleration spell beforehand and possessed agility surpassing that of a warrior, it might well have been he who turned to ash rather than that yellow dog. What place is this? Ian's voice, frail and weary, echoed in the gloom. This is the dungeon of Celrus Castle, Mr. Ian. Why not just kill me? Because I have many questions to ask you, Mr. Ian. Ha! Ian laughed. Lord Rog, do you truly believe that I, in my twilight years, would fulfill your demands? Seeing Rog's self-assured demeanor, Ian's laughter gradually faded. Mr. Ian, as an adventurer, you may be a tad too old as a mage. You are overly traditional as a town mayor. You have sons and daughters. Hence, I believe it may be difficult for you to comprehend that sometimes death is not the most difficult or the worst outcome to accept. Perhaps you are not afraid of death, but the consequences of dying might be beyond your acceptance. Just like now, you could choose to end it all. I would not stop you. With that, Rog opened a small iron window in the wall, and the anguished cries of Gudda immediately pierced the air. You devil! You wretched creature! How could you not spare my son? Ian thrashed violently, the iron rings clanking as he struggled. Mr. Ian, if you genuinely wish for me to spare your son, you should not have cast the disintegration spell today. Moreover, the longer you delay, the more suffering Mr. Gudda endures. You see, I am not an entirely heartless person, so let us commence swiftly. I am eager to understand the true purpose of the Snow Fox in occupying Celrus Castle. The echoes of Gudda's screams reverberated in Ian's mind, and the old mayor's face contorted in agony as he finally began to respond to the inquiries. This plan had been devised by Franco, ensuring that Ian could only hear Gudda's torment while being unable to witness the horrific scene. Imagination is the most tormenting of all wills. Franco had summarized the scheme. The Snow Fox has come here to unearth the relics of a necromancer. They seek something rumored to be a statue of an angel. I know this, Rog interjected impatiently. What is the purpose of that statue? That statue is said to conceal a secret regarding a fallen angel, and there are also legends linking it to a significant scandal involving the church. That is all I know. Let them cease their actions. Rog pondered for a moment. He had long since handed over the statue of the infernal angel to Ophirok, given the lengths to which the snow silver fox had gone to acquire it. It must possess considerable value. However, he could neither fathom its significance nor expect to safeguard it. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing wealth can lead to misfortune. This much even the scoundrels understand. The statue had been entrusted to Ophirok, a calculated diversion. When the time came, the Golden Lion would handle matters. A few nobles had no ambitions for a change in dynasty or to become formidable powers on the continent, while they loved wealth. They were not inclined to amass fortunes far beyond their means. Thus, the statue appeared to be a hot potato. The sooner it was out of his hands, the better. What is this space law you speak of? Rog suddenly shouted. Ian was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically as he stammered. I know nothing of this so-called space law. I don't know. The portly man and the old man exchanged furious glances, while Guda's cries continued to echo throughout the room. After a long pause, the portly man said, What secret could possibly be more important to you than your own son? You would do well to be honest. Do you truly believe you can endure until the end? As for that statue, I have no interest in it. The reason I captured you is due to your collusion with the Snow Fox and attempting to frame us. We are not ones to forgive easily. Since you cannot eliminate us, you must meet your end. And another reason is for this space LAWASA fellow mage. I advise you one last time. It would be wise to speak the truth. Ian's lips twitched, blood trickling from where he bit down hard. His eyes were tightly shut, silent tears flowing down his cheeks, unwilling to open his mouth even in death. Rog gritted his teeth. Very well, let us see how long you can endure. Luns, are you back yet? Lun's sing-song voice drifted in through the window. Of course, this little matter is nothing for me to handle. Huh? Come, lass, let me have a go. The texture feels just right. So big, truly magnificent. A young woman's cries followed. Fyra. Ian suddenly opened his eyes wide, roaring like a beast. You vile creatures, the divine will surely punish you. You shall descend into hell, enduring the eternal torment of the flames. Rog remained composed. Responding, You know that I will eventually uncover the secrets of the laws of space. Perhaps this is a secret to you now, but it may very well become common knowledge in the future. Are you still unwilling to divulge it? If you do, though you will still meet your demise, at least your son and daughter may be spared. A sound of tearing fabric echoed from the next room, accompanied by Fyra's wailing and Lun's lewd laughter. Rog silently observed Ian. The flickering flames intensified, casting everything within the room in a more desolate and eerie light. Lun's voice carried over. Rog, that old fool still refuses to speak. Does he? Better for him to remain silent. His daughter is indeed quite the alluring maiden. Heh, still a virgin. I see if you don't take her, I shall. Fyra's piercing cries nearly shattered Rog's eardrums, followed by Lun's bull-like gasps. The door swung open, and Franco entered, frowning as he said, That Lun's has no sense of decorum that I fail to understand you. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for the laws of space? Rog replied coolly, I am determined to achieve my goal. Franco shook his head, sighed, and said, Whatever the matter, I will assist you, but do not let it spiral out of control. He turned to gaze at Ian for a moment before murmuring, Old man, it would be wise to speak now, lest we be forced to resort to our final measure. Time passed, with only suffering and debauchery becoming the eternal theme. Lun's let out a triumphant roar. The surroundings fell silent, and the anguished cries from the ancient tower ceased without notice. The three individuals in the cell found themselves in a momentary stalemate. Rog sighed, suddenly raising his voice. Old man, do you truly wish to witness your children commit the sin of incest, condemned to burn in the inferno for all eternity? Exclamation point. Ian, struck as if by lightning, felt his white hair fall away, his aged voice echoing hollowly. O Lord, forgive your servant for having to bargain with the devil. He lifted his head, his eyes clouded and devoid of life. Now blind, I shall tell you all that I know about the laws of space. The next room fell quiet, save for Fyra's soft sobs reverberating. Lun's and Kate entered, the scoundrels standing silently. Ian's aged voice resonated in the vast torture chamber, as if the flames themselves could not suppress the thrill of eavesdropping on secrets, writhing and struggling, as if they wished to leap from the torch into the center of the room. In the year 200 of the Holy Calendar, the then Pope Patrick received a divine revelation and rushed to the peak of the Bispus Mountains, witnessing a meteor descending from the heavens, amidst flames that seemed to conceal a figure. The meteor struck the ground, flames soaring into the sky, vaporizing the eternal ice and snow that had lingered atop the peak for millennia. Within a radius of several miles, everything was reduced to nothingness, leaving behind a vast, dark pit. The surrounding rocks had melted, forming a glass-like crystalline structure. Though separated by dozens of miles from the meteor's impact site, the shockwave of spatial energy caused Patrick to stumble. He was filled with dread, as Pope. Possessing a light magic level of 16, even at such a distance, the residual energy was enough to leave him unsteady. The magnitude of the meteor's energy was unfathomable. Patrick waited for the energy shockwave to subside before laboriously making his way toward the crater. Propping himself up with his staff, the old Pope had journeyed alone for more than half a month in the deep mountains, although he was powerful enough to frequently cast flying spells for brief periods. He was now utterly exhausted. As afternoon faded into dusk, he finally reached the bottom of the crater point 500 years ago. The Holy Church, although not as powerful as it is today, still boasted millions of followers. And the Pope had already established his own papal realm. The old Pope's life, while not lavish, was certainly not inferior to that of a small kingdom's ruler. He had never endured such hardship. His crimson robe was now tattered, his tall crown askew, and his face and hands were marred with scratches. Ultimately, he stumbled and fell, finally arriving at his destination. At the bottom of the pit floated an exquisitely ornate circular disc, surrounded by golden rays of light that danced around it. The center of the disc bore cryptic inscriptions, and the surrounding area appeared to be encircled by a ring of purple gold, intricately adorned with delicate patterns. Resembling a magical array, waves of invisible energy emanated from the center of the disc, causing the entire surrounding space to subtly distort. The figure amidst the flames had now been reduced to mere bones. The original form of the creature unrecognizable as the surrounding space rippled. A dozen angels hidden within the blinding golden light gradually materialized. Patrick recalled the divine revelation, gritting his teeth as he reached toward the disc. As his hand penetrated the spatial fluctuations surrounding the disc, it began to visibly age and wither. By the time he grasped the disc, his entire arm was reduced to nothing but skeletal remains. The old Pope clutched the disc tightly and departed with the angels. The torture chamber fell silent. Rog inquired, "That disc?" "Indeed, that is the wheel of space, which records the laws of space," according to Patrick's notes. The mysterious inscriptions at the center of the wheel represent the laws of space. Yet, no one has ever been able to decipher them, nor do we know why they appeared in this world. "What about those angels?" Kate asked. "From what I've heard, at least some angels still reside within the Holy Church, providing worship and protection." The scoundrels finally understood why the Holy Church had risen so swiftly in recent years, frequently displaying miraculous signs. What troubled them was the realization that if angels existed within the Holy Church, then the supreme deity they worshipped must also be real. However, given the actions of the scoundrels, from any perspective, they were in direct violation of the divine teachings. Did this not imply that their only fate was to descend into hell? Contemplating this, the scoundrels' faces turned pale. After the battle for survival, Kate had significantly increased his power, even mastering fighting energy, and it was of the holy variety. Only warriors who reached a certain level of strength could exhibit fighting energy, with its color determined by the warrior's specific attributes. This left the scoundrels perplexed. Kate's essence was utterly devoid of any connection to holiness. His father's icy blue fighting energy was neutral, which was acceptable, yet his son had somehow produced holy fighting energy. What a grand jest! It could only be said that even the divine occasionally dozes off. However, there was a silver lining. The scoundrels had resolved that henceforth, they would involve Kate in their endeavors to the public. Holy knights were bound to stand on the side of justice. Only Rog had long been aware of the existence of angels within the Holy Church. Ian continued. On his deathbed, the old Pope Patrick left behind 2 pages of notes regarding the laws of space. During his funeral, the necromancer Rodriguez arrived on a colossal dragon made of bones, engaging in battle with the 4 archangels present at the time in that clash. 3 archangels were injured, and 1 perished. While half a page of Patrick's notes on the laws of space was stolen. Rodriguez truly lives up to the title of the most powerful necromancer. After that battle, the Holy Church pursued Rodriguez for 400 years. However, the clerical knights understood that without the archangel's presence, encountering Rodriguez would only lead to death. Thus, they could do nothing but feign efforts. It was not until 3 years ago that Rodriguez himself arrived at the Temple of Odysseus. where he was utterly destroyed by the judgment light sent down from the heavens. During that incident, both the Saintess Vina and Cardinal Brand sacrificed themselves, and no one knows why he chose to do so. It was akin to suicide. Rog coldly scoffed. Humph. Does it matter if the archangels are present? That old man. With such a history, how come he hasn't given me the dragon? Damn it. Gradually, lines of text surfaced in Rog's mind. In the azure abyss, the flames of karma burn eternally. Beings like ants, they are but mortals. Above the fleeting life, celestial beings and deities. Beyond the 6 realms, the worlds are boundless. Rog speculated that this must be the content of the half-page of notes that Rodriguez had stolen. It seemed to suggest that this world was divided into realms such as the celestial realm, the demonic realm, and the human realm. Wasn't that mere nonsense? It was unclear why that old man, risking life and limb, sought to seize such information. It appeared that the only course of action was to raid the Holy Church for the remaining notes, perhaps even seize the Wheel of Space for further study. In hopes of understanding more, the moment he envisioned raiding the Holy Church, Rog felt as if he could see endless holy knights and countless clerics glaring at him with disdain. Above, a dozen angels floated, while Vina, being a third-tier archangel, had merely attained the status of saintess. Rog, having experienced this himself, naturally assumed that those with great power aspired to hold high positions. It was evident, no, it was certain that higher-tier angels were lurking within the Holy Church. Rog felt a shiver run down his spine. The rotund man pondered for a moment before breaking into hearty laughter, thinking to himself, that old man's mission is of no concern to me. In this life, I shall indulge in boasting, fine wine, and beautiful women, living joyfully and freely. What could be better? No need to waste brain power on such matters. It would be wise to avoid the Holy Church. Who knows when I might need to rely on them? Which treacherous minister once said, if we cannot defeat you, let us join forces instead. Heh, that resonates with me deeply, indeed. Chapter 19. The end of the line. After a round of questioning, it became evident that no further information would be extracted. Several noblemen decided to end it there. However, a new query surfaced in Rog's mind, prompting him to ask, these secrets should be the most sacred confidences of the Holy Church. How is it that you are privy to them? Ian offered a wry smile and replied, at this juncture, I shall not conceal the truth from you. I am the 24th Cardinal of the Holy Church. In pursuit of the whereabouts of the statue of the infernal angel, I willingly relinquished my divine powers 25 years ago to lead a life as an ordinary mage, residing here ever since. Alas, after 2 decades of toil, it turns out the snow fox has gotten ahead of me. I had other plans in motion. Success was within reach, yet here you are, such is fate. Indeed, Rog, with a grin, remarked, as for that statue, my friend, you need not dwell on it any longer. After all, Ophirok is, at the very least, a knight of the church, so ultimately, it will be the church that lays claim to it. It appears your efforts over the past 20 years have been in vain. Ha. We initially thought we had merely captured a common mayor, yet it turns out we have ensnared a cardinal. Truly my apologies, my sincere apologies, ha ha ha. In truth, the corrupt nobles were fully aware that they had entangled themselves in a grave predicament. Ian, as a cardinal, held significant standing, despite having concealed his identity for over 2 decades. Records must exist within the church. Given the blatant manner in which they had conducted their affairs, any attempt at concealment would prove futile. They could hardly eliminate every inhabitant of Le Mans. Could they? Anxiety gripped them, yet they understood that having forged such deep enmity with Ian, retreat was no longer an option. Rog wore a cheerful facade, though discontent brewed within. Though the life experiences of the necromancer spanned centuries, they had imparted nothing to the corpulent man, yet had taught him to consider every situation from various perspectives, optimistically, pessimistically, oppositely, from the realm of impossibility, and even from angles others might shun. The merits and demerits of such an approach were abundantly clear. The advantages lay in comprehensive insight and meticulous deliberation, while the drawbacks included the potential for incorrect conclusions and the risk of neglecting the most crucial matters amid excessive contemplation. Nevertheless, the audacious fool often derived whimsical solutions from this very method. The group recognized that lamenting their predicament would yield no benefits. After signaling to a mercenary behind them, the nobles filed out of the interrogation chamber, while their deeds could be deemed unspeakably wicked. They were not inherently bloodthirsty. If they could delegate the task of murder to another, they would certainly prefer that course of action. The heavy iron door slammed shut behind them, yet a muffled groan managed to seep through the cracks. reaching the ears of the nefarious nobles. Damn it, in this wretched place, capturing someone could lead to ensnaring a cardinal. Our luck is truly abysmal, Kate grumbled, a frown etched across his face. Franco sighed. It seems there is no way out of this now. The matter cannot be concealed any longer. We must devise other means. Ian and his family must be eradicated. This way, should inquiries arise, at least we can ensure their silence. Rog pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us not panic just yet. There may still be avenues to explore. First and foremost, the statue of the infernal angel is our prize. This is a significant achievement. Even if our sins outweigh our merits, we at least have a chance for redemption. Ophirok values us to some degree. We should receive our due share of this accomplishment. And he is unlikely to claim it all for himself. Furthermore, given his background, he has no need to squabble over such a trivial accolade." The rotund man paused, then continued, "With this accomplishment as our foundation, we must also secure an ally within the Holy Church who will speak on our behalf. There happens to be a cardinal in Riel City, if I remember correctly, named Burke. It seems we should focus our efforts on cultivating a relationship with him. We need not fear his greed or lust. Rather, we should be wary of his indifference. Even if he lacks interests, we can create some for him. We shall cater to his preferences. I have heard that the current pope's health is failing. No cardinal would wish for an additional competitor to emerge suddenly." The others regarded the rotund man as if he were a creature of legend. Rog felt his face flush with embarrassment, and he sheepishly produced a tome titled A Comprehensive History of the Continent, Chronicles of the Holy Church. He chuckled, "I happened to be reading this book recently. One must apply knowledge practically." The group collectively sighed, and Lunds contemplated mocking Rog, thinking he should be reading a treatise on treachery, but then reconsidered, recognizing his own shortcomings, and let it be. Lunds mused, "We cannot simply let Ian's offspring escape unscathed. Silencing them is imperative. The challenge lies in ensuring it is executed flawlessly. As for that Phila, I can discreetly capture her alone. Aside from our trusted few, no one else knows. However, the Gouda presents a more complex issue to resolve." Kate coldly interjected, "That can be easily arranged. We shall claim to have apprehended a spy for the Snow Fox and disguise Ian's corpse to make it appear as though he is alive, transporting him alongside Gouda to the capital. We will hire a small band of mercenaries for this task. Then we will bring along several others, posing as bandits to ambush them en route, leaving not a single survivor. Ian and Gouda can be cast down a deep ravine, making it appear as if they were abducted. After all, it will be a case of death without witnesses. As for that Phila, she is quite attractive. Let us indulge for a few more days. And finally, those in the know shall receive their share, ensuring they cannot escape their involvement. We will reward them handsomely. I am not concerned about their silence." The group found themselves impressed, realizing that Kate had been concealing considerable depth. With their plans set, the nefarious nobles felt a sense of relief wash over them as they spoke. They entered the cell where Phila and Gouda were held. Gouda's towering form was suspended by iron chains against the wall. Already unconscious, he was entirely nude, his muscles robust yet revealing a hint of excess flesh. While there were some bloodstains on him, few visible wounds remained, leaving one to marvel at the methods employed by the dragon and beauty mercenaries. Phila, on the other hand, was bound like a dog to a high-legged bench, clearly designed for interrogation. Her hands were suspended from a chain affixed to the ceiling, raising her upper body high. Her feet were secured by iron hoops, leaving them half suspended, while her waist was bound by a rope to the bench, showcasing her curves in a manner typical of Lund style. The mercenaries present were currently tending to the scene and attending to Gouda's wounds. After all, only a strong individual could withstand such brutal treatment. Their eyes roamed over Philia's bare form, filled with lustful intrigue. The nobles were quite pleased with the mercenaries' professionalism, noting that during their absence, these men had refrained from taking liberties with Phila. Franco instructed the mercenaries to rouse Gouda that a bucket of cold water was poured over him, instantly bringing him back to consciousness. Upon surveying his surroundings, Gouda shivered and immediately began pleading for mercy. Clearly shaken by the earlier treatment he had received, the corrupt nobles chose to ignore Gouda's pleas and began to paw at Phila's alabaster skin. Rog's hand ventured between Phila's thighs, expertly squeezing her most sensitive area. Eliciting an immediate gasp from her, the nobles chuckled in depraved amusement. The rotund man, after indulging momentarily, unfastened his robe, revealing himself, and thrust deep into Phila, who let out another shriek. Lunds, having taken the first turn, Now watch the spectacle unfold while simultaneously tormenting Gutta. This brawny figure, typically so robust, now begged for mercy, while under Lund's relentless pressure, he found himself transfixed by the sight of his sister's violation. Moments passed, and he too succumbed to base desires. Lund caught a glimpse of Gutta's reaction and chuckled. "You truly are a heartless beast. I almost feel ashamed to be outdone by you. Yet, your endowment is quite reminiscent of a donkey." Gutta nodded eagerly, utterly captivated by the scene before him. Unbeknownst to anyone, Fila had ceased her cries, merely enduring the torment, complying with whatever demands were placed upon her. Rog had completed his act and watched Fila's eyes, feeling a chill creep upon him. That look was hauntingly familiar. Suddenly, a scream erupted from Kate, his body radiating holy energy as he staggered backward, having been bitten on his manhood. Fortunately, the protective aura mitigated the damage, though two of Fila's teeth had been knocked loose in the process. Furious, Kate prepared to retaliate. At this moment, the rotund man was struck by a revelation, with words like angel, spatial law, reincarnation, and purgatory flashing through his mind. He could not fathom their origin, yet he grasped Kate's arm and solemnly declared, "We cannot allow her to die." Rog, with a flick of his hand, unleashed several wind blades, severing Gutta's chains, and coldly commanded, "You seemed quite eager before. I now offer you a chance at life. If you wish to survive, you must take this wench and have your way with her." These words were spoken in a hushed tone, ensuring Fila remained unaware. Gutta gritted his teeth, approached Fila from behind, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately succumbed to the desperate desire to live, overpowering the last remnants of his conscience. He grasped her slender waist and thrust deep within, eliciting a pleasurable moan from Fila. She, expecting death, felt Gutta's touch and initially presumed it was a nobleman. Upon hearing his voice, she turned to find her own brother, and a heart-wrenching wail escaped her lips. Rog's chilling voice echoed like a whisper from the coldest depths of hell, articulating each word with precision. "This time, I shall see how you escape purgatory and return to seek vengeance upon us. You may as well abandon that hope." A weight lifted from Rog's heart. Yet he found little respite, as an elderly voice echoed in his mind. "One must not act too rashly. One must not act too rashly." The rotund man's brow furrowed once more. The misdeeds have been committed, and the aftermath must not be taken lightly. Within just a few days, over a dozen obscure wandering warriors were hired, and under the leadership of Franco, they escorted Ian and Gutta eastward to the city of Lille. The party traveled by day and rested by night, and by the third day, they had covered more than 100 miles. Just as they were about to exit the mountainous region, Kate and her 50 followers blocked their path. What followed was exceedingly smooth. The wandering warriors, who were no match for Kate's prowess, fell victim to Franco's sudden assault from behind. Within mere minutes, their forces were utterly decimated. The entire cleanup operation took over 10 days, during which Rog and Lund remained busy within the territory. The two spent 7 days visiting every village in the region. This land, with its treacherous mountains and harsh climate, lies near the forest of demons, where various magical beasts frequently roam. Furthermore, being situated at the border, it essentially falls within a lawless area. Fortunately, for over 20 years, the Duchy of Bavaria had not collected taxes here. So although the inhabitants lived in hardship, they managed to survive. Despite the arduous conditions, the local populace is characterized by their simplicity and resilience, adhering to primitive tenets such as might is right, an eye for an eye, and blood for blood. Initially, the townsfolk of Le Mans even contemplated confronting the duchy's knightly order. After their inspection, Rog's worries multiplied. The collection of taxes from the subjects was currently impossible, not due to reluctance to pay, but because there was nothing substantial to collect. Rog simply announced a tax exemption for the current year. However, this endeavor was not entirely fruitless. For at least the 50 sturdy mountain folk who had joined him were a significant gain. These individuals had grown up as hunters in the mountains, adept and agile, skilled with both blade and bow, making them excellent candidates for mercenaries, with persuasive eloquence and substantial benefits offered to their families, essentially ensuring they were well-fed and clothed. Rog managed to secure their unwavering loyalty. The production of fine iron ore gradually fell into a routine, which relieved Rog considerably. Yet, the road leading out of Sellersburg was in such disrepair that transporting products became a challenge. Constructing a road is no small feat, and it would take no less than half a year to a year to complete. For the moment, they could only slowly transport quality, or the mined or continue to accumulate within Sellersburg. And thankfully, there was ample space in the abandoned castle, With little risk of theft, a disciple from the dwarven goldsmith had arrived from Falberg to oversee the entire mining operation, with the dwarves' inherent sensitivity to ore. He provided guidance to the miners for just 2 days, resulting in considerable yields. Beyond a few exceedingly rare pieces of fine iron, a remarkably high-quality flame gem was also unearthed, motivated by his success. The dwarf became increasingly enthusiastic, spending nearly all his waking hours in the mines, save for sleep. In his words, this mine was a treasure bestowed upon the dwarves by the heavens. Renovating the castle posed another significant challenge. Not only was it a costly endeavor, but finding craftsmen in such a barren land was no easy task. Distracted, Rog wandered through the castle, finding solace only in observing the laborers growing stronger and more vigorous in their work. The laborers gazed upon the rotund figure with immense respect and gratitude. Wherever Rog went, everyone exerted themselves tirelessly, with some even rushing to kiss his boots. Such adulation felt more gratifying than any flattery. The plump man reveled in this attention, feeling as though he were floating on clouds, secretly musing, by heavens, this is quite absurd. If a group of beautiful maidens were to rush towards me, that would be more fitting. I am surely not swayed by such trifling flattery. Yet, it seems their admiration is genuine. Perhaps I am indeed somewhat wise and capable. As time passed, Rog found himself feeling a sense of emptiness whenever he did not see the laborers. A letter arrived from Eat, who was recuperating in Lille, lamenting that his recovery was painfully slow, leaving him too weak to indulge in carousing with women. Meanwhile, Fest busied himself with relocating the hammer of the war god to Lille. The capital of the Duchy of Bavaria, Lille, boasts a population of 1 million, making it the second largest city in the alliance. With convenient transportation and abundant local resources, coupled with the duchy's rich history and formidable military strength, this city is undeniably prosperous. It is a veritable haven for the wealthy, with nobility and abundance. For the hammer of the war god, renowned for its exquisite craftsmanship, this could not be more fortuitous. Ophirok provided a magnificent 4-story building on the bustling 5th Avenue in Lille, along with 100,000 gold coins for the hammer's use, fulfilling a prior promise. Upon Kate and Franco's return after completing the aftermath, the envoy from the Duchy of Bavaria arrived 3 days later. To everyone's astonishment, the Holy Church had also sent a bishop, in the winter of the year 685 of the sacred calendar. Several noble scoundrels were formally conferred titles. Kate was elevated to a second-level knight and would be assigned to serve in the military of the Duchy of Bavaria, reportedly destined for the Duchy's Lionheart Knight Order as a lieutenant colonel commanding a cavalry battalion. Rog and the others were granted the rank of third-level knights, officially entering the ranks of nobility. Rog was appointed as the acting lord of Sellersburg, Franco became the Grand Chancellor, and Lunz was made the financial officer. As for the Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps, they were incorporated into the 3rd Knight Order of the Duchy of Bavaria as the 5th Independent Battalion, with Rog becoming the major battalion commander and the others serving as majors in subordinate positions. Judging from this decree, it appears the duchy was quite discerning in recognizing talent among these scoundrels, a rarity in the realm of governance. It seems Ophirok exerted considerable effort behind the scenes. The 3rd Knight Order of the Duchy of Bavaria essentially serves as a reserve force, with the main body being a regular knight battalion, while the other 3 independent battalions are comprised of incorporated mercenary groups that have achieved significant feats, each numbering around 1,000 in every battle. The 3rd Knight Order's role is often either to clean up or to serve as cannon fodder, though this must remain undisclosed. This time, the independent battalion granted Rog a quota of 500 men. A remarkable honor considering the Dragon and Beauty Mercenary Corps currently numbered just over 100. Each soldier within this quota would receive 30 gold coins for outfitting, along with an annual salary of 10 gold coins, sufficient to equip a knight. Naturally, with Rog and the others having the financial backing of the Hammer of the War God, the mercenaries' equipment rivaled that of the Duchy's premier knight order, the elite battalion of the Lionheart Knight Order. The arrival of the bishop initially startled several nobles, but they soon learned he was sent by Cardinal Burke to confer titles upon them. The rationale was that these scoundrels had made outstanding contributions to the dissemination of the Lord's glory. The scoundrels were well aware that such claims of spreading glory were mere fabrications, unless it referred to the glory of the Grim Reaper. It appeared that the reward for presenting the statue of the infernal angel was the significant achievement being recognized. The bishop, named Nat Hart, was 45 years old, appearing benevolent with a sacred aura about him. and was said to be one of Cardinal Burke's trusted aides. In his earlier years, Nadhart was a well-known holy knight, wielding a counterfeit divine sword, Judgment Day. It is said that hundreds of knights across the continent claimed to possess the true Judgment Day. He narrowly escaped death during a battle against the necromancer Rodriguez, after which he resolutely abandoned the sword for scholarly pursuits, dedicating himself to spreading the Lord's glory upon witnessing the dilapidated state of Celrus. The bishop felt displeased, though he concealed his sentiments, engaging in casual conversation with Rog and the others in the Lord's hall. Rog and the others, being astute, quickly discerned his discomfort. The rotund man promptly approached, seizing the opportunity while the envoy stepped out to relieve himself, presenting a finely crafted golden box. Upon seeing the box, which was evidently valuable, Nadhart's face broke into a radiant smile. When he opened it, he gasped in astonishment. Inside lay a tulip crafted from pure gold, with petals so thin they were nearly translucent, and a small amount of fire element encased within imparted a brilliant crimson hue. Above the tulip floated a small cluster of condensed water element, surrounded by wisps of moisture, causing droplets to perpetually roll along the petals. It took Nadhart a moment to regain his composure. As a bishop, though he had a penchant for wealth, he was burdened by the need to maintain a facade of sanctity, making it difficult to openly ask for money. Such an exquisite piece was a rare sight for him. The bishop quickly closed the box, carefully placing it within his robes, instantly viewing these scoundrels as the most devout followers of the Lord. Moments later, the envoy returned, wearing a satisfied expression and engaging in lively conversation with the ever-present Franco, suggesting that he too had garnered considerable rewards. Thus, the gathering was filled with joy and harmony. Once the Lord's hall was suitably arranged, Nadhart commenced the ceremony of conferring titles upon the nobles. Kate received a medal symbolizing the Holy Knight, while Rog and the others were awarded the Cross Medal, signifying the most devout believers. Initially, the bishop intended to bestow bronze medals, but this time, he bypassed both silver and gold, granting them the Holy Silver Medal instead. The bishop typically brought a set of medals of various ranks, deciding which to bestow based on circumstances, observing the youth and competence of these individuals. Upon their return to Lille, he planned to introduce them to Burke, believing that given their merits, the Holy Silver Medal was no trivial matter. Following this, he sprinkled holy water as a blessing. This holy water was no ordinary substance. When poured upon everyone's heads, it invigorated their spirits. Only Rog was different. Each time the holy water flowed over him, it felt as if he were being seared by flames, causing him to grimace in pain, tears cascading down his cheeks. Yet he could only grit his teeth and endure the torment. The rotund man mentally cursed the ancestors of the inventor of this holy water, as well as every woman in their lineage. Witnessing Rog's baptism, the bishop was so moved that tears streamed down his face, reflecting on the rarity of such genuine piety amidst his extensive experiences. He had encountered countless hypocrites throughout his years of preaching. Yet few could match the sincerity of Rog. With a sense of deep reflection, Rog added a little more intent to the holy water meant for him. Chapter 20, Existence. It had been a long time since Rog had dreamt. With his extraordinary mental fortitude and the unwavering willpower acquired from the Death Mage, it was improbable for him to experience dreams. Yet at this moment, Rog found himself in a daze, disoriented and unaware of his whereabouts. Surrounding him was a gray mist, thick and tangible, leaving a slick, icy mud on his hand when he attempted to wave it. The light around him was oppressive and dim, revealing only objects within a 10-meter radius. Not far away stood a solitary withered tree, its branches twisting in an eerie manner, creating a scene of unsettling strangeness. There was no sign of life here, while Rog did not shy away from the aura of death. The overwhelming purity and intensity of the deathly atmosphere made him profoundly uncomfortable. "Where is this place?" Rog shouted, yet no sound escaped his lips. "This is the realm of death, the paradise of the undead, the ultimate purgatory for all living beings." A cold, malevolent, and piercing voice broke through Rog's mental barriers, echoing in his mind. "Who are you?" Rog bellowed, but the voice fell silent. He attempted to call out, but his voice was stifled. He tried to flee, yet found himself frozen in place. All that remained was fear, despair, and the impending sense of collapse. A powerful pull from afar lifted Rog into the air, swiftly breaking through the mist and soaring through the void. As he gazed down upon the bizarre forest, the ashen river, and the barren hills rushing beneath him, he felt as though his heart might leap from his throat at the exhilarating experience of flight. However, He remained immobile, capable only of using his mental energy to shield himself, preventing any life force from leaking away. This strange world continuously siphoned the essence of living beings. The sky loomed gray above him. Clouds heavy as lead and winds sharp as blades, creating an atmosphere so stifling it threatened to drive one to madness. Gazing through the clouds revealed an endless expanse of gray, with a faint glimmer of light whose origin remained a mystery. Suddenly, a colossal skeletal bird soared through the air, hurtling directly toward Rog. His heart raced, yet he remained powerless. His features contorted, and his eyes widened in horror. With a swish, the skeletal bird passed through Rog's body. Appearing as nothing more than a fleeting illusion, the creature arced gracefully before plummeting towards a small hill. Scattered across the hill were countless bones, among which stood a single skeleton, proudly erect, its deep black scythe occasionally flashing with a cold light. Windua. Rog descended rapidly, and Windua turned its gaze toward him, as though observing Rog intently. That a thunderous sound echoed in Rog's mind, and he felt the world spin around him. When he regained his senses, he realized he and Windua had become one, yet he still found himself unable to move. His robust mental energy being drawn away like a tidal wave. The tempest suddenly erupted from Windua, sweeping up all the bones within a radius of several dozen meters, sending them soaring through the air. The flames within Windua's eye socket shifted from pale to dark red, a streak of black quickly spreading downwards. A once white skeleton was instantly dyed a deep black, the scars that marred its frame vanishing without a trace. Windua threw its head back and let out a silent howl, its once drooping bone wings unfurling like spring flowers. Gradually spreading wide, the blackness flowed from Windua's hand, staining the scythe, which began to writhe as if alive, resembling an old vine that was growing frantically along the handle. Several sharp metallic spikes emerged from the broad blade of the scythe, and after a moment of writhing, the blade twisted into several angles, with tiny bolts of lightning dancing across its surface. An invisible barrier of force extended from Windua, reaching about 10 meters outward. Any creature caught within this barrier would continuously suffer from various negative emotional impacts. Yet, in this paradise of the undead, the barrier was utterly ineffective. After a prolonged silence, Windua lifted its head, gazing toward the other side of the hill. Rog, nearly devoid of mental energy, distinctly sensed an ancient, malevolent, cold, and arrogant presence lurking in that direction. Waves of excitement, fear, and anticipation surged from Windua, crashing against Rog's nerves. He found himself at a loss, unsure how to interpret the reality before him. Previously, he could only issue commands to Windua through his consciousness without sensing any of its emotional presence. But now, Rog could feel Windua's intense emotional fluctuations, albeit with no clear consciousness. Suddenly, Windua leapt high from the peak of the hill, gliding through the air for several meters before descending into the mist. Straining his eyes, Rog could see only 5 meters ahead. Windua moved with breathtaking speed, darting toward the mountain, weaving low and high, occasionally sidestepping unexpectedly appearing withered trees, causing Rog to break into a cold sweat. With great effort, Rog managed to calm his mind. Since visibility was limited, he began to scan his surroundings with his mental energy. His consciousness gradually sank, akin to submerging into a tranquil lake. Although he still perceived only 5 meters around him, beyond that range, the outlines of some objects gradually sharpened into clarity. Rog's heart swelled with joy. But as soon as he relaxed his focus, he could only see within the limited 5-meter range again. He quickly refocused his mind, and the objects beyond began to materialize once more. Gradually, Rog grew adept at this emotionless state of being, allowing waves of mental energy to ripple forth as if alive, sensing objects from large to small, from near to far. Suddenly, Rog's mental touch encountered a cold, evil energy, its sudden sharpness, ferocity, and intense thirst for flesh nearly suffocating him. At that moment, Windua pivoted, standing still before hastily darting toward the source. The zombie emerged from the gray mist. Its flesh had turned black, yet it was remarkably sturdy, clad in rudimentary leather armor, wielding a short scythe in each hand. Through his extensive research on various undead creatures, Rog immediately recognized it as a zombie warrior. Zombie warriors are typically transformed from skilled fighters with strong wills, retaining some of their combat awareness and abilities, far superior to regular zombies. Often tenfold or more in power, but at least 5 or 6 times stronger. A few zombie warriors are evolved from ordinary zombies, yet they are not as formidable as the former type. Windua charged toward the zombie warrior, raising its long-handled scythe high before bringing it down. The zombie warrior raised both short scythes, attempting to block the strike. Windyu's scythe suddenly accelerated midair, bypassing the block and cleaving down. The zombie warrior moved with surprising agility, instinctively retreating, despite the unexpected nature of the attack. Although Windyu's scythe struck true, it could not penetrate the zombie warrior's resilient flesh, merely leaving a long, shallow wound over its chest, revealing a patch of dry, gray meat beneath, starkly different from the rotting, pus-filled wounds of ordinary zombies. The zombie warrior's movements appeared unaffected by this injury, remaining remarkably swift. Windu was no novice when it came to battling zombies. It quickly employed a reliable tactic. Circling around the zombie warrior, its long-handled scythe striking with precision, occasionally breaching the zombie's defenses, leaving shallow wounds that only deepened with time. The adage, "ants can kill an elephant," held true, with multiple injuries. The zombie warrior's movements inevitably slowed. However, limited by the skeleton's inherent lack of strength, Windu could only engage in a battle of attrition with the zombie warrior. Rog endeavored once more to probe the zombie warrior with his mental energy, detecting a thin layer of magical energy enveloping its entire body. Familiar with low-level magic, Rog recognized this as the effect of magical armor, astonished that this zombie warrior possessed such protective magic by nature, an inconsistency with documented accounts. Concentrating his mind, Rog heightened the frequency of his mental energy, sensing the previously detected icy energy within the zombie warrior. Now closer, this energy shone brightly like a lighthouse in the night. Rog's heart raced, and cautiously he attempted to envelop that energy with his mental force. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his full mental power, directing a concentrated burst toward the energy. The zombie warrior trembled violently as the protective energy of its magical armor receded like a receding tide. It began to thrash about, racked with pain, fear, and even sorrow as these emotions surged towards Rog. Yet, Rog's will remained as steadfast as steel, unaffected, as he fiercely pressed down on that energy. Windwe, ever astute, seized the opportunity without hesitation. Under the furious dance of the death scythe, a web of intersecting black lines silently enveloped the zombie warrior's body. The zombie warrior froze in place, and moments later, a thunderous sound echoed as it shattered into countless fragments. Scattering across the ground, the energy burst apart as well, transforming into countless sparkling motes of light that drifted away. Windu rejoiced, absorbing the scattered energy motes, merging them with the energy deep within its skull. The sensation of satisfaction and delight washed over Windu, akin to a parched traveler in a desert finally quenching their thirst with cool, refreshing water. Rog, too, benefited slightly from this surge of energy. The atmosphere grew solemn. Windu and Rog ceased their revelry and stood quietly in anticipation. Countless brushes with death had sharpened the instinctive awareness between the two. The surrounding environment projected vividly into Rog's mental realm. And at the center of it all, a small, radiant golden light represented the divine source energy hidden within Windu's skull. Surrounding this golden light was a swirling mist of dark purple and black, interspersed with glimmering golden specks that felt eerily familiar to Rog, indicating that he now existed as this spectral energy mist. Throughout this time, Windu's energy had grown considerably. Around the golden light, dozens of cold, pale energy orbs flickered to life, some bright, some dim, with 7 or 8 orbs resembling the energy of the recently defeated zombie warrior. In the distance, a larger orb radiated a cool, pale blue light, its energy nearly equivalent to that of 3 zombie warriors. That a chill coursed through Rog's heart as he surveyed the battlefield. In every direction within his line of sight, zombies of varying ranks were laboriously clawing their way out of the earth. At this moment, both Fengyue and Rog shared a mutual understanding. They chose to temporarily disregard the malevolent entity lurking beyond the mountains. It appeared that the horde of zombies surrounding them was beyond their capacity to confront, leading them to the conclusion that retreat was the most prudent strategy. Of course, Fengyue's thoughts were far simpler. Having grasped Rog's intent, he charged in the opposite direction of the largest energy mass. Along the way, he effortlessly dispatched a few lowly zombies that were emerging from the soil. Just as they were on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement, a zombie warrior blocked their path. Employing their tried-and-true tactics, Rog unleashed a full frontal assault on the energy core of the zombie warrior, rendering it momentarily immobilized, while Fengyue delivered a swift strike. His blade crackled with energy, slicing through the magical armor that protected the zombie warrior. Although he failed to cleave it in two, The blow penetrated deeply. Exceeding a foot in depth, the energy mass of the zombie warrior began to dissipate, yet Feng Yue showed no interest in absorbing it. Instead, he skillfully dispatched two more low-ranking zombies that obstructed their path and continued onward. Rog could distinctly sense the pursuing pale blue energy mass brimming with rage and resentment. However, zombies struggled to match the speed of skeletons. And Feng Yue moved with a swiftness that defied his skeletal form. The most formidable zombie. At this juncture, Rog remained unaware of whether it was a zombie lord or a millennia-old zombie king, had no hope of catching up. With their escape assured, Rog concentrated all his mental energy and unleashed a shockwave against the pale blue energy mass, causing it to scatter like fireflies in a tempest, akin to a flickering candle flame amidst a storm. Rog himself felt the repercussions, experiencing dizziness for a considerable time before regaining his composure, that he laughed triumphantly. But his mirth was abruptly cut short when he saw Feng Yue charging straight towards a precipice before leaping down. The rapid descent engulfed Rog in a wave of terror, drowning him in fear. Ah! With a shriek, Rog jolted upright. Drenched in sweat, he gasped for breath, momentarily unsure whether he was trapped in a dream or confronting reality, or perhaps caught in a liminal space between the two. "My lord Rog, what troubles you?" A strikingly beautiful maid entered, her eyes still heavy with sleep, her garments disheveled. "Did you have a nightmare? Would you like me to keep you company?" The maid's demeanor was laced with allure. Rog sat in silence, reflecting on the events of his dream. As if coming to an epiphany, he gazed at the maid, and a flicker of dark purple mist darted through his eyes. Instantly, she let out a muffled cry, blood trickling from her nostrils, before she collapsed to the floor, unconscious. "Ah-ha-ha-ha." Rog laughed maniacally, the flash of lightning outside illuminating his face, transforming him into a visage of demonic delight, with a clap of thunder. A torrential downpour began. Shortly after his appointment, the city of Riel issued a call to arms, prompting Rog and his companions to set forth for the royal capital, by this time. Order had begun to take shape within his territory. Everything was gradually falling into place. The iron ore extracted from the mines would soon see half of its yield consumed in crafting the war god's hammer, while the remaining portion would scarcely fetch a modest sum. Other than covering the expenses for maintaining the castle, the surplus would be allocated for road repairs. The winters in the mountainous region remained exceedingly frigid. A heavy snowfall a few days prior had blanketed the entire area in a shroud of silver. The afternoon sun cast its light upon the frost-laden branches, refracting into a spectrum of colors, resembling a crystalline palace. Over 100 dragon and beauty mercenaries leisurely marched along the mountain path. 7 months ago, they had been nothing more than remnants of defeated forces or petty ruffians. Yet, through numerous trials of life and death, those who remained had transformed into seasoned veterans, unflinching in battle. Though old habits lingered, hinting at their previous lawlessness, an unmistakable aura of lethality surrounded them. The saying holds true: a man is judged by his attire. The mercenaries, already well-equipped, had spent a month at Celrus Castle refurbishing their gear. Each donned a crimson velvet cloak, and their steeds bore half a bronze breastplate. This unit of mercenaries, when assembled, resembled nothing short of an elite knightly order, a far cry from a mere third-rate band. The final 50 or so men, clad in simple leather armor and armed with bows and arrows, trailed behind on foot. These were the mountain folk summoned by Rog, whom he intended to nurture carefully. Stricken by an illness, in truth, a depletion of mental energy, Rog remained perplexed by whether that night was a dream or reality. 3 days had passed, and his mental energy had only partially recovered. Nonetheless, the portly individual had gleaned the secrets of mental shock from his experiences at that moment. He reclined in a warm carriage, relishing the treatment befitting an invalid. However, the uneven terrain frequently jolted him from his slumber. On this day, they finally reached the city of Riel, where the mercenaries and Kate separated to report to the military headquarters, an independent cavalry unit. Rog and his companions were granted a small encampment within the 3rd Knightly Regiment's base. The tasks of registering with the military, acquiring seals, receiving pay, procuring equipment, and designing a banner, among others, were myriad and burdensome. Several nobles lamented the overwhelming nature of it all. The matter of the banner alone had been subjected to repeated revisions. Initially, Renz volunteered to design it, but upon his return, the banner depicted a corpulent dragon with a voluptuous naked woman astride it, an angelic face paired with a devilish figure, every detail exquisitely rendered. Franco's face turned a shade of green. Subsequently, Rog took charge and, after another 4 days, presented a banner featuring an elegant fairy dragon alongside an enchanting bard, truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. Yet, Franco's expression grew increasingly familiar, until he recognized the bard as the most famous courtesan from Riel's most notorious den of vice, the Elves of the Night. Should this banner be unveiled, it was certain to attract the ire of the noble Oversight Committee, and even Ophirok would struggle to shield them. With a resigned sigh, Franco, already burdened by the weight of responsibilities, reluctantly accepted the task of redesigning the banner. The others snickered, as if to say it was about time. Rog, citing his illness, displayed no sense of duty as the captain, instead choosing to seclude himself in his chamber, diligently practicing his mental and magical energies and poring over various texts concerning necromancy. Most spells in necromancy pertain to curses and the summoning of creatures. Necromancers could either simulate a soul-like energy core using their own magical power, resulting in undead beings that, while lacking in combat prowess, required minimal magical energy and could follow simple battle commands. Alternatively, they could collect the souls of the living and bind them to the undead, endowing these beings with strength and a degree of intelligence reflective of the strength of the original soul. Thus, Rog at last comprehended that the energy masses he had sensed in his dream were indeed the souls of the undead. However, he could not discern whether they were formed from magical energy or derived from the souls of the living. The divine essence constituting Feng-Yue was, in fact, the purest and most potent soul energy. Feng-Yue, by nature, was an anomaly that ought not to exist. Yet, existence itself is justified a certain ancient philosopher once posited. The rationality of existence lies in the premise that only what is rational can exist. There are those who debate this notion. Even if something is irrational, if it exists, does that not render it rational? What is rationality, after all? What is reason? The portly man found his head spinning. Even if it is irrational, both I and Feng-Yue are here. Should anyone dare to utter nonsense, I shall cleave them in two. I shall ensure that they cease to exist, and then we'll see how their rationale holds up. While he wrestled with abstract thoughts in his chamber, an unkempt soldier burst into the room. Rog recognized him as a squire knight in Kate's retinue, his face marred with bruises, clearly distressed. "My lord Rog, we face a grave situation." "Speak slowly," Rog commanded. "Lord Kate, along with a dozen of our Lionheart knights, has secretly ventured to the abyss of Magic Casino to gamble." The young knight's face flushed slightly at this admission, though the bruises rendered it less conspicuous. For some reason, a group from the 2nd Knightly Regiment was also gambling there. Upon recognizing us as Lionheart Knights, they approached to provoke us, and we ended up giving them a thorough beating to our shock. That bunch summoned over 100 men, and now Lord Kate is trapped inside. He has sent me to break through and seek your assistance." Rog immediately tossed aside the book on the worldview of necromancers and sprang to his feet, shouting, "Bring my brothers, gather arms, grab clubs, do not bring swords, and for heaven's sake, do not wear military uniforms." The dragon and beauty mercenaries had been trained to respond swiftly to the prospect of a brawl, and they acted with remarkable alacrity. By the time Rog had counted to 15, every member of his unit had assembled without exception. Thus, they hastily made their way to the casino. Upon their arrival, Rog and his knights encountered 2 burly, menacing guards stationed at the entrance, allowing only people to exit, but not to enter. The noble scoundrels, seasoned by their experiences, quickly sensed that something was amiss. At Rog's command, 20 of the dragon and beauty knights charged forth, swiftly overpowering the guards in a 10-to-1 skirmish and bursting into the main hall. The hall was vast, yet it was currently a scene of chaos. A throng of burly men, perhaps 160 or 70, filled the space, all clad in brown tunics, unmistakably the undergarments of knightly armor. The crowd was gathered around a small door at the side, shouting curses, while silence reigned within, save for Kate, who stood guard with a wooden spear at the entrance. Several men lunged forward. Kate sidestepped, allowing 5 to rush inside, before blocking the entrance once more. The wooden spear flickered as he struck down the remaining 3 assailants with ease. Inside, the commotion settled momentarily before erupting again. With a few thuds, 5 naked men were hurled out, their lower regions bruised. As Rog and his party surged into the hall, the burly men briefly faltered, and one who appeared to be their leader stepped forward, declaring, "I am Paces, the captain of the 2nd Knightly Regiment." Which faction do you belong to? This is a private matter between the Second Night Order and the First Night Order. Those who wish to meddle should think carefully. At this moment, the knight who brought Rog whispered, "This Pazis is an 8th level knight. My lord must exercise caution that I fear that reinforcements from the Second Night Order will soon arrive, and we must act swiftly." Rog inquired softly, "Has the Second Night Order fought any battles in recent years?" The Lionheart Knight replied, "It seems they have never seen the battlefield." Rog felt a sense of relief and bellowed, "We are the independent battalion of the Third Night Order. Release the man at once, and we can coexist peacefully." Pazis and his companions erupted into laughter, for as the primary Night Order, they had never regarded such ragtag troops with any seriousness. Rog's face shifted from pale to green, then from green to dark. Just as he was about to shout, "Hit them hard," Franco had already dashed like a wisp of smoke to Pazis's front, his 3-foot staff striking toward Pazis's eyes like a venomous serpent. Pazis was taken aback, not expecting them to strike so suddenly. He hurriedly leaned back to evade, and Franco's staff narrowly grazed his eyelid. Before he could fully react, Franco executed a silent, swift kick, forcing Pazis to roll on the ground to escape. Yet Franco was not so easily deterred. Once he gained the upper hand, his strikes became relentless, always targeting Pazis's vulnerable points. In the face of impending doom, Pazis rolled and dodged with remarkable agility, while Franco found it challenging to pin him down. According to ancient lore, the martial arts from the mysterious eastern otherworld were unique, including a certain ground fighting technique. Pazis might have been well trained in it. The Dragon and Beauty mercenaries were fierce and cunning, employing a plethora of street fighting methods and battlefield survival techniques without the need for blades. In this chaotic melee, the traditional knightly skills proved of little use. The Second Night Order, indeed well trained, formed a tight phalanx of burly men, charging into the Dragon and Beauty ranks, swiftly toppling several foes and moving with a fierce precision. Just as they were gaining momentum, a small, translucent dark ball flew through the air, gently exploding and releasing a wave of psychic disturbance. Rog's 3rd-level spell, Fear. The burly men immediately lost their wits, scattering like birds and beasts. 2 resolute individuals, unaffected, were swiftly brought down by the Dragon and Beauty Knights. Seeing Rog was a mage, several of the Second Night Order's men, sensing an opportunity, rushed toward him. Rog snorted and, under the gaze of many, effortlessly lifted a heavy gambling table weighing hundreds of pounds and hurled it forward, crushing the men beneath it, resulting in the unmistakable sound of broken ribs. The casino fell silent, with cold sweat trickling down everyone's brows. The stout man's modified body was a vessel of brute strength. Even clad in over 80 pounds of armor, he moved with the grace of a dancer. Yet his martial skills were rather mediocre. He had little interest in honing them. And when faced with a master, he was as defenseless as a cow before a cheetah. Luns, hiding behind a pillar, revealed a delicate crossbow, swiftly launching short arrows tipped with tranquilizers. One by one, the knights of the Second Night Order fell inexplicably. Seeing an opening, Kate and the knights inside the building charged out, and at this point, the Second Night Order's forces were in dire straits. Behind Rog, a black mist swirled, and a skull emerged to glance at the battlefield before retreating. In a matter of moments, the Dragon and Beauty mercenaries employed their unseen and unheard tactics to turn the tide, defeating the burly men, leaving only Pazis struggling to hold on. Franco, with his flowing black hair, relentlessly jabbed at Pazis with his wooden staff, while Pazis rolled and crawled, letting out occasional wails, completely oblivious to the fact that he was merely circling around Franco. Chapter 21. Desire. In the Battle of the Abyss of the Demon Realm, the Third Night Order's Dragon and Beauty independent battalion rose to prominence. The day's events were secretly compiled into various reports by those in the know, which were delivered to several prominent figures. The expressions of those reading the reports varied. Some gnashed their teeth. Others struggled to suppress laughter, while some wore looks of utter disdain. The parties involved remained blissfully unaware of this. Remarkably, all involved maintained a peculiar silence about the incident. The Duchy of Bavaria enforced a strict military code. With severe discipline, soldiers engaging in brawls faced a month of solitary confinement and 20 lashes. Such a large-scale brawl, especially in a casino, would surely lead to dire consequences for the instigators. As for Pazis, he had taken his licks and would have to bide his time for revenge. After listening to Kate's explanation, Rog and the others finally felt at ease, otherwise having caused such a significant uproar. They would be on the verge of turning rogue after only a few days without paid in the ensuing days. The group navigated their anxiety, yet they were not idle. They busied themselves with purchasing land and establishing homes. Seemingly planning to settle in this city for the long term. 100 knights of dragon and beauty and 50 mountain men were kept in the barracks under Franco's watch, with the primary aim of surviving street brawls. This was, of course, a preparation for any future confrontations with the Second Night Order. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. At this moment, within the barracks of the Third Night Order, the gazes of other battalions, including the regular knights of the First Night Order, towards the Dragon and Beauty knights had shifted. Their looks contained admiration, envy, disdain, and jealousy in equal measure. Perhaps it was due to having been impoverished since childhood. Rog held a particular fondness for the idea of having his own little abode. The stout man fondly reminisced about his first little house in Falberg. Even if it was filled with traps and in disarray, it was still his first home. He recalled that wonderful night, the unparalleled madness after escaping death, the soul-stirring moans, the powerful legs, and the profound exhaustion after release. Each memory etched deeply in his mind. Suddenly, Rog found himself missing Chi-Wei, a feeling he could not quite comprehend. Chi-Wei was fiery in temperament, statuesque in form, strikingly beautiful, and exceptionally skilled, all at a tender age. Even in this hierarchical age, people still respected those with strength. Though she was merely a commoner, she was far superior to someone like himself. A descendant of a fallen noble family, Rog understood that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would never have the chance to win the affections of such a woman. Perhaps that was why that day remained so vividly imprinted in his memory. Rog self-deprecatingly reflected, for him, or for any man, Chi-Wei's martial prowess was of little consequence. What he desired was merely her body and her face. While she was beautiful, she was not of the breathtaking caliber of Elicit. There were plenty of common women with similar looks. Yet, when all these attributes came together, few could compare to Chi-Wei. Much like the weapons and armor of the war god's hammer, while they were indeed exquisite in terms of practicality, they could hardly be deemed legendary artifacts. However, with all the embellishments and hype added, they immediately appeared extraordinary. The thrill of conquest. Rog knew that Chi-Wei likely regarded him with disdain, looking down upon him from her lofty perch. But so what? In the end, I still get to see you enough, touch you thoroughly, and have my way with you. The stout man thought fiercely. It was this contrast between identity and reality that brought him such pleasure. It was not merely about having been with Chi-Wei, but about being with a woman he believed was unattainable due to his own status. To be with a renowned woman was perhaps every man's dream. This is what conquest means, Rog thought with a measure of pride. Yet another voice within him countered, is this truly conquest? You merely obtained her body through vile means. Did you crush her spirit? Did you win her heart? The stout man fell silent. In this day and age, who has time for such intricacies? I want your body, not your heart, he thought angrily. Having been with a renowned woman was not the end. He also needed a way for others to know. This had become a symbol of status. The fact that such an outstanding woman had yielded to him signified his exceptional qualities. As for what made him exceptional, well, that was for others to ponder. How to ensure others became aware was also a subject of much consideration. One could not simply boast, XXX is my woman. It had to be indirect and subtle, making them work a bit to discover the truth. The company one kept also mattered. Boasting to a laborer would either mark one as a fool or invite ridicule. Yet, after much contemplation, Rog realized that the way he had handled Chi-Wei was far from honorable. Even if nobles often abused their power, there was still a basic decorum to uphold. If one could confront their rival one-on-one, they should do so. If not, then it should be a fair fight. But it must always be done with dignity. When it came to seducing women, nobles were even more discerning. They sought both heart and body. His methods, involving traps and drugs, were not something he could openly speak of, except perhaps to a few degenerate friends. This left Rog feeling somewhat disillusioned. Though many nobles were mediocre, and some were inept or wastrels, they all shared a competitive spirit and a desire for achievement. After enduring countless hardships to gain status, who would not wish to announce it to the world? Thus, the highborn families, steeped in history and noble lineage, would proudly display their family trees, boasting of kings and queens among their ancestors. Those of a lower tier might also have produced some dukes in history, yet that was not enough. They would flaunt their current titles and fertile lands as for wealthy merchants, while their status was not high. Their jewels and artifacts were priceless, even making nobles envious. The fallen aristocrats, despite their decline, could not afford to lose their noble heirs. Thus, treasured heirlooms became essential for the elders to display to their descendants during festivals. As for the strong, they are not exempt from conventions. The status of wizards is already quite esteemed, yet the wizard guild still insists on establishing a hierarchy. The distinctions among ranks are clearly marked by the colors and adornments worn. Magic power does not equate to combat prowess, a truth that Rog had long since understood. If a novice mage like him comprehends this, then surely the grand sorcerers are equally aware. Thus, the ranking assessment is of little practical difference. Nonetheless, each year, the number of mages seeking rank evaluations swells like a tide, an unending stream. The assessment fees are not trivial. This single source of income renders the wizard guild wealthier than nations. Naturally, as a paragon of cleverness, the services provided by the guild are of exceptional quality. Take, for instance, the design of the robes for high-ranking wizards, which are meticulously crafted by true masters, featuring styles from various regions. The designs exude a rustic elegance, embodying timeless classics, tailored by skilled seamstresses, far surpassing the mass-produced garments found elsewhere on the continent. Consequently, every high-ranking wizard, generally referring to those of level 12 and above, presents themselves with an air of grace and wisdom. Lost in thought, Rog's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. A man cannot lack status, and when one possesses it, it must be displayed. The phrase "war god's hammer" ought to serve as a symbol of one's standing. From now on, low-priced items would no longer be sold. True patrons would not wish to be associated with common wares for the wealthy merchants. They too must not be neglected. A slight increase in price on exquisite items originally intended for nobles could entice them, provided no taboos are breached. This phase, a master craftsman in the creation of magical implements, particularly armor, is indeed a grandmaster, albeit lacking in taste. Moreover, relying solely on him, how many items could he produce in a month? The spoils acquired by the war god's hammer from adventurers have already piled up like mountains. They must be swiftly converted into gold coins. It appears time has come to hire a few more skilled artisans. Surely, an artistic master is essential, and perhaps it would be prudent to seek an etiquette expert as well. It seems prudent to consult with Franco. Before long, Rog stepped into his modest courtyard, treading upon the snow. This residence is not expansive, a two-story building accompanied by a courtyard of approximately 500 square meters. The small building contains 7 rooms, 4 upstairs and 3 downstairs, including the living room, compared to Rog's previous abode in Falberg. This home is larger but still limited. However, its location is significantly superior. This Binchy Avenue lies at the intersection of the affluent and common districts, suggesting a slight brush with the nobility. The land prices in Lyre City are exorbitant, incomparable to the semi-border regions like Falberg. This property cost Rog 2,000 gold coins, a sum that caused the rotund man considerable pain for quite some time. Yet, it was worth the expense. The original owner of the small house was a fallen noble who devoted his life to art and history, possessing considerable knowledge of garden maintenance. The quaint courtyard has been meticulously arranged, radiating tranquility and showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. An ancient tree provides ample shade during the summer, while in winter, its branches may serve as a picturesque feature of the courtyard. A winding gravel path connects the gate to the door of the house. A floral trellis stands in the entrance hall, where dried vines still entwine, patiently awaiting the arrival of spring. The winter grass in the courtyard has turned brown, adorned with 2 black-painted carriage lamps. When lit at night, their soft yellow glow offers a comforting warmth to those returning home. Rog wandered around the courtyard, thoroughly pleased. Upon entering the room, he eagerly stoked the fireplace, settling into a rocking chair that was over 50 years old. Lazily basking in the warmth, he picked up a tome titled On the Essence of Necromancy and began to read. This book was authored by a renowned necromancer 50 years ago, a quintessential heretic. The necromancer met an unfortunate end at the hands of the Holy Church, and all his possessions naturally fell into the Church's grasp. This book had been sent to Rog by Ophirok's emissary, nearly frightening the rotund man to death at the time. While it is entirely normal for a wizard to summon undead creatures, reading such a forbidden text is an entirely different matter. Right next to the most radiant light of the divine cathedral lies the darkest of places, the Inquisition. Throughout the year, aside from a few festive days, the flames of the execution stake never cease to burn. Thus, Rog always chooses secluded spots to read this book. At present, the small house had yet to acquire servants or cooks, making it the perfect quietude for reading. Necromancy, in essence, is merely a form of magic that involves dealings with souls. In this regard, it bears a striking resemblance to many light-based magics. Undead creatures rely entirely on various negative energies for their existence, while their intelligence and instincts stem from souls simulated by the wizard or directly infused from living souls. The myriad of peculiar undead beings results from the combination of different physical forms, bones, and various souls. The advantage of simulated souls lies in their stability. Through centuries of refinement, the spells of necromancy have become remarkably perfected. When a wizard wishes to summon a skeletal warrior will emerge. In contrast, using a living soul often results in unpredictable outcomes. Many times, it leads to complete failure or summons bizarre creatures. For instance, invoking the soul of an evil warrior might easily result in the summoning of a blade wielder or a skeletal general. However, once a particularly useful undead creature is formed, necromancers have a chance to learn how to simulate that soul state. If successful, a new necromantic summoning spell is born. For example, ghouls are low-level undead creatures that come into existence in this manner. Ghouls are large, oozing with toxic pus, slow-moving, and primarily subsist on the death energy absorbed from corpses. Yet, they fall far short of the capacity to directly absorb soul energy, having to consume entire corpses to gradually extract sustenance. Ghouls can vomit forth highly toxic gastric fluids and possess considerable physical and magical defenses, making them excellent choices for defending key locations. Rog became engrossed in the text. The author had even included an illustration of a ghoul. As Rog continued to gaze at the picture, he suddenly felt a surge of black mist emanating from the book, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar and an indescribable stench that assaulted his senses. Emerging from the mist was a towering beast, a ghoul, standing over 3 meters tall, its green and yellow form glaring hungrily at him. Rog gasped in shock. Faced with this unexpected ghoul, he bore no axe, armor, or any equipment. How could he possibly fight? Survival was paramount, and the rotund man had no time to ponder why he encountered such a creature while reading. He firmly remembered the phrase, slow-moving. With a swift turn, Rog prepared to flee, but a familiar force of attraction lifted him through the black fog, propelling him away. Once again, he found himself in that familiar gray realm. As Rog flailed helplessly, attempting to threaten the creature, Fengyue unceremoniously drew him into its being. Rog's mental energy spilled out like water from a shattered pot. Let it absorb me. After all, a wizard and their familiar are two sides of the same coin. Their fates intertwined, Rog thought with a wry smile. Over the past 2 years, Rog had diligently practiced, making considerable strides in both mental and magical power. Especially following his last dream, his mental capacity had seen significant enhancement. This time, after Fengyue's absorption, a portion of his mental energy remained. Like a pot of ink poured over his head, a fresh wave of blackness swiftly spread down from Fengyue's head, with a series of cracking sounds. Fengyue's bones extended, growing over 3 inches taller. The scythe, always at its side, began to writhe and grow as if it were a living entity. Occasionally, white, rotting flesh-like material emerged from within, quickly turning black and hardening, forming a new layer on the scythe. That a wave of joyous clarity surged from Fengyue into Rog's mind. Rog could only smile ruefully. Which tome had ever mentioned that undead beings could experience joy? Anger, sorrow, or happiness? If this is a dream, let me awaken soon, the rotund man groaned. Waves of black mist emanated from Fengyue, and several zombies slowly rose from the ground. At that moment, Rog noticed that there were a dozen undead lying on the ground beside Fengyue, one of which was a zombie warrior, its wounds deep enough to expose bone. Waves of death energy radiated from Fengyue, obliterating the already dead zombies into dust, their rotten remains scattering in all directions. Pale hellfire ignited beneath Fengyue, swiftly expanding into a 10-meter-wide circle of flame, incinerating the zombies within until only a few glowing remnants floated in the air. These particles gradually coalesced, ultimately forming a tiny object about the size of a fingernail. Rog extended his mental energy gently to touch the object. It immediately began to twist and expand, transforming into an exceedingly thin, large membrane that floated over, enveloping Fengyue, and slowly integrating into it. Funue's scythe ceased to grow. At that moment, it had thickened by a circle and lengthened by half. Measuring over 4 meters in length, its shape fearsome. Occasionally, dark red electricity leaped from the blade's tip to the handle, shooting forth to create a small pit in the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. Fonue let out a silent yet jubilant cry, but to Rog, it resonated like a warbler emerging from the valley. Akin to a gentle breeze caressing a zither, exceedingly melodious. However, the resonance of this mental energy was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to thunder, causing Rog to see stars before his eyes. The scythe of Fonue pointed skyward, fixating on a distant black peak shrouded in gray. Once again, Rog sensed the presence of that ancient entity. As his mental energy heightened, the rotund man increasingly perceived the unfathomable depth of that existence's power. However, the winds and moon had already taken off in a frenzied rush, their skeletal wings fully unfurled, gliding as if riding the very gales themselves. With a single leap, they floated effortlessly over a distance of several dozen jong. In the blink of an eye, they had returned to the place where they had previously retreated in defeat. The zombies once again began to emerge from the earth, one after another. Leading the charge this time were 3 zombie warriors. As the battle commenced, Rog concentrated all his might, channeling his mental energy towards the energy cores of these 3 zombie warriors, unleashing 3 powerful psychic shocks. The 3 bursts of energy flared brightly, akin to candle flames in a tempest, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. The massive scythe of the winds and moon, crackling with purple electricity, traced a perfect arc, cleaving the first 2 zombie warriors in half. The third zombie warrior, possessing weaker energy, found its core utterly shattered by Rog, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A swirling mass of dark energy, accompanied by haunting wails, danced frantically around the winds and moon. As various dismembered zombie limbs scattered in all directions, gazing into the distance, an endless tide of zombies emerged from the soil, crowding and pressing forward, resembling an ocean of the undead. Yet, the winds and moon remained resolute, pushing upstream against the tide, taking down dozens of zombies with each step. Their eyes remained fixed on the distant black peak in the sky, focused on the ancient presence atop it. Rog unleashed wave after wave of psychic shock, akin to a raging tempest. With each surge, dozens of energy sparks scattered like dandelion seeds in the wind, yet more candle flames ignited in the darkness. Human tenacity often stems from desire. But what was it that drove the winds and moon with such fervor? In this era, even skeletons had gone mad. Chapter 22. The master with a resounding clang, followed by a pained ouch. Rog, along with his rocking chair, toppled heavily to the ground. Even though Rog was as tough as they come, the impact of his head hitting the floor momentarily left him dazed, struggling to rise. He took some time to shake off the stars and birds that danced around his head. The realm of dreams lingered vividly in his mind. It was unclear how long they had fought. Rog was utterly exhausted, and the golden orb within the skull of the winds and moon had dimmed considerably. Yet the zombies continued to pour forth relentlessly. Suddenly, a new energy mass began to coalesce atop the distant black peak. In Rog's psychic perception, that dark mass was infused with tinges of blood red. Growing in strength at a breathtaking pace, the energy finally formed into a massive black and red orb. An immensely powerful psychic wave surged forth like a raging tide. The souls of the weaker zombies flickered out like candle flames caught in a typhoon, extinguished in an instant. In a brief moment, on the plain where thousands of zombies had once gathered, only the winds and moon and a handful of zombie lords remained standing. Upon contact with the psychic force, Rog felt as though he had been struck by lightning. An overwhelming torrent of hatred, destruction, and slaughter emanated from that psychic shockwave, nearly overwhelming Rog with madness. In an instant, that soul energy locked onto the winds and moon, hurtling towards them at an astonishing speed. Rog cried out in despair, fearing that the reckless winds and moon would charge headlong into their doom. Although the nature of the creature remained elusive, the sheer intensity of that soul energy was far beyond what either the winds and moon or Rog could contend with. The winds and moon spun their scythe, sending forth a crimson arc of electricity that repelled the nearby zombie lords. With a fierce glare directed at the approaching energy mass, the winds and moon silently roared, sending forth a small golden sphere of psychic energy, trailing a delicate and beautiful flame-like tail, just as it seemed poised to strike the massive soul energy. Rog braced himself to cheer, only for the energy to roll and unleash a dark red lightning bolt, obliterating the tiny golden sphere into dust. Both the winds and moon and Rog were momentarily taken aback. "Run! You foolish skeleton! You brainless idiot!" Rog could not help but scream through their psychic link. The winds and moon leaped into the air, charging toward the energy mass. "Oh heavens!" Rog groaned. The skeletal wings of the winds and moon unfurled gently, this time adorned with a nearly imperceptible membrane between the bones, almost entirely transparent. With a graceful spiral, the winds and moon changed direction and soared away elegantly. The stout figure, however, was not so fortunate. Getting flung from the air and tumbling downwards, the zombie lords on the ground huddled together, gazing up at the sky, drooling profusely. Rog let out a piercing scream, desperately trying to leap into the air, only to have his head collide intimately with the floor. As he muttered curses against the winds and moon, he climbed back up, all too aware of the truth that these experiences were far from mere dreams. After witnessing the combat prowess of the winds and moon firsthand, Rog realized he was no match for them. Moreover, this ruthless skeleton had the audacity to throw him down from the sky. Was there no loyalty left? With a heavy heart, Rog sighed, swallowing his grievances. There would be many more occasions where he would rely on the winds and moon in battle. Offending them now might lead to a treacherous blade in his back later. The relationship between a mage and their familiar could indeed be quite vexing. Feeling mentally drained, Rog glanced outside to see the evening sky darkening, before rising to seek out Faze and Franco to discuss the grand scheme of the war god's hammer. In the chilly night, lights flickered to life, and snowflakes began to drift through the air. The Holiday Inn was ablaze with warmth and illumination. On the third floor, in a tranquil private room, several nobles gathered together for the first time in a month alongside Faze. He appeared noticeably plumper, though his movements remained somewhat hindered, as being injured by fighting spirit was no trifling matter, especially considering a third of his thigh had been shredded after a brief gathering. Everyone's spirits were high. After discussing various topics, including love and wealth, they finally turned their attention to the serious matter of the war god's hammer. Rog spoke first. "Brothers, our new war god's hammer is about to launch. This time, we must make a statement, ensuring that whenever those nobles think of the war god's hammer, they immediately associate it with status, with wealth, with coolness, and with the screams of those lowly wretches and the envy of the common folk. However, on another note, that name sounds too much like a dwarf shop. Damn it, who came up with such a ridiculous name in the first place? Who else but you?" Aet retorted without holding back. Rog's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hesitated before changing the topic. "Of course, the products we create must be exceptional. We cannot afford to cut corners in any way. For every gold coin we invest, we must see a return of 2. What I mean is, even if we cannot produce the finest weapons and armor, we must certainly craft the most exquisite and beautiful items. Humph, for you, the more gold used, the more beautiful the item." Franco sneered maliciously. Rog bristled with anger, glaring at Franco, ready to retaliate. Franco remained unfazed, scoffing as he picked up a delicate silver fork. Rog rolled his eyes and sat back down. Engaging in a duel with Franco in the cramped space would undoubtedly be a fool's errand. Faze, his mouth stuffed with lobster meat, mumbled, "Enough with the bickering. We need to find a few assistants. This is the real matter at hand. I can't possibly do everything alone. Besides, while I'm skilled at creating magical arrays, I have no idea if the armor and weapons will meet the taste of those individuals." Lunge chimed in, "Making things beautiful does have its advantages. From our sales figures, the exquisitely crafted items have yielded at least double the profit. And they always sell out first. The others, though not inferior in quality, earn us considerably less. Since the opening, excluding the acquisition of adventurer's loot, our exquisite items have earned over 20,000 gold coins, while the ordinary ones have only brought in 4,000. Kate interjected, "While the profit margins on ordinary equipment may be slim, they are sold in larger quantities, and we shouldn't overlook that. I propose we open a new shop dedicated to this line of business. If we can penetrate the military market, it will be a windfall. At the very least, we could have Lord Falborg Wendington procure our goods specifically." Rog suggested, "How about this? I think we need to recruit more craftsmen. Gold can oversee their training and guidance, and we can produce some ordinary weapons and armor. This way, we can also make use of our finest iron ore. Selling the raw or feels like a loss, we can find a place in town for this workshop. As for the war god's hammer, We need to enlist some true masters of art to design the styles, preferably those who understand high society etiquette, as they know what will be in vogue among the nobles. A.T. added, by the way, while I was volunteering at the church for healing, a little girl mentioned that her grandfather was a remarkable sculptor. What was his name again? Something like Mist something. Franco's eyes lit up, his voice trembling with excitement. Could it be Master Mist? Yes, in Liar City. I've heard that he offended a powerful noble in the Austro-Hungarian Empire in his early years, and to avoid trouble, he vowed never to create art again. And only then did that noble let him be. After that, he vanished without a trace. Who would have thought he was hiding here? I have one of his works at home. The style of Mist's creations is ethereal and elusive. Exquisitely beautiful yet difficult to grasp in essence. Hence the name Mist. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment before exclaiming, that is truly soul-stirring art. Upon hearing this, Rog appeared invigorated and pressed on. Is this Wuhan really that impressive? Franco cast a dissatisfied glance at Rog, stating, he is indeed a master capable of coexisting with time. However, it is said that he has a peculiar temperament, extraordinarily stubborn, and harbors a deep-seated disdain for the nobility. To persuade him to design items for the aristocrats seems utterly futile. Humph. What is there to fear? When dealing with such an old curmudgeon, do we lack methods? Rog smiled slyly. Even if he is as tough as adamantine, we shall make him bloom. And what of Ian? In the end, he confessed everything, did he not? Lunds remarked. That young girl, I wonder if she is his granddaughter. If so, that would simplify matters. Lunds, let me advise you, do not set your sights on that young girl. Over this past month, my leg has suffered enough because of her. 8 retorted with displeasure. Lunds chuckled softly. All right, I shall leave her be. Unbeknownst to others, Rog furrowed his brow and said, Air City is not like other places. We cannot act too recklessly. If things go awry, Ophirok may not be able to protect us. Moreover, we are yet to ascertain why he is being so attentive to us. It is wise to exercise caution if we wish to achieve something significant. We cannot let trivial matters lead to our downfall. Such schemes may be executed discreetly, but to speak of them openly is far from honorable. Should the discerning take notice, it would raise their suspicions, complicating our future endeavors. Either we must conduct ourselves as thoroughly and cleanly as Ian did, or we must simply bide our time. There are many ways to deal with such an old fool. It is not necessary to resort to violence and bloodshed. Our immediate priority is to investigate this old fellow's background and discern his interests, so we might cater to them that if all else fails, we could frame him for a crime, leaving him with no choice but to comply with us. If it comes to that, we could then turn our attention to his granddaughter. Ultimately, we must ensure he serves our purposes, ideally with utmost dedication. Thus, the group began to devise their plans, after much refinement. The once reckless rogues had become considerably more composed, their sharp edges dulled. The schemes they concocted were meticulous and ruthless, leaving no room for error, compared to 2 years prior. The disparity between their crude and refined methods was beyond measure. Several maidens passed by outside, shivering involuntarily at the chill in the air. The afternoon sun lazily bathed the streets and alleys of Air City, gradually awakening the city from its wintry slumber. Sunlight is the most egalitarian of gifts. Whether one is noble or commoner, all bask in its benevolent warmth. Isabella joyfully traversed the streets of the impoverished district, akin to a dancing note of music. The lowly shanties, uneven dirt roads, patches of frozen filth, and the cacophony of scolding mothers, quarrelsome neighbors, and the sounds of chickens and dogs did not dampen her spirits in the slightest, having grown up in this place. She cherished everything about it and loved all its inhabitants. God commanded to love the people of this world, and she wholeheartedly followed his teachings. Volunteering at the church for 3.5 days each week brought her immense joy. Though she received no income, basking in the glory of the divine while helping other suffering souls was the finest reward. The girl adored the sunlight. Any clear day brought her happiness. At 17, Isabella stood tall at 1.70 meters, appearing much more mature than her actual age, though her delicate face occasionally revealed a hint of childishness, betraying her true youth. Isabella's complexion was strikingly fair, almost translucent, yet her vivacious spirit added a blush beneath that porcelain surface. Her features were finely crafted, with large, restless eyes that constantly roamed, complemented by an ever-present smile that endeared her to those around her. The pastors at the church treated her kindly, and one young pastor even discreetly taught her a bit of light magic. Isabella had now managed to perform the most rudimentary healing spells. The girl had every reason to be joyful. Mr. 8, with whom she had been getting along well for the past month, had today offered her a job managing his rooms and courtyard, earning her a full gold coin each month. Her grandfather would no longer need to subsist solely on black bread every day, for they could now afford smoked meat, and if they saved a bit, he could even indulge in a small cup of wine daily. Such a life would surely elicit envy from their neighbors. Should she continue this for 2 years, they might even be able to build a wooden house, providing her aging grandfather, who suffered greatly from rheumatism, some relief during the harsh winters. That Mr. 8 was indeed a good man. He was not merely tall and robust, standing a full head above her. Many men were not as tall as he. Although his attire was rather casual, it was impeccably clean, and his rugged features only grew handsomer the more she gazed upon him. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed ever so slightly. The girl, lost in her reverie, stumbled over 2 wicker baskets, startling a few hens and nearly colliding with a matron. She arrived at a small courtyard, if one could call such a 5 or 6 square meter space a courtyard. Despite its diminutive size, an ancient tree stood within, its gnarled trunk telling tales of a life likely fraught with hardship, much like those who grow beneath its shade. The small yard was enclosed by a simple wooden fence, which, though ordinary, somehow instilled a profound sense of tranquility within her. The snow in the courtyard had been swept clean, unmarred by dirt. The clamor and squalor of the outside world felt separated by that humble fence. A thin, elderly man sat in the courtyard, chopping firewood with a steady rhythm. Beside him was a small red clay stove, on which a kettle brewed tea. The quaint teapot was both rustic and elegant, steam wafting slowly from its spout. The piece of wood he was chopping resembled more of a decayed tree stump than firewood, yet in the grip of winter, it had frozen solid. The old man wielded a rusty axe, lifting it slowly before bringing it down effortlessly, as if slicing through tofu, cleaving off a piece of wood a foot long and 3 fingers wide. Grandfather! The girl fluttered into the old man's embrace like a joyful bird. Grandfather! I found a job. It pays a full gold coin every month. You won't have to eat black bread every day anymore, and we can buy you medicine. The old man tenderly stroked the girl's hair, chuckling, Silly child, at my age, what need have I for medicine? It is you who has suffered too much. By the way, when did the church become so generous as to offer a job that pays a gold coin a month? Isabella's voice dwindled as she replied softly, It is to manage the courtyard for a gentleman. The old man's tone turned grave. Is he a noble? Tears welled in the girl's eyes as she stammered. It seems so, with a crash. The old man smashed the small teapot beside him, trembling with rage. Have you forgotten how your parents died? Who left us to suffer in this wretched place? As the old man gasped for breath, the girl turned pale, quickly supporting him, while tears streamed down her face. The old man, regaining some composure, roughly shook off her hand and retreated into the house, slamming the door behind him. The girl cried out, But grandfather, your illness cannot be delayed any longer, and Mr. 8 is a good man. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately choking on her words. Exhausted, she sank to the ground, weeping, when a piece of pristine silk handkerchief was offered before her. Isabella instinctively took it, wiping her tears, suddenly realizing it was a luxury she could never afford. Now that it was stained, what could she do? Startled, she looked up to see a kindly, plump face. The smile so warm it seemed capable of melting the very ice and snow. Chapter 23. Out of the mountain, Isabella leapt up, flustered, stammering. I'm so sorry for dirtying your belongings. It was unintentional. Rog's smile was as gentle as a spring breeze. No matter, it is a gift for you. Without you, it would have suffered greatly these past months. The girl's face lit up with surprise. You know Mr. 8? Indeed, not only do I know him, but we are the best of friends. The plump man paused, surveying the courtyard, taking in every detail. Although the small yard was modest, it bore an elegant simplicity that even someone as mundane as Rog found refreshing. Rog gently addressed the girl. May I meet your grandfather? The girl hesitated, murmuring, Grandfather is rather upset at the moment. Rog remarked, It matters not. I merely wish to meet the old man.as for right. You should go and take a look first. Familiarize yourself with the surroundings. It will be beneficial for work. But what about Grandpa? Oh, I shall assist you in explaining to him. Do not worry. By the way, whatever medicine your grandfather needs, I will surely have it. Consider the cost of the medicine as part of your bonus. But those medicines are quite expensive. That is precisely why you must work diligently. The rotund fellow chuckled, his tail wagging like a playful pup. I shall surely do so. The girl nodded vigorously and then skipped away joyfully. Rog glanced at the sun, which had begun its descent in the west. The old man was sulking indoors, so he laughed heartily, kicked open the door, and dashed inside. The old man's thunderous voice immediately reverberated. Who are you? Entering without even knocking. Ah, it turns out to be a noble lord. My humble abode does not welcome you, lest I tarnish your shoes. I cannot afford to compensate for such an affront. Rog, with a mischievous grin, surveyed the cramped room. The space was exceedingly small, furnished with a bunk bed, a table, and 2 chairs, leaving little room to spare. There was also a tiny door that appeared to lead to a kitchen. The rotund fellow pulled up a chair for himself and sat across from the old man. He casually seized the teapot before the elder and poured himself a cup, savoring the tea. The old man's complexion shifted from red to purple. Had he not perceived Rog as a noble, he would have already hurled something at him to expel him from his home. The rotund fellow squinted, scrutinizing the old man from head to toe, and then back up again, as if a lecherous wolf eyeing a lamb stripped bare. For a moment, the room was eerily silent, save for the old man's labored breathing resembling that of a wheezing bellows. Master Wu Huan. The rotund fellow's soft utterance struck the old man's ears like thunder, startling him into a jump, causing the teapot to tumble down. Rog let out a light huff, as though an invisible hand were present, and the teapot gracefully flipped in midair, returning to the table. The room fell silent once more. What are you afraid of? The rotund fellow said with a hint of mockery. The old man sat heavily, seeming to age several years in an instant. Wu Huan, Wu Huan. Alas, it has been over a decade since anyone mentioned that name. Master Wu Huan has long since departed this world. You nobles drove the Wu Huan family to ruin. Even if he were alive, he would never lift a finger for the likes of you. If you have no other business, I would kindly ask you to leave. The old man is aged and has few days left to live, and in his twilight, he only seeks tranquility. Humph, this old man is truly infuriating. Having blocked every possible path, Rog thought indignantly, I shall not grant you your wish. The rotund fellow's eyes darted, and he began to inspect the teapot. After a moment, he shook his head. Alas, all this talk of mist and illusion is merely a hollow reputation. Just by looking at this teapot, one can tell that after over a decade of living in the marketplace, Wu Huan's eyes have long been muddied by filth. It seems I have come in vain. I might as well visit the Ducal Art Academy and seek assistance from a few authorities in the arts. The old man, in a fit of rage, bellowed. What do you, a tasteless brat, know about true taste? Put down that teapot. Do not make me throw you out. Such harsh words did not faze Rog. The charge of assaulting a noble could be serious or trivial, and Rog chose not to expose this point. The rotund fellow rolled his eyes, gazed at the sky, and disdainfully snorted. Even if I know nothing, I am aware that the essence of art lies in divine craftsmanship, exquisite ingenuity. Renowned artists do not create in serene and pristine environments. How could they find inspiration in such a filthy, foul-smelling place? What can one possibly depict or sculpt? A scene of a mother beating her child. Perhaps. The old man trembled with rage, retorting. The pursuit of art seeks nature and speaks of spirit. Each stroke must adhere to nature, align with the principles of the cosmos, neither excessive nor deficient, but perfectly balanced. When a stroke is made, its essence reveals itself. Everything in the world is natural. Even in filth, there lies profound knowledge. The cries of children can inspire thought. Can those of you who only understand gold and jewels truly comprehend this? Oh, Rog's interest was piqued, and he humbly responded, I have never heard this before. I would like to learn more. The old man, in his fury, sought to persuade this young man to understand that the concept of art is vast and profound, holding realms unknown, and that those who seek fame and recognition in the arts are merely deceivers of common folk like Rog. The old man spoke passionately, gesticulating wildly, until the sky had darkened. Yet he remained reluctant to conclude. It was unclear how many pots of tea he had consumed to soothe his throat. The sound of the courtyard door opening was heard, followed by the sweet voice of Isabella. Grandpa, I am back. Only then did the two inside the room realize, falling silent. The old man was still filled with lingering excitement, while Rog felt a bittersweet relief. The rotund fellow stood, bade farewell, and with a scoff, murmured, after all that talk, I understood little. If you were truly profound, how could you fail to convey it clearly? knowing something yet being unable to teach it. This is what the title of master implies. Humph, humph. The old man, in a fit of anger, was about to argue, but Rog had already taken his leave. The next morning, the rotund fellow reappeared in Wu Wan's humble courtyard, just as he encountered Isabella, her eyes red and puffy as she stepped out. Rog immediately inquired, "What happened? Did I bully you?" The girl was on the verge of tears once more, softly replying, "Grandpa absolutely refuses to take his medicine, insisting he would rather die than consume anything from a noble. He scolded me quite fiercely." Boo-hoo. The rotund fellow was equally enraged, declaring, "You go on and work. That old gentleman shall be dealt with by me." The girl complied and exited. The nobles had indeed exerted considerable effort to deal with Wu Wan. Franco, possessing the highest artistic talent, was the first to be dismissed, for despite his elevated tastes, they paled in comparison to Wu Wan's. This old man, with his eccentric temperament, would hardly regard him as for Lunds. It was adamantly opposed. And of course, the burly Ite was also unsuitable to confront him. The old man would surely chop him up if he saw a noble attempting to seduce his granddaughter. Only Kate and Rog appeared to be good-natured. And only Rog could adapt quickly, argue forcefully, and speak without falling into cliches that it seemed that employing rogue tactics to deal with the idiosyncratic old man would be the most fitting approach. Just like the day before, Rog kicked open the door. The old man was about to unleash a tirade, but upon seeing Rog, his spirits lifted, and he prepared to lecture once more. Unexpectedly, Rog preemptively struck. "I initially respected you for your age. Yet you behave like a petulant child. Isabella works hard to earn money for medicine. What is wrong with that? You cast aside the medicine in such a grand display. How impressive. Why do you only bully this young girl?" "Humph. What do you know? I would rather die than touch the filthy possessions of nobles." Rog scoffed. "Pray tell, what makes the possessions of nobles so filthy? And where exactly is the filth? These nobles are all scoundrels, including you." In the past. Once he began reminiscing about the past, the floodgates could not be closed. The two continued their verbal sparring, and before long. Another day had passed, day after day. Every morning Rog dutifully reported to the old man's abode, engaging in their verbal duels. The courtyard had long since lost its former tranquility. The two would shout at each other, sometimes even exchanging blows. Wu Wan had entirely forgotten to inquire why Rog returned daily to argue. Eventually, he found himself reluctant to see the rotund fellow leave at night. He would toss and turn, pondering how to win the young man's respect the next day, thus relieving himself of years of pent-up frustration. Rog, arguing by day, did not remain idle at night. With his formidable mental strength, he sought only to meditate momentarily, thus remaining invigorated. Consequently, he immersed himself in study every night, reading extensively about ancient and modern times, from every corner of the world, encompassing gods, demons, immortals, and philosophers. Nothing was beyond his reach. He hoped to soon help the old man comprehend that after more than a decade of seclusion, Wu Huan was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. As for the neighbors, they had long since turned a blind eye and deaf ear to the daily quarrels. Each time Rog visited, he would greet everyone, often bringing candies to share with the children, and he even lent a helping hand to the local mothers and aunts on numerous occasions. Once, he distributed freshly baked loaves of bread to every household. Hot, fluffy white bread, no less. As a result, the townsfolk began to perceive Rog's rotund face as increasingly amiable. The elderly residents who had lived there for years remarked that they had never seen a noble who genuinely cared for the plight of these unfortunate children. One day, the perpetually inebriated old Peter, upon witnessing Rog enter Wu Huan's courtyard, proclaimed loudly while clutching a bottle of cheap liquor, "This Rog gentleman is a truly good man. I, old Peter, have lived for 70 years and have sailed to many countries in my youth. Do not think me drunk. My eyes discern character without fail." With the hearts of the people now swayed, Wu Huan's days were becoming increasingly difficult. Initially, the neighbors whispered among themselves, but soon they were discreetly urging Isabella to persuade her grandfather. The girl felt both embarrassed and anxious, yet was utterly at a loss. Eventually, the neighbors, having overheard the content of the daily disputes, would confront Wu Huan after Rog's departure, engaging in their own arguments. The local mothers and aunts had their own trivial reasons and were far more adept at entangling the old man in arguments than Rog had ever been. Poor Master Wu Huan was left to argue with Rog by day and contend with the neighbors by night. The discontent in his granddaughter's gaze grew increasingly apparent, and the pot of medicine became more bitter by the day. Regarding his granddaughter's daily work at Ait's house, Wu Huan could only grunt in disapproval, no longer daring to voice further objections. The debates between the two gradually tilted in Rog's favor. Initially, Rog decisively defeated Wu Huan on the assertion that nobility is inherently malevolent. The rotund figure, increasingly adept at winning hearts, often became a living counterexample to the neighbors' criticisms of the old Wu Huan by nightfall. Consequently, the conclusion naturally emerged: nobles may be good or bad, yet is there a greater proportion of virtue or vice? However, Rog refrained from engaging in prolonged debate, swiftly shifting the topic to, since there are both good and bad among the nobility. Not all noble possessions are tainted. With this foundation established, Wu Huan quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Rog, unwilling to relent, pressed further with the argument that, regardless of the origins of an item, as long as it is acquired through hard work and righteousness, it is deemed good. Thus, Wu Huan was left with no option but to dutifully consume his medicine day after day. Observing his weakening position, Wu Huan felt a growing anxiety within. Yet Rog was relentless, swiftly honing in on Wu Huan's vow of not aiding the nobility. Without difficulty, Rog made Wu Huan realize his tendency to generalize, illustrating how his narrow-mindedness starkly contradicted the title of master he bore on that day. The two sat across from one another in a small courtyard, chopping wood and sipping tea, seemingly at leisure, unaware of the envy they inspired in countless souls toiling under the weight of their daily burdens. Wu Huan swung his axe with the grace of a knife slicing through tofu, producing neatly split kindling. Rog, not to be outdone, summoned a strength akin to that of a bull, his fingers dancing like falling petals. Tearing through the wood with the ease of ripping cooked chicken, effortlessly pulling out strips of firewood. They were at the crux of an argument regarding the very nature of divinity, whether it ought to be upheld or not. With fierce determination, Rog shredded the wood, his eyes glinting with intensity, declaring, "Let us not dwell on whether gods exist. Even if they do, what of it?" Deep down, Rog was aware of the divine presence. Recognizing that angels did not simply materialize from thin air, the rotund figure continued, "Are there not countless tragedies in this world? If there is a God, why does it not intervene? Should it be incapable of managing such affairs? It merely attests to its limitations. Even divinity is not omnipotent. At best, it is merely stronger than us, but fundamentally no different." Wu Huan, however, disagreed, asserting, "A god is deemed divine precisely because it occupies the pinnacle of existence. Surveying all creation, what the divine perceives may elude our grasp, and what it hears may remain unheard by us. This earthly realm is not but the handiwork of the creator deity. I have devoted a lifetime to gleaning but a fragment of its rules. What the enigmatic Eastern continent refers to as the Tao, an oath made in the name of such a supreme existence, naturally holds immense power and merits the utmost reverence." Rog quietly noted this concept of Tao, recalling the scant knowledge imparted to him by Rodriguez, which described it as the foundation of heaven and earth, the source of all things, existing above all gods. Such cryptic words were difficult to comprehend, suggesting that even this old fellow had left much shrouded in mystery during his lifetime. With his prowess, traversing the treacherous paths to the mysterious Eastern continent was not beyond possibility. Rather, his eagerness had led him prematurely to the temple of Odysseus, resulting in the wrath of judgment. Reflecting on Rodriguez, Rog had not sensed his presence for the past year. As if he had vanished entirely, the rotund figure pondered in silence, yet his mouth did not remain idle. Even if the divine possesses unparalleled power, it is merely a reflection of our own limitations in perceiving the world beyond the divine. Like a worm limited to the sense of touch, crawling through its existence, it can only conceive of length and breadth. How could it possibly grasp the concept of height? Just as an ant cannot comprehend your creations, you, old relic, will find it equally challenging to understand the world beyond the divine. "I do not understand. Do you think you possess that understanding?" the old man retorted angrily. "I apologize, but it seems that I have come to grasp the principles governing this world better than you," Rog proclaimed unashamedly. After half a month without proper rest, Wu Huan could no longer contain himself. Bellowing, "Fine, truly, this is the era of the young. I have spent a lifetime studying the ways of nature for 30 years, and all I can do is chop wood. If your wood chopping skills surpass mine, I shall willingly concede my life to you. You need not exhaust yourself in daily contests with me. Should you lose, grant me the peace I seek." Sweat beaded on Rog's forehead as he gritted his teeth, vowing, "I swear by the name of the supreme deity, our word is law." Yet inwardly, he thought, "What do I care for your lofty deity? If I cannot outchop you, I shall find another way. You, old man, have left yourself wide open. It seems you have been playing the fool these past 2 weeks. How intriguing. Let us see how this unfolds." In recent days, Rog had observed Wu Huan chopping wood countless times. Utilizing various methods of investigation, he found the old man devoid of fighting spirit or magical prowess, allowing him to relax. However, witnessing Wu Huan's thin arms, reminiscent of twigs, wielding a rusty axe with seemingly effortless ease sent a chill down Rog's spine. He picked up a piece of wood, scrutinizing it closely, as beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The kindling, neither straight nor uniform, bore no signs of fracture, its natural wood grain intact. Rog grasped the rusty axe and approached the wood stump, bringing the axe down lightly, only to hear a resounding clang, leaving no mark on the stump. Taking a deep breath, he gestured and recited a spell, summoning a series of different auras around him. Empowering himself with strength of the bull, agility of the cat, and an acceleration spell. As he swung the axe again, mimicking Wu Huan's technique, the rusty blade sank gently into the wood, disappearing as if the stump did not exist. Meanwhile, the rotund figure gritted his teeth, his veins bulging, as wood shavings flew in all directions. If Wu Huan's axe swinging appeared devoid of effort, Rog's approach was akin to setting a forest ablaze. After much effort, Rog managed to chop off a piece of wood, only to find that when he examined it, it exploded into a flurry of wood shavings at his touch. Tears welled in his eyes. After enduring over 10 days of toil, he had been outwitted by Wu Huan from start to finish. However, Wu Huan had not anticipated Rog's final ace, obstinacy. Rog refrained from striking the axe further, instead embracing the wood stump in contemplation. Oblivious to his surroundings, as night fell, Isabella approached, calling out to Rog, but he remained as still as a statue. The girl, at a loss, set down the meal beside him. Before long, it had frozen into a solid lump, the soup bowl cracking in the cold. That night, a heavy snowfall descended, and Rog, motionless, became a snowman. In the morning, Isabella gasped, taking a soft cloth to gently wipe the snow from Rog's body, turning away as a single crystalline tear fell. Inside, Wu Huan leisurely sipped tea, and when the girl entered, pleading for assistance, Wu Huan replied slowly, "I cannot bring him back. He has ensnared himself in a deadlock. Moreover, these nobles, one dies, and yet another takes their place." The girl, angered, retorted, "Grandfather, you have been intentional from the very beginning, haven't you?" Wu Huan fell silent. After she departed, he murmured to himself, his voice aged by decades, "Grandfather is no deity. How could he foresee such an outcome? Alas, my fiery temperament may have brought you trouble." As night fell once more, Franco, Lunz, Kate, Eat, and Faze all arrived at the small courtyard, observing the completely unresponsive Rog, at a loss for what to do, hesitant to act. Without uttering a harsh word, their gazes toward Wu Huan brimmed with resentment. The old man remained unperturbed, but upon Isabella's return, she noticed the noble's eyes fixated upon her, causing him to feel a flicker of fear. As darkness enveloped the sky, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed through the narrow alley, golden auras of fighting spirit cascading into the small courtyard as Ophirok entered the nearly overcrowded space. Wu Huan was taken aback, never expecting a seemingly ordinary lower noble to summon the heir of a grand duchy. Yet, with matters having reached this point, all he could do was leave the outcome to fate. Ophirok furrowed his brow, quietly taking a seat opposite Rog, remaining there throughout the night. In the morning, he rose and instructed the construction of a small shelter for Rog, leaving 2 golden lion knights to ensure his safety before departing with the other noble miscreants. Days turned into nights, with Rog remaining statue-like, neither eating nor moving. Isabella continued her daily tasks at Eat's home, but noticed the latter's gaunt appearance and unkempt beard as he drowned his sorrows in drink. The girl wept in secret, returning home without speaking to Wu Huan at tea times. The nobles would visit, but during their gatherings, silence reigned as they drank in gloom, their glances toward Isabella filling her with dread. That evening, the nobles engaged in a heated argument in Eat's study. The girl sensed her involvement in the matter and was about to eavesdrop when she unexpectedly collided with Eat as he emerged from the room. Eat, taken aback, merely gestured for her to return home. Once more, Another dark and dreary night descended, thick leaden clouds obscuring the moonlight. Isabella, seeing snow was about to fall again, prepared a quilt to cover Rog. As she opened the door, a gust of icy wind nearly froze her in place. Finally mustering her resolve, she stepped outside, only to be struck dumb with fear as she beheld a skeletal figure silently emerging from the swirling fog. The skeleton, cloaked in deep black, would have gone unnoticed were it not for the flickering crimson lightning coursing around its form, illuminating its presence that in the courtyard. The two Golden Lion Knights sensed something amiss and were about to turn around when a flash of electric fire enveloped the skeletal figure. In the blink of an eye, two shadowy strikes struck the knights at the back of their heads with lightning speed. Both knights let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Under the illumination of the purplish-red flames, the small courtyard appeared ominous, resembling a hellish domain. The skeleton seemed like a demon from the depths of hell. Isabella was paralyzed by fear, utterly unable to move. She barely had time to register a blur before the two Golden Lion Knights had already fallen in the next instant. A massive scythe materialized out of thin air, resting ominously against her delicate, pale neck, its blade nearly as tall as she was. The pressure of the blade caused a thin red line to appear on the girl's neck, from which a single drop of blood slowly dripped down. Overwhelmed by terror, the girl felt numb. The skeleton glanced at the quilt that had slipped to the ground, and the scythe vanished silently, only to reappear in the skeleton's grasp a moment later. The skeleton beckoned, and the wooden stump that Rog had tightly clutched began to float into the air. With its skeletal wings fully extended and surrounded by crackling electricity, it raised the enormous scythe straight up with one hand. In an instant, a flash of violet lightning illuminated the entire courtyard. The scythe remained motionless, yet a shadow of the blade swiftly descended, cleaving the wooden stump in two, which rolled to the ground. The cut was jagged and twisted, with not a single wood grain splintered. Black mist surged forth as the skeleton stepped into the fog. Before departing, the skeleton cast a glance at the girl, who felt as though she understood the meaning behind that gaze. Do not speak of tonight's events. At dawn, Rog stirred slightly in a blink. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and gently picked up the two halves of the wooden stump. Reassembling them, Rog lightly knocked on the door, summoning Wu Huan, and softly requested him to chop wood once more. Wu Huan, looking weary, took a wooden stump, and with a swift motion of his axe, a slender piece of kindling fell to the ground. Within Rog's spiritual realm, Wu Huan was enveloped in a faint azure glow, encompassing the stump, the axe, and himself. Rog smiled gently and murmured, "What exists are mere illusions. What is eternal shall ultimately perish. The myriad colors of the world are but reflections of the blinded human heart. One day, in heaven and on earth, amidst the green mountains and clear waters, existence shall depend solely on my heart." Rog pointed, causing a wooden stump to levitate gently into the air, with a flick of his finger. The stump blossomed like spring flowers, every minuscule wood fiber separating and dancing in the air. Finally, with a sweep of his sleeve, all the floating wood fibers vanished into nothingness. "Thank you, master, for your assistance." Rog turned and bowed deeply to the astonished Wu Huan. As the distant chimes of bells resonated, heralding the arrival of a new year, just one day away from the sacred year 686. What exists are mere illusions. What is eternal shall ultimately perish. The myriad colors of the world are but reflections of the blinded human heart. Chapter 24. The miracle. The resounding blasts of celebratory cannon fire echoed, causing the entire city of Lyre to tremble slightly. Countless fireworks burst into bloom in the night sky, as if the gods had opened the gates of heaven, showering the world with endless splendor. Flickering candle flames resembled fallen stars from the heavens, casting light upon the ordinary, yet joyful faces of the people. At this moment, the million citizens of Lyre emerged from their homes to express gratitude for the divine favors of the past year and to pray for the safety of their families in the new year. On the aerial terrace of the Elf in the Dark Night, a multitude of nobles and wealthy patrons gathered to enjoy the view. Fur coats and satin garments shimmered in a dazzling display, painting a portrait of earthly opulence. Among the crowd were Rog and other nobles, now well-renowned, having secured their status as favorites before the Ophirok family, wielding the god of war's hammer as a source of wealth. Although a seat in the most famous aerial garden Babylon on New Year's Eve was worth 100 gold coins, a few still possessed the means to sit there. The high-ranking nobles were enjoying festivities at the Grand Duke's residence, celebrating with Lionheart Duke Reinhard von Wilhelm, while Babylon, had become the prime venue for the lower nobility and affluent merchants to showcase their status. One by one, fiery blossoms erupted in the night sky, seemingly endless. Amidst this spectacle, magical flames coalesced into 7-colored tulips that shot towards the heavens, leaving a dazzling tail against the black backdrop that lingered for a long time. The ever-changing scene cast flickering reflections on Rog's face. Yet his eyes remained clear, resembling a tranquil, deep pool. All the vibrant hues held no sway over those clear depths. Rog smiled to himself, though no one could hear him. These vibrant colors are but illusions of the blinded human heart. On the other side of Lyre, atop the highest tower of the Grand Duke's residence, the sky was also ablaze with the golden light that could not be overshadowed by the fireworks. Ophirok's fighting spirit surged forth, enveloped in a tangible golden flame. The ground was inscribed with a massive magical circle, within which the breathtaking figure of Elicit stood at the center, while black flames continuously rose, only to be absorbed by the magical formation. Ophirok furrowed his brows, exerting all his strength. Each time the golden flames reached a certain height, a peculiar shadow would sweep through the air, consuming them entirely. Occasionally, when flames sought to escape the tower, they were thwarted by the black flames emanating from the magical circle, forced to return to the surging golden inferno. Rog too awaited eagerly as the Grand Duke's great bell tolled, its sound resonating even above the booming cannon fire. Amid the cheers of a million mortals, the sacred year 686 finally arrived. The earth trembled suddenly, as a grand and resounding hymn echoed throughout the realms, its magnitude akin to a choir of a million holy maidens. All beings stood in stillness, and all sounds ceased to exist. At this moment, only the purifying hymn remained in the heavens and the earth. All eyes were fixed in anticipation, all souls awaited, waiting for the sudden arrival of a miracle. Above the Grand Duke's residence, clouds gathered frantically, rolling and churning, thickening and descending lower and lower. An invisible pressure descended upon them. The multitude knelt and reverenced. Rog's once clear eyes turned murky as he too knelt upon the ground. At this moment, amidst the vast city, only Ophirok remained standing tall like a mountain. Elicit gently tugged at Ophirok, her spring-like jade fingers now heavy as mountains. Ophirok knelt in despair, a single tear falling into the dust. The clouds ceased their tumultuous rolling, gradually brightening until, ultimately, the pure white holy light illuminated the entire city of Lyre as bright as day. Above the clouds, a colossal gate, 100 meters high, gradually came into focus. With a thunderous boom, akin to 1,000 thunderclaps simultaneously erupting, the gates of heaven finally swung open. From within the radiance, a massive figure emerged, 3 pairs of gigantic luminous wings radiating an unapproachable golden light. A 6-winged angel, bearing a great vessel, exuded an unparalleled majesty. It tilted the vessel, releasing a plume of smoke, and a stream of holy water cascaded directly into the Grand Duke's residence. Subsequently, a line of white water appeared, swiftly spreading throughout the entire city of Lyre. The multitude felt as if the holy water flowed through their souls without obstruction. Overwhelmed with joy, as the water line reached Rog, it split in two, merging again behind him, continuing its course. Rog remained kneeling, unmoving, yet a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Heavenly deities, since you have acted thus, from this moment on, I shall assume the mantle of a necromancer. What of it? As soon as the words left his lips, countless prophecies vanished from Rog's mind. Elicit curled up like an infant, her black flames reduced to a mere thin layer. Surrounding the black flames was a luminous sphere formed of golden fighting spirit. Flickering in the waves of the holy water, Ophirok, disheveled, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. From the 6-winged angel's great vessel, dozens of luminous orbs burst forth, scattering and descending to the mortal realm. In the blink of an eye, the 6-winged angel turned and stepped back into the gates of heaven. As clouds dissipated and light faded. A century later, miracles would once again descend upon the Gloria continent. Chapter 25. Under currents, the miracle returned to Lyre, and news of the 6-winged angel bestowing holy water upon the Grand Duke's residence spread across the continent with unimaginable speed. Countless individuals became aware of this event and began to take action, each in their own way. At midnight, the magnificent and resplendent palace of Rhine City remained brightly lit. King Louis IX, in exceptionally good spirits, celebrated the New Year's Eve with his ministers, enjoying the grand spectacle of the city's jubilant populace. The scene in the royal city differed from that in Lyre. 7 large magical circles projected beams of colorful magic into the sky, converging above the palace to form the emblem of the Bourbon royal family, a massive, multicolored, double-winged unicorn. Having ruled for 16 years, Louis IX witnessed favorable weather and national stability. The alliance led by the Grand Duke of Bavaria boasted renowned generals and valiant warriors. In multiple external conflicts, they achieved swift victories, expanding their territories. Domestically, the wise and loyal Duke Russell served as the chancellor, while the legendary swordsman Procis, one of the 3 sword saints of the continent, and 2 of the 10 great archmages, Grand Sorcerer Yarrow and the enigmatic sorcerer Lhasa, bolstered the nation's might. Though not as powerful as the 3 great nations, the Rhine alliance was not easily provoked. Standing atop the highest tower of the palace, Louis IX surveyed the brightly lit city, marveling at its beauty. As if it were a city of paradise, observing the tranquility and prosperity of the royal city and hearing his ministers showering him with praise, Louis IX felt as though he were floating in the clouds. Thoroughly content, now in his 50s, he began to contemplate his legacy in the annals of history. As the celebration concluded, Louis IX's spirits remained high. He summoned the secret potion offered by the alchemist Damba and, after consuming it, felt invigorated. He returned to the inner palace, commanding his favored concubines to shed their garments and frolic in playful abandon. Old Louis sat upon his throne, indulging in wine and revelry. At this moment, Louis IX was far removed from the youthful handsomeness he once possessed. Years of excess had left him with dark circles under his eyes and sagging cheeks. The once well-defined muscles of his youth had long since vanished, leaving only layers of flab in their stead. The roaring flames of magic cast a warm glow throughout the palace, while 2 small fountains added a touch of humidity to the air. Realist nude paintings adorned the walls of the chamber, many of which were the fruits of Louis's own artistic endeavors. Upon the crimson carpet, a dozen or so naked bodies of varying hues writhed together, beads of sweat rolling down their satin-like skin. The concubines, eager to win his favor, performed with exaggerated zeal, and those who typically engaged in feigned elegance were now caught in genuine acts of debauchery. Within the depths of the palace, where intrigue and treachery reigned, this lavish banquet was no exception. 2 favored yet haughty women found themselves restrained by 3 or 4 concubines, subjected to wanton mockery. Louis IX watched with rapture, oblivious to the tears streaming down the faces of the 2 women. Their tears were swiftly wiped away as the ladies grew bolder in their caresses. The revelry reached its zenith. Louis IX disrobed and joined in the merriment with the concubines. The secret potion from Damba proved truly extraordinary, restoring his vigor to that of a youth. The concubines, like songbirds, cried out in delight, lamenting that their king lacked compassion, insisting he would not relent until he had exhausted them. The debauchery continued until the early hours of the morning. Exhausted yet satisfied, Louis IX, supported by a seemingly 12 or 13-year-old exquisite maiden, prepared to retire to his chambers for rest. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and a female attendant rushed in, clutching an urgent document sealed in crimson. As if it were bleeding, she knelt before him, urging, "Your Majesty, the Grand Sorcerer of Lhasa has urgent military news to report." Louis waved his hand impatiently, saying, "What urgency could there be? Tell Lhasa to wait until tomorrow. I am utterly fatigued." Yet the attendant did not depart, insisting, "The master of Lhasa insists that you must read this immediately. He said that even if your Majesty is asleep, he must be awakened if your Majesty does not review it. He shall come in person." Startled, Louis recalled that the venerable Grand Sorcerer of Lhasa, over 90 years of age, had been his mentor since childhood, possessing extraordinary powers. At the age of 45, he had mastered the outer space locking technique, establishing mysterious connections with various otherworldly realms and summoning demons from those dimensions. Earning the title of National Protector Sorcerer, the old sorcerer was fiercely loyal and temperamental, instilling fear in Louis whenever they met. Hastily, Louis opened the document, and as he read, his expression shifted dramatically, trembling. He dropped the paper at his feet. In his agitation, he accidentally knocked over a golden cup held by the maiden beside him, spilling blood-red wine that sullied the document. Louis IX, shaking, struck the maiden across the face, leaving a mark on her porcelain skin. He screamed in a fit of rage, "Who allowed you to be so careless? What use are you to me? Do you wish to defy me? Very well. Let it be so. Guards, take her away and execute her." Several fierce female attendants pounced upon the young servant, dragging her away as her anguished cries echoed through the corridor, lingering in the air. Louis sank into despair, his surroundings distorting into a haze. The faces that once seemed charming now appeared grotesque, as if each person harbored a conspiracy against the Bourbon dynasty. Ah, the old king lamented, ultimately succumbing to tears. Why could this not happen in the city of Rhine? Why not within the palace? I am the messenger of the divine. The Bourbon lineage should endure eternally. The flames flickered, casting the old king's trembling silhouette upon the wall, resembling a demon engaged in a wild dance. After a lengthy silence, the old king regained a measure of composure. He hastily donned his garments and rushed out of his chambers. Upon encountering the tall, calm figure of the Grand Sorcerer of Lascivious, Louis IX felt a sense of reassurance. My esteemed Majesty, several elder ministers await your presence in the small council chamber. The Grand Sorcerer spoke with a calm demeanor, as though nothing had transpired. Entering the small council chamber, Louis IX found the Duke of Russell, Marshal Rocheliot, and Earl Chandler, each disheveled and awaiting his arrival. The old king's spirits lifted as he took his seat upon the throne. Inviting the ministers to sit, he began, regarding the miraculous events in Lille. What are your thoughts, my loyal subjects? In these dire times, do not hesitate to speak candidly. The Grand Sorcerer's deep voice resonated first. According to historical records, there have been 3 miraculous occurrences among the royal families of the Gloria continent. Each time, the families graced by such miracles subsequently rebelled, igniting wars that engulfed several nations and annihilating the bloodlines of previous royal houses, ultimately leading to the formation of the 3 great powers of the continent. With this miracle resurfacing, it is fortunate that the Duke of Bavaria, though valiant, possesses a thin bloodline, having only one son, Ophirok, which may save us much trouble. That I shall personally confront the father and son, and I shall not return to the capital until I have their heads, though divine will is not to be defied. I, being a target of scorn, may well descend into hell upon my death, yet this time I shall defy it. The Duke of Russell interjected, this miracle has arisen unexpectedly, with no prior warning from the Church of Light. As far as I know, there may be reincarnated angels within that church, making it difficult to dismiss the significance of this miracle. Following this event, the Church's influence will undoubtedly expand rapidly, and our stance on this matter is crucial. In my humble opinion, Your Majesty should leverage this miracle to show allegiance to the Church, offering ample tributes. Should any issues arise in the future, it would be prudent to keep the Church at arm's length. Secondly, the Duke of Bavaria has achieved great deeds for the nation over the years, and now having just received the blessings of the angels, initiating an attack at this moment could provoke the wrath of the heavens and the ire of the people, undermining the nation's foundations. Lastly, the Duke's wife is the sister of the Emperor of Austria-Hungary, a ruler known for his militaristic tendencies and grand ambitions. Should we harm the Duke of Bavaria, it may provide him with a pretext for intervention. Therefore, I believe we must strategize thoroughly, prioritizing the preservation of the Bourbon dynasty's legacy. Now is not the time for rash actions. Marshal Rocheliot, who had been deep in contemplation, finally spoke. The alliance has seen no warfare in recent years, and all elite troops and generals are concentrated under the Duke of Bavaria. The Golden Lion Knights are renowned for their combat prowess, and each of the 12 Round Table Knights approaches the level of paladin. Forgive my frankness, but if war were to break out, our chances of victory would be slim. Louis IX's complexion turned pale as he sighed. Is it possible that the 500-year Bourbon dynasty is to vanish under my reign? Marshal Rocheliot remained calm, replying, not necessarily. The immediate priority is to summon loyal talents to Your Majesty's side. The sword St. Prosis, fearless and with whom I share a bond of life and death, will assuredly come to assist. Even if it means opposing the divine at that time, I shall train elite troops for Your Majesty, while Prosis monitors the Duke of Bavaria and his son. Gradually, we can mobilize the troops of the Duchy of Bavaria for external campaigns, slowly diminishing their military power. This dual approach will ensure success. The Duke of Russell pondered for a moment before adding, the prophecy of the miracle will likely reach the Duke of Bavaria. It is imperative that we prevent him from reacting hastily. Any actions taken to diminish his power could backfire, and I believe Your Majesty must demonstrate sincerity, indicating that the prophecy of the miracle is of no concern, and instead regard it as an omen of prosperity for the Rhine alliance. After a pause, he resolutely stated, I suggest Your Majesty consider marrying Princess Flora to Ophirok. The The sound of the golden cup clattering to the ground echoed as Louis IX's voice trembled, tears streaming down his face. What? Do you wish for me to sacrifice Flora? No, this is absolutely out of the question. Suddenly, Louis IX lifted his head, regaining the dignity of an emperor, declaring, "Draft an edict. Tomorrow I shall lead the army personally to confront Bavaria, returning only in victory." With a thud, Russell knelt, gripping the sleeves of Louis IX's garments tightly. "My king, you must not." Marshal Rocheliot also fell to the ground, solemnly stating, "Your Majesty, the Chancellor's proposal may be the only solution at present. We must not provoke the Duke of Bavaria into rebellion before he has even contemplated it. Moreover, with careful planning, we still have a chance of success. If we engage in battle now, the alliance may shatter instantly." Louis IX stood firm, tears streaming down his weathered face. "In my lifetime, the one I have wronged the most is Melt's. Yet you now ask me to sacrifice the only daughter she left behind. How can I bear such a burden?" The old king closed his eyes, tears falling as memories of past affections flooded back. It is often said that heroes struggle against the allure of beauty, and what of the young Louis, who fancied himself a dashing prince? That graceful figure felt as if it were just yesterday. That breathtaking visage remained etched in his heart. 2 decades had passed, yet the memories had only deepened, becoming all the more poignant. The prince had fallen deeply for Meltz at their first meeting, employing every means to bring her into the palace. 7 years later, Meltz departed, leaving behind their daughter, Flora, following Meltz's death. The 5-year-old Flora seemed to mature overnight. Henceforth no longer referring to Louis IX as her father. As the years passed, Flora blossomed into exquisite beauty, displaying extraordinary talent, mastering various martial arts and magic with remarkable ease at the age of 10. Flora encountered the great Archmage Yarrow during his travels across the realm. Passing through the Rhine Alliance, he was invited to the imperial palace by Louis IX, where he chanced upon Flora and was immediately struck by her extraordinary talents. He made an exception to stay for a month, dedicating his time to instruct her in the art of magic before continuing on his journey. Flora's mother had already passed away, leaving her vulnerable to the cruelty within the palace. Although Louis IX adored his daughter and granted her every wish, Flora never uttered a word of the injustices she suffered to him. As time passed, the inhabitants of the harem gradually became aware of this, and their mistreatment of her intensified. By the age of 14, Flora began to radiate an unparalleled beauty, standing out among the thousands of courtesans like a serene pool of autumn water, akin to an iceberg in the abyss. Pure and unblemished. Yet, within this toxic marsh of the palace, such purity could not be tolerated, nor could its nobility endure. Ultimately, this last remnant of innocence was destined to be swept away by the storms of fate. At 18, the 4th prince, favored by Louis IX and born of a beloved concubine, was expected to inherit the throne, his mother being a princess of the Critch Empire. One day, he stumbled upon Flora, the sister of the renowned beauty from the cold palace, and was utterly captivated, his desires ignited beyond control. That very night, he led his confidants to stealthily invade Flora's quarters. Her desperate cries for help pierced the air. But the palace servants, fearing the prince's power, chose to feign ignorance. Some even snickered, speculating on the prince's intentions. As if unwilling to witness this tragedy unfold, a pillar of fire erupted into the sky, illuminating the entire palace. The fierce wind swept through, scattering the flames. The palace became ensnared in a fiery frenzy. Even the smallest spark would ignite a conflagration. The malicious servants, amidst their frantic cries, found themselves pursued by the very embers they had ignored, and once the flames embraced them, they were transformed into living torches. The flames, as if endowed with life, voraciously consumed flesh and bone, slowly searing their senses until they extinguished the last vestiges of vitality, erupting violently to reduce the charred remains to ashes, leaving only their souls to wail in despair. Centered around Flora's quarters, an immense inferno surged forth, engulfing a 50-meter radius, creating a colossal fire pillar that soared dozens of meters into the sky. Upon hearing the commotion, Louis IX gazed in astonishment at this hellish blaze, commanding his men to extinguish the flames. But how could water quell a fire fueled by countless grievances? The beloved concubine had collapsed, crying out, "You vile vixen destined for hell! How dare you seduce my son? He is your own brother. How could you wield such malice?" The surrounding attendants echoed her sentiments. Louis IX's countenance darkened, despite knowing his son's true nature. He felt a twinge of doubt. When the court mages arrived, They too were taken aback by the inferno. Their ice arrows, water dragons, and ice spikes evaporated in an instant, proving utterly ineffective. Suddenly, the flames parted like the sea, and Flora emerged from the fire. Her once unmatched beauty remained, but now adorned with an unexpected smile. Clad in a disheveled nightgown, her arms bore several scratches from the struggle. The flames leaped momentarily before extinguishing completely, leaving behind a wasteland of ashes, with even the stone pillars melted into glass. While Flora's survival remained a mystery, the chilling winds carried heart-wrenching cries that resonated within the hearts of all present. Silence enveloped the scene, a living tableau of hell before their eyes. Flora approached Louis IX, and upon seeing his daughter in such a state, he understood the gravity of the situation. A smile blossomed on Flora's lips, her unparalleled grace rendering the onlookers unable to meet her gaze. Isn't it strange how this fire erupted? Thankfully, I found refuge and survived. It feels so good to be alive. Her voice, melodious as celestial music, ignited a fervor in the hearts of all male witnesses. Flora turned to the concubine, gently saying, "Aunt Catherine, please do not grieve any longer. The Lord will bless you with another handsome and clever son." Flora nestled into the concubine's embrace, her delicate hand resting upon the trembling chest, caressing it softly. Leaning closer, she whispered words that belied her angelic appearance. "Aunt, I am no longer that helpless little girl you could bully. It was your son whom I incinerated. Do you now regret pushing my mother to the brink? But do not forget, my mentor is Yarrow. Although you have lost a son, you still have parents and many siblings." As she spoke, her slender fingers tightened, digging into the tender flesh. The concubine's pained cries were stifled, and Flora smiled sweetly, saying, "I am but a very obedient little girl." In the aftermath of calamity, while many questions lingered unanswered, Louis IX felt no desire for further inquiry, his anger towards the fourth prince only intensifying. In the depths of the palace, incestuous affairs were hardly uncommon. However, the fourth prince's actions against Flora struck at Louis IX's most sensitive nerve. With a tone of affection, he said, "Flora, my dear, you have been frightened. Tonight, you shall sleep in my palace, and tomorrow I will have a new residence constructed for you." Yet Flora shook her head, declaring, "No, I have decided to study magic with Mentor Yarrow. He shall be here to take me shortly." No sooner had she spoken than a colossal six-pointed star magic circle illuminated the ruins. A torrent of magical energy surged forth, startling the court mages into retreat. A flash of lightning revealed a weary old mage materializing above the circle. He cast a wind spell upon himself, gracefully descending from the sky, exuding an air of mastery. However, he landed poorly amidst the ruins, where countless fine ashes swirled. The gentle currents of his wind spell became a tempest for the dust, and a dark vortex erupted, enveloping the old mage. Coughing and spluttering, he emerged from the haze only to find Flora's teasing smile, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Maintaining his composure, he feigned ignorance of Flora and bowed to Louis IX, saying, "I am the old mage Yarrow, your majesty." Seeing the situation unfold, Louis IX recognized the fortune of having his daughter receive guidance from the great mage Yarrow and refrained from further obstruction. He inquired, "Master Yarrow, having traveled such a distance, will you not stay a few days to allow me to learn from you?" However, Flora insisted on leaving immediately. Yarrow, with a sigh of resignation, handed Louis a ring, explaining that in times of need, turning it would allow him to contact Yarrow. With a burst of azure light, Yarrow cast a flight spell, whisking Flora away into the distance. Suddenly, Flora turned back, calling cheerfully, "Father, I will return every year. My princess's house must be built beautifully." Louis IX, tears streaming down his face, collapsed to the ground in midair. The old mage and the young girl continued their banter. "Flora, how could you have used the 2 magical rings I gave you like that? They are artifacts. You used them to set fire to a house." "Humph, I wish to keep his soul eternally imprisoned, unable to go anywhere, forever experiencing the torment of being burned by fire. Only artifacts possess such power to eternally bind souls." A chill surged through Yarrow, nearly causing him to plummet from the sky. "By the way, master," Flora's voice suddenly turned sugary sweet, "even if they're artifacts, you casually gave me 2. Surely you have more to spare?" "Ah, this," Yarrow stammered. "What is it? If you have them, say so. If not, then not. As one of the top 10 magi, would you dare deceive a little girl like me?" The day after Flora's departure, Louis IX stripped the concubine of her status, banishing her to the cold palace, and a month later, ordered her execution, punishing 300 palace attendants. The Critch Empire, enraged, dispatched 80,000 troops to invade the Rhine Alliance. At that time, the Critch Empire was far more powerful than the Rhine Alliance. Louis IX sent Duke of Bavaria with 30,000 troops to resist, accompanied by the Grand Sorcerer of Lascivious. The two armies clashed at the border on the eve of battle. The Grand Sorcerer of Lascivious faced the opposing three national guardians alone, ultimately sealing them in another realm, achieving a resounding victory. During the confrontation, the great mage Yarrow suddenly appeared on the battlefield, unleashing several 100-meter-high fire clouds that left no life beneath them, throwing the Critch forces into disarray. The Duke of Bavaria led 5,000 Lionheart Knights, cutting through the enemy's center and beheading their commander, causing the Critch army to collapse in chaos. Subsequently, the Duke of Bavaria pursued the fleeing forces, expanding their territory by 100 miles and capturing 3 cities, leading to the downfall of the Critch Empire, which subsequently degenerated into a third-rate nation. Chapter 26. The Vortex, Your Majesty. Russell's voice roused Louis IX from his contemplation. Your affection for Princess Flora is well known to the Duke of Bavaria. Were it another princess, he might suspect your sincerity. This is point 1. Princess Flora is exceptionally gifted, and with the great mage Yarrow as her backing, she should be able to navigate the Duke and his son with ease. Point 2. If fortune favors our dynasty, and the Duke does not rebel, then Ophirok's character and talent would make him a suitable match for Princess Flora. Point 3. Should he still choose to revolt, Your Majesty, victory would allow you to pardon the princess, while defeat could still preserve a trace of the Bourbon bloodline, which may not be without its future prospects. Duke Russell urged fervently. Louis IX remained silent for a long while, finally sighing. It all depends on whether she agrees. Alas, that child Flora. I am weary today. You all may return to rest, declared the emperor. In the city of Lille, Duke Reinhard of Bavaria sat in silence opposite the Ophirok father and son, sharing a night devoid of words. As dawn broke, the elder Reinhardt slowly rose and said, My 30 years of loyalty cannot be shattered by this miraculous turn of events, regardless of His Majesty's lack of compassion. I cannot act unjustly. From this day forth, let the word rebellion not be spoken. I hope His Majesty will remember my lifelong fidelity and refrain from harm. Ophirok also stood in silence, his once radiant visage now appearing rather dim. The father and son stood side by side before the tall windows. A faint light of dawn began to emerge on the horizon. The city, which had reveled through the night, was now in the deepest slumber, tranquil and serene. The chill of the early morning served as the perfect companion to those in deep sleep. For those unable to find rest, watching the frost-kissed, withered leaves being stirred by the wind brought a deep chill to the heart. Though they could not feel the breeze, the dark red sun gradually rose from behind the clouds, spilling forth its crimson glow, tinting the clouds above and the very essence of Lille itself. According to the customs of the Rhine Alliance, a clear day on New Year's Day foretold a year of bountiful harvests. Yet, at this moment, countless souls across distant lands, gazing upon the same morning sun, could detect a hint of bloodshed in this first light of the new year. Before dawn had fully arrived, Rogu quietly emerged from the extravagant bed of the spirit of the night, nearly excessive in its opulence. As he hastily donned his clothing, he couldn't resist a few bold touches on the slumbering form beside him. The woman stirred slightly, turning over to continue her slumber. Rogu gently closed the door behind him. Tiptoeing past his brother's chambers, hearing nothing but the sounds of deep sleep and murmured dreams, which brought a wry smile to his lips as he slipped out alone, the plump fellow muttered a few words to himself. Casting a spell of swiftness, his steps becoming light as he ventured outside. A guard stood at the entrance, his eyes heavy with sleep. Rogu stealthily approached, blowing softly against the back of the guard's neck. The guard turned sharply, yet found nothing but shadows, grumbling in dissatisfaction as he adjusted his collar and resumed his patrol. Meanwhile, Rogu had long since exited the gate, striding away with purpose, like a specter. Rogu navigated the alleys and streets. Scenes unfolded before him as if they were paintings floating by, only to vanish and be replaced by new vistas, though this was not the first time he had seen this world woven from flat images. On a previous occasion, he had peeled back a corner of the curtain, catching a glimpse of the hidden scenery behind all things. When the curtain lifted slightly, Rogu was like a newborn babe. He saw flowers yet could not comprehend their nature, touched water yet remained unaware of its essence. His vision was clouded with wonder, overwhelmed by a kaleidoscope of colors that dazzled both his eyes and heart. However, once that door had been opened, it could never again be tightly sealed. Rogu's mood was neither joyful nor sorrowful. His mental faculties ignited, probing the world around him in waves. Like a receding tide, creatures usually concealed beneath the surface began to rise. A band of small thieves scurried about, their bulging bundles confirming the age-old adage that the early bird catches the worm. Several groups were huddled in secretive locales, conspiring over something. Rogu held no interest in their discussions. It was none of his concern, and he considered it far above his station. The mental energy he used to probe the souls around him only provided him with vague outlines of their presence as Rogu ambled down the street. He gradually vanished from sight. In the next moment, he reappeared from another location, continuing his leisurely stroll. He lifted his foot to avoid a rushing rat, only to bring it down upon a pursuing calico cat. The cat, unable to protest, found its owner had vanished. Poor creature stood bewildered for a moment before remembering the even more unfortunate rat, and it resumed its pursuit. In a dim alley, Rogu idly kicked a pebble, which struck the wall with a sound. Satisfied with his footwork, he exited the alley. Suddenly, the wall shifted slightly, revealing a giant eye opening wide. Fixating on Rogu's retreating figure, slowly turning as Rogu's silhouette grew distant. The eye, straining from the effort, blinked and rolled back, only to be startled to find Rogu grinning mischievously in front of it. The eye widened in shock, nearly dislodging from its socket, before it squeezed shut. Hastily disappearing from the wall, Rogu murmured to himself, one hand probing into the wall. The surface rippled as if he had plunged his hand into water, though this water stood upright. After a moment of exploration, he gently spoke. "Dear treasure, hiding is futile. Have I not caught you?" With that, he extracted a small figure swathed in a black cloak, about 3 feet tall, emaciated with spindly limbs, and an oddly large head crowned with oversized eyes. As soon as the little creature was pulled from the wall, it opened its mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. Its mouth was already stuffed with a hapless rat, leaving only a tiny tail protruding. The rat struggled valiantly, while the little creature wore a face of terror, tormented by the rodent until it finally tilted its head back and swallowed it whole, just as it gasped for breath. It saw Rogu raise his hand, causing it to promptly shut its mouth in fear that a calico cat dashed over, circling the two creatures twice, letting out a pitiful meow before sulking away. Rogu scrutinized the little being before him. Beads of sweat streamed down its face. And the more Rogu smiled sweetly, the more the creature perspired. Rogu caught a fleeting glimpse of purple in the creature's eyes, which made him beam even wider. "What a clever little thing you are. What might you be? Please don't tell me you're human." Rogu's eyes gleamed with a silvery light, resembling 2 fine threads that delved into the creature's eyes, ultimately capturing that fleeting purple hue, which he then yanked forth. "I never anticipated encountering a member of the demon race here," he mused, observing the creature's large purple eyes. "It seems things are becoming increasingly interesting. Come, dear, tell me what you observe from your hiding place opposite the Duke's mansion every day." The little demon appeared utterly bewildered. "Ha ha ha." Rogu laughed heartily, feigning ignorance. "Are we quite the clever act? However, if you're not truly foolish, you ought to realize that in my presence, honesty is the best policy. By the way, don't tell me you don't speak the language of humans." The little demon's expression gradually hardened, and suddenly its mouth gaped wide, another fat rat blocking its screams as Rogu squeezed its slender legs in his grip. With a gentle touch on another leg, the little creature finally broke down. Chattering rapidly, Rogu leaned in to listen, growing increasingly impatient until he finally sighed. "It seems you are quite pitiful, knowing so little." The little demon's face was filled with terror as it continued to chatter away. Rogu chuckled. "You dare to threaten me?" Naturally, a demon general is formidable. Do I need you to tell me that? I certainly don't see myself as an enemy of the demon race. Who knows? Perhaps the general and I may even become friends in the future. But now is not the time for introductions. I am still not strong enough that I wish to enjoy many more years of fine wine and embrace many more beauties. I wonder what the demon race's beauties are like. The little demon chattered fervently. Rogu grinned. "You're suggesting you introduce me to your tribe's most beautiful princess? Splendid. How did you know I prefer them young? Ah, what a day this is, to converse so much with you. We truly are destined to meet." The little demon nodded vigorously. Rogu's smile gradually faded as he remarked, "Time is of the essence, since we are so fated." I must ensure you find a good home." With a gentle incantation, a fearsome wolf was summoned. Before the wolf could comprehend the situation, Rogu flung open its massive jaws and stuffed the little demon inside. Then kicked the fearsome wolf back to its otherworldly realm. The plump fellow clapped his hands, gazing at the distant duke's mansion, and said softly, "Ophirok, you must take care." With that, he hummed a tune and departed. The early bird catches the worm. What of the early worm? Naturally, it becomes the bird's meal. Amongst all these early risers, who is the worm, and who is the bird? During the annual New Year celebrations, merchants are invariably the busiest in this golden season that comes, but once a year, every pedestrian wandering the streets is seen by merchants as a pile of jingling coins. The hammer of the war god would not overlook such a splendid opportunity. On the second day of the new year, a brand new hammer of the war god opened its doors on Fifth Avenue. The newcomer, Misty Phantom, was deeply dissatisfied with the three-story building, especially the ancient, sturdy walls, the narrow, towering windows, and the deep brown shutters, which made him seethe with frustration. However, time did not permit him to alter the architectural style, so Misty Phantom spent 2 sleepless nights redesigning the third floor's VIP room. The hammer of the war god was transformed into 3 entirely distinct styles across its 3 levels. The first floor hall was resplendent with gold. The entire wall facing the entrance was adorned with gilded palm leaf patterns, while dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the lofty ceiling, casting magical light that illuminated the entire hall. Scattered throughout the hall were 6 or 7 pieces of armor and weaponry, their magical auras adding to the ethereal ambience. Surrounding the hall were chairs and tables set for guests. The chairs, all perfectly square and remarkably spacious, are crafted from mahogany sourced from the most southerly islands, adorned with a coat of black lacquer that renders them exceedingly heavy, almost reminiscent of iron. The seats are pressed with brocade, intricately embroidered with coconut trees, a rarity not found in the distinctly four-seasoned city of Liard. In this grand hall, every item exudes an unmistakable air of opulence, and even the fruit and pastries are of exquisite quality. The second floor is reserved for hosting genuinely powerful and tasteful nobles, as well as affluent individuals, and serves as a venue for acquiring the spoils of adventurers. Besides being a marketplace for adventurous goods, the second floor features 3 distinct chambers, each showcasing weapons, armor, and various magical artifacts, with no more than 2 magical items displayed in each room. Additionally, custom orders are accepted, allowing patrons to commission magical equipment tailored to their specifications. The aesthetic of the second floor stands in stark contrast to that of the first, embodying true elegance that adheres to the ceremonial and aesthetic standards of the upper echelons of noble society. Each ornament here tells a story, having aged gracefully over time. The oil paintings adorning the walls are masterpieces by renowned artists, occasionally interspersed with modern works by celebrated imitators. This second floor reveres history, celebrating the passage of time. A famous philosopher of the previous dynasty once remarked, "The only flaw of modern art is its lack of antiquity." The third floor, on the other hand, is designated for entertaining dignitaries and notable figures. It comprises a modest hall, meticulously arranged by Wuhan, that a gentle stream winds through the room, nurturing the exotic flora that lines its path. The floor is covered in grass, as soft as the thickest carpet, leading through a winding path of pebbles to a solitary table and a few chairs. These furnishings, all crafted by Wuhan's own hands, vary in design, hewn from raw timber, utilizing both the common old elm stumps and the rare agar wood. Upon the small table rests a tea set, also crafted by Wuhan, though hastily made, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied with the quality that a tea present. The only item on the table is a ring, fashioned from 3 square pillars of magical silver entwined in a harmonious design, becoming increasingly refreshing to behold. The 6 tips of the magical silver pillars are artfully adorned with a crystal emitting a soft blue glow. Occasionally, the blue light escapes in a fleeting flash, weaving and dancing between the pillars before returning to the crystal. This ring is a perfect amalgamation of the craftsmanship of Fez and Wuhan, far surpassing the grandeur of previous works like the Hammer of the War God in terms of elegance. Encased within this ring are 3 moderately advanced spells. The wearer can effortlessly activate a secondary spell, Ghostface Technique, which not only mitigates damage but also grants immunity to low-level magical projectiles. This ensures that mages are not hindered by their opponent's swift low-level spells. Additionally, it contains 2 fourth-level spells, Greater Invisibility and low-level magical piercing. The former enables the mage to cast spells while invisible, while the latter allows them to dispel up to 3 protective spells from their adversary. Although this ring does not house any high-tier spells, it proves invaluable in magical confrontations. Moreover, the complexity of sealing 3 low-level spells within a single magical ring necessitates exceptional alchemical skills, a feat that even Fays labored extensively to master. With the grand opening of the new establishment, an air of festivity permeates. Nobles and scoundrels like Rog, dressed in finery, warmly greet the incoming guests in the hall, the Hammer of the War God. Situated in the heart of the bustling district, boasts opulence that is visible even from a distance. Two impeccably attired middle-aged attendants at the entrance exude an extraordinary demeanor, clearly having served in the households of great nobles for many years. Inside the hall, several young and beautiful women, elegantly dressed, guide the richly attired guests as they navigate the lavish space. Originally, according to Lunds, these girls were supposed to wear their tops low and their bottoms high. With heavy makeup and preemptive smiles, after being chastised by Franco, Wu Huan, and all 3 etiquette masters, Lunds begrudgingly abandoned his notions that it is evident that the Hammer of the War God is not a venue for ordinary commoners. However, for those nobles and wealthy merchants who consider themselves of some standing, the allure of such opulence is irresistible. Before long, the entrance of the Hammer of the War God is filled with an array of splendid carriages. The guests within exhibit a spectrum of emotions. Many who entered with great bravado find their spirits dampened upon witnessing the extravagant decor. When beautiful women utter equally extravagant prices, their faces grow pale. The hall is adorned with several small magical arrays, emanating warm breezes that dispel any lingering chill. The tables and chairs are exquisite, and the tea and fruit offerings are sourced from the finest hotels, available for the guests to indulge at will. Yet, in such a refined and affluent setting, who would dare to sit and feast without purchasing something to take home, lest they become the laughingstock of the noble circle? Before long, many pale-faced minor nobles and middle-class merchants find excuses to depart hastily. Meanwhile, a few declining aristocrats, clinging to their last vestiges of dignity, feel utterly humiliated under the scrutinizing gazes of other patrons. Among the onlookers, a corpulent noble and a slender one, accompanied by similarly haughty attendants, ascend to the 2nd floor, followed closely by Rog and his companions, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to seize their prey. The corpulent and slender guests, basking in the flattery of Rog and his entourage, descend the stairs with a sense of self-importance. Behind the rotund guest, for servants carry a large, antiquated wooden chest, its corners adorned with polished bronze, and its once vibrant red paint now faded and chipped, suggesting it has seen many years. The condition of the chest hints at the treasures it may contain. As for the slender guest, a butler-like figure struggles to hold a small, elongated glass box, which, despite its ancient appearance, remains pristine and lustrous. The faint blue luminescence, reminiscent of a flickering flame, emanates from the box, giving it an almost lifelike quality. The corpulent and slender gentlemen appear to be old acquaintances. The fat one, named Stanich, is a formidable figure, a prominent grain merchant in the duchy. The slender one, known as Marquis Abiyadi, is nobly attired, exuding an air of grandeur. His family boasts a rich history and significant holdings, with several members holding influential positions in the duchy or the alliance. Rog, trailing behind Stanich, whispers, "Your Excellency, your demeanor is indeed remarkable. Only someone of your stature could carry such a treasure without it appearing commonplace. To be honest, this item has languished in our shop for some time. Either the guests lacked the discernment to appreciate it, or those who did understand its value were short on funds. Furthermore, the Hammer of the War God traditionally caters to individuals of true status and artistic flair. Those impoverished souls may possess taste, but lack the requisite social standing. Given your esteemed position, Your Excellency, how could you possibly compare with mere struggling artists?" Although this flattery is somewhat blatant, it resonates well with Stanich, who, having recently achieved wealth, revels in the pretensions of affluence, despite the existence of genuine individuals who, after amassing wealth, remain true to their roots. Such authenticity is indeed rare. The corpulent gentleman leans closer and confidentially remarks, "We have recently succeeded in crafting a magical ring that combines the restorative powers of clerical divine arts with the spell mighty bull's strength." The stout merchant's interest is piqued. A ring that merges divine and arcane magic is certainly unprecedented. However, it appears the magical enhancements are somewhat modest. What utility does it offer? The small man, wearing a mysterious expression, replies, "This ring is designed for conquest, not of foes, but of women. The restorative spell gradually revitalizes one's vigor, and the mighty bull's strength. Well, you surely know its implications. Your mastery of magic makes activating this ring a breeze. Before long, you shall command the attention of the ladies with ease." The rotund merchant, understanding the insinuation, is both astonished and delighted, slapping the small man on the back, nearly causing him to stumble. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. I knew there were treasures to be found in your establishment. Ha ha ha, truly marvelous." His loud exclamations draw the attention of all in the hall. Realizing the potential for scrutiny, the corpulent man quickly lowers his voice, adopting a more discreet demeanor as he whispers into the small man's ear. The latter, wearing a look of distress, responds, "This item." The stout gentleman promptly covers the small man's mouth. Casting wary glances around in the bustling first-floor hall, the patrons maintain their composure, engrossed in their observations, yet their ears strain to catch any whispers. Accompanying Marquis Abbiati is Franco, distinguished by his striking features and long, rare black hair gracefully cascading down his shoulders, exuding an air of elegance in every gesture. The conversations between the elder and the younger revolve around true artistry, engaging in discussions of various schools and renowned masters throughout history, with Franco offering insightful commentary while subtly delivering compliments in a steady stream. The Marquis Abbiati felt an overwhelming sense of elation, lamenting only that Franco had not been born a decade earlier. Otherwise, he would have gained a true confidant long ago. Observing the air of mystery surrounding the corpulent duo, the Marquis immediately seized Franco and whispered intently to him. Franco responded with a demeanor of calm. Though the corners of the Marquis's eyes twitched slightly, Franco murmured, "This ring is exceedingly difficult to craft. Only one artisan in our shop can produce it, and it takes a month to complete a single piece. Moreover, the materials are of the most precious kind. We possess only a scant few, and even then, those may not suffice." The Marquis promptly interjected, "Do not fret about the materials. Our family has a long lineage of magical resources in abundance. Speak freely of your needs, and do not concern yourself with the price that I insist that I must have that ring in 20 days. Franco was visibly troubled, only promising to do his utmost. Once they had finally dispatched the two distinguished guests, a throng of onlookers immediately surrounded Rog and others, bombarding them with inquiries. Earlier, they had tried every means to extract information from the maidens. But what could those young girls possibly uncover? Franco, unperturbed, slowly stated, "Such matters are not easily divulged. It is primarily due to the rarity of the materials and the complexity of the crafting process. However, if any of you possess a tale of exquisite gold or a top-tier fire diamond, our shop would gladly accommodate your requests, though the prices would be negotiated separately." Upon hearing the mention of exquisite gold, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion, and when the term top-tier fire diamond was uttered, they fell into a stunned silence. Exquisite gold is rarely found, often occurring alongside various ores, and its scarcity makes it an essential component for magical materials, surpassing even mithril in efficacy, thus being indispensable for superior magical equipment. Its price is 100-fold that of gold. As for the top-tier fire diamond, it refers to a vividly red diamond rich in fire magic. While few magical items incorporate fire diamonds, the finest fire diamonds are prized for their flame-like glow, shimmering brilliantly at night, making them exquisite jewels. Several unscrupulous nobles and merchants were vying for the favor of these esteemed guests. The grand opening of the Warhammer was no coincidence. These scoundrels had accumulated precious materials from adventurers over the past year, utilizing them in various magical items. Of the 100,000 gold coins that Ophirok had once possessed, only a few thousand remained. With Franco's presence, the discerning taste of Misty, and an abundance of gold, the Warhammer had firmly established itself as a premier establishment for the aristocracy. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance, as two servants, battered and bruised, were unceremoniously hurled inside. The crowd turned to the entrance, where 7 or 8 well-dressed men swaggered in, clearly thugs of some sort. The leader, grinning broadly, addressed the assembled guests. "We are the men of the Dragon King. We have come because we cannot abide the sight of anyone deceiving you with inferior goods. That we are here to uphold justice." Rog and his companions felt a mixture of anger and amusement, though a hidden alarm stirred within them. Each of the nefarious individuals had faced life and death repeatedly, and none were naive. How could they regard these street thugs with any seriousness? Yet, given the Warhammer's opening on Fifth Avenue, those with an inkling of the situation understood there must be a powerful figure backing it, and these ruffians dared to act so brazenly, suggesting they had some form of support. Though they remained ignorant of the true identity of the Dragon King. Hearing the name Dragon King quieted the room considerably. However, the attendees were of notable status and were not inclined to flee, instead adopting an air of spectatorship. At this moment, the thugs began to draw swords from their displays, waving them about wildly. Some plopped down to devour fruits, while others chased the maidens around the hall. It was then that Kate, who had been silently observing from a corner, stood up and bellowed. "Who are you ruffians, causing a ruckus here? Has your master failed to discipline you?" As she stepped forward, she seized one of the thugs, delivering a swift slap that sent him flying, like a kite severed from its string, out of the entrance, scattering teeth and blood in the air. The leader of the thugs managed to withstand one blow before being sent sprawling. But just as he was about to exit, a large hand reached in and effortlessly grasped him, placing him back on the ground. A raspy voice echoed, "These children are indeed lacking in discipline, but it would be unwise to provoke your lord into action." Rog and his companions exchanged knowing glances, leaving Kate to maintain order while they retreated to don their gear. The tides of fate had begun to stir, and those events destined to unfold would arrive in due time. Though this year, they came rather prematurely. Chapter 27. Power. As this was spoken, a robust man strode through the entrance that he appeared to be in his 40s. With a dark complexion, and time had etched numerous lines upon his face, marked by a prominent cross-shaped scar on his left cheek, clad in a simple short coat, with a curved blade at his waist. He stood firmly in the center of the hall and declared, "I am the dragon." With those 5 words, an undeniable aura emanated from him. Behind him trailed 3 to 5 astute and capable subordinates. Followed closely by the thugs who had just been ejected, the ruffians formed a fan-shaped line behind the dragon, creating an imposing spectacle. Kate's pupils constricted slowly as he tensed and relaxed, but he soon faltered under the dragon's gaze. Taking a step back, a sudden wave of murderous intent enveloped the room. The assembled noble scoundrels, clad in their ornate gear, poured forth from the back hall, their equipment radiating various magical auras, clearly the genuine products of the Warhammer. Exuding opulence and elegance, the dragon, having effortlessly intimidated Kate with his gaze, remained unfazed upon seeing the assembled ruffians, and with his gravelly voice, he calmly stated, "Such a grand reception. I, the dragon, am not worthy of it. Perhaps the children failed to clarify my purpose. I am here to discuss business." Rog turned to Lunz and inquired, "What does this fellow do? He seems quite formidable." Lunz replied in a hushed tone, "The dragon is reputed to be one of the most formidable figures in the underworld of Air City. With the largest number of followers, even the Thieves' Guild avoids conflict with him. It is said that he once single-handedly slew an adult 2-legged dragon in his youth, hence the moniker Dragon King." Rog responded, "What do you estimate his strength to be? What profession?" Lunz squinted for a moment, then said, "It's hard to tell his profession, but he appears to be a warrior. His left arm is thicker than his right, suggesting he wields a blade with his left hand." Pausing, Lunz added, "He truly is a master. I can't find an opening to shoot." Rog cursed, "For heaven's sake, do you really need to look for an opening with that contraption you just built?" Lunz chuckled, and under the cover of his sleeve, a finely crafted steel tube, over a foot long, slid into his hand. The tube was exquisitely made, with a small handle and a trigger. The muzzle revealed a plethora of arrow tips, upon counting. There were as many as 12, their dull blue hue indicating they had been imbued with potent poison. Rog warned, "That device must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Causing a death would be far too troublesome. I suggest you stick to your crossbow for now." As the two continued their hushed discussion, Franco had already approached the dragon and called out, "What business does the Dragon King wish to discuss?" The dragon replied leisurely, "The business is quite simple. I offer you protection, allowing you to earn your profits in peace. As for the earnings, I would appreciate a share to ensure my boys have food to eat." The nobles exchanged glances, taken aback. Was he here to collect protection fees? This was unexpected, yet such boldness in demanding fees was astonishing. Franco, following the dragon's lead, asked, "And how does the Dragon King propose to divide the spoils?" "That is simple, an 80-20 split." Franco's tone turned increasingly icy. "Dragon King, Surely you jest. That is quite a generous cut for you." The dragon burst into hearty laughter, the sound swirling through the hall like a tempest. "I, the dragon, would not settle for merely 20%. The division shall be 80 for me and 20 for you." Franco's voice grew even colder. "Dragon King, do you know who financed the Warhammer? Do you comprehend the implications of opposing the great nobility?" The dragon's voice thundered, resonating throughout the hall as various glass vessels shattered. Those with lesser abilities were left dizzy and disoriented, while young maidens collapsed in fright, some even losing control of their bowels. After establishing his dominance, the dragon continued in his gravelly tone, "I do not care who opened this establishment. I will take my 80%. Otherwise, no matter where I am in the world, as long as I, the dragon, exist, this establishment shall never open again." Unbeknownst to anyone, Kate had approached, wielding a spear that had been on display in the hall. Crafted from the finest steel, the spear glimmered with a bluish sheen. The tip, 3 inches long, was coated with a layer of dark iron. After being treated with dark iron, this spear became virtually indestructible, earning the name Armor Piercer. With the spear in hand, Kate's presence transformed. He advanced slowly, his fighting spirit intensifying, radiating a soft white glow that gradually brightened until it enveloped him in a luminous aura about an inch thick. This aura extended along the spear, reaching out to its tip. The tip of the gun erupted with a dazzling brilliance, which soon dimmed, revealing that the once deep black barrel had transformed into a milky white. Faint streams of light swirling incessantly around it. Kate exclaimed, "Franco, why are you still wasting words on him? These individuals, clearly instigated by someone, have come here with the intent to cause chaos. Humph, this life and death struggle is not solely determined by profound skill. Allow me to witness the prowess of this Dragon Master once more." The Dragon Master, taken aback, remarked, "I did not expect you to practice sacred combat aura. Moreover, your skills are indeed remarkable at your age. I was far inferior to you, Dada. What a splendid weapon, a truly magnificent gun. It is as exceptional as its wielder." However, one of the Dragon Master's subordinates could no longer contain himself. With a snort, he ignited his fiery combat aura and stepped forward, stating, "Allow me to have a word with this knight." This man, comparable in strength to Kate and appearing to be a seasoned warrior, immediately entered into a standoff with her. Rog evaluated the situation and concluded that the 3 subordinates of the Dragon Master were of similar strength to their own team. Franco and Rins could each handle one, leaving only the Dragon Master, whose strength remained uncertain. However, if he intervened, he should be able to hold his ground for a while, allowing Faze, who lurked in the shadows, to strike from the dark, ultimately securing victory. Of course, if Wind and Moon were added into the mix, victory would be assured, but such a situation was not suitable for calling upon Wind and Moon. Furthermore, the growing ego of Wind and Moon raised doubts about whether it would even respond to his summons. Nevertheless, even without Wind and Moon, the odds still seemed favorable. Rog could not help but feel a headache coming on the very first day of business. Dealing with these ruffians was proving to be quite the hassle. Moreover, the ensuing fight could easily result in collateral damage to the decorations in the hall. The thought of the expenses incurred for these items made Rog's ample flesh tremble. As he pondered, he considered the formidable figure behind the Dragon Master, speculating on the identity of his backing. If a fight ensued, even a single misstep could leave him with no room to maneuver. The most prudent course of action seemed to be to compel the enemy to surrender without combat. It appeared that Eat, despite his rough exterior, had already foreseen this outcome, displaying considerable cunning. While Rog was lost in thought, Franco and Rins had already engaged their opponents, leaving only the Dragon Master unperturbed amidst the escalating tension. Just as the situation threatened to erupt, a commotion erupted at the entrance, followed by a few thuds as several of the Dragon Master's guards were tossed inside. A tall warrior clad in armor entered, dragging a massive 2-handed sword in his right hand, meticulously crafted and adorned with intricate designs, while his left hand flickered with magical light, continuously inscribing various runes. His very demeanor screamed of his identity as a magical swordsman. It was none other than Eat. A throng of knights, draped in dragon motifs and accompanied by beautiful maidens, surged in, encircling the likes of Dragon Master and his cohort, their blades drawn and aimed at the group. Following them were a dozen crossbowmen, their bolts trained on the Dragon Master and his allies. The previously composed visage of the Dragon Master paled at such a close range. No matter how formidable his skills, evading so many crossbow bolts would be no easy feat, especially with Rog and the others watching closely. He glanced once more at his subordinates who had been thrown in, his expression darkening further. All of them bore injuries to their joints and would be unable to recover in the short term. A poor recovery could even lead to permanent disabilities. The knights were ruthless in their actions, yet wore expressions of calm, far from the naivete of inexperienced fighters. If a real battle ensued, it would not end well for them. Seeing the Dragon Master's mind briefly falter, Rog subtly signaled to Faze and Renz that a small, grayish orb zipped in from outside, entering the body of the man facing Renz. That a look of struggle crossed the man's face, but his eyes soon turned crimson, and his longsword pivoted to point at the Dragon Master, having fallen victim to Faze's 5th-level magic, mind control. Renz seized the opportunity, immediately aiming a cylindrical object concealed within his cloak at the Dragon Master. Recognizing that the tide had turned in his favor, Rog stepped from behind the crowd, dragging his battle axe and letting out a hearty laugh that echoed through the hall. Despite the perilous circumstances, the Dragon Master remained unfazed. He disregarded the surrounding blades and crossbows, merely casting a faint smile at Rog, akin to a snake fixating on a frog. Waves of invisible killing intent surged towards Rog like a torrential storm. This was the very technique that had previously forced Kate to retreat. Rog felt as though he was adrift in a serene ocean that concealed countless undercurrents. His heart raced, and his throat parched, compelling him to consider fleeing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he focused his thoughts, clearing the fog from his eyes, revealing a glint of silver within his pupils. The world around Rog was enveloped in a delicate veil of silver, distorting the scenery and figures. The silver thread fluctuated, slithering like a serpent, until the world stabilized in his perception. The dark crimson killing intent surrounding the Dragon Master radiated outward in several waves, akin to living serpents lunging toward him. Each explosion unsettling the violet-red mental energy swirling within him. With a thought, Rog's mental energy surged to life, unfurling into countless fine strands that danced around him as the dark crimson killing intent approached. Hundreds of these strands met it head-on, binding the first wave tightly, while others sharpened into blades that sliced through the killing intent, ultimately obliterating it completely. The Dragon Master's expression became somewhat unnatural, witnessing this rotund figure seemingly on the verge of succumbing to his own intimidation. He could not fathom how this unassuming individual possessed such exceptional skills. Rog chuckled softly, seizing the Dragon Master's moment of distraction. His narrowed eyes glimmered, turning entirely silver for an instant. This silver hue faded almost imperceptibly, unnoticed by all in that fleeting moment. The Dragon Master appeared utterly transparent to Rog. Beneath the dark crimson killing intent, a layer of red light suddenly flickered to life. This was the aura of combat. It flowed like a tangible essence, revealing that the Dragon Master's strength far surpassed Kate's, marking him as at least a 13th-level warrior. Once the aura illuminated, Rog could no longer discern the Dragon Master's secrets. But from that earlier glance, he had detected a small cluster of vibrant red lights swirling around the Dragon Master's lower abdomen, akin to freshly spilled blood. That a chill ran down Rog's spine. The Dragon Master had likely slain countless individuals to cultivate such a killing intent and combat aura. His mind raced, sifting through knowledge until a realization struck him. This combat aura was not of flame but rather bloodthirsty in nature. Furthermore, the small cluster of light remained dormant, indicating that the Dragon Master could temporarily amplify his combat aura during battle. What type of individual could achieve such a feat? This question quickly unraveled. He was a barbaric warrior. Their berserk techniques could instantly enhance their prowess by half. Now that Rog understood the Dragon Master's trump card, he felt a measure of calm return. If summoning wind and moon was inappropriate, then the Dragon Master's bloodthirsty aura was equally unsuited for exposure. This aura was not cultivated through training but rather born from the act of slaughter. Thus, it was common for bloodthirsty warriors, who had taken countless lives on the battlefield, to possess such an aura. Given that the Dragon Master was a commoner, had he not ventured into military service, this bloodthirsty aura would solely indicate that his hands were stained with blood. Should he encounter the extremist factions within the Church of Light, particularly the members of the Doomsday Tribunal, he would likely be indiscriminately purified. Rog's gaze suddenly flickered to the man under Faze's control. Noticing the flickering red in his eyes, he felt a surge of inspiration. Turning to the Dragon Master, he remarked, "Dragon Master, What profound cunning you possess, attempting to wait for the mind control to wear off. Oh, you truly believe that, under these circumstances, you can turn the tides. The Dragon Master remained non-committal, merely stating, I see you are not an ordinary individual. Once the battle commences, the victor remains uncertain. Moreover, regardless of whether time is drawn out, this mind control cannot last indefinitely. If you are willing, why not let that sword come and test its mettle? Just know, I, the Dragon Master, am one to repay even the smallest of kindnesses with the greatest of gratitude. Rog scoffed, Dragon Master, I am well aware of the countless lives you have taken. I also recognize that you possess other hidden abilities. However, my temperament is rather akin to yours. Phase. As the shout echoed, the controlled man turned his long sword, not towards the Dragon Master, but instead towards his own throat. The Dragon Master, already unsettled by Rog's subtle jabs, was taken aback. Unable to react in time, he kicked the man in the abdomen, sending him sprawling, and the sword naturally fell away from his neck. The man landed amid the knights, rising without uttering a word, and once more aimed the sword at his throat. The Dragon Master's face turned pale as he bellowed, rushing forward to save him, but it was already too late. With a resounding clang, just as calamity seemed imminent, the sword was intercepted by a resplendent, golden axe. Rog's amiable visage appeared from behind the man, smiling. Dragon Master, must we truly resort to violence? The Dragon Master's expression fluctuated between green and white, gritting his teeth. He declared, Today, I shall spare you. You release him, and we shall take our leave. Yet, no one moved. The Dragon Master hesitated, commanding, I, the Dragon Master, concede today. You release him, and from now on, none of my people shall trouble the war god's hammer. Rog chuckled. Aware that such a ruthless individual need not be pressed too hard, he gestured, pushing the man back towards the Dragon Master. As the troublemakers reached the doorway, the Dragon Master suddenly turned, coldly stating, I shall remember today's events. Be cautious when traversing the night roads, for one may risk a fall or injury, Rog remarked, his expression turning frosty. Lord Phylong, although we are but a handful of youth, we have emerged from the crucible of life and death on the battlefield. Should any of my brethren collide with a tree in the dark, I shall be compelled to shed some blood and brew a hearty dragon soup to restore their vigor. Even if this city is teeming with 300 to 500 little dragons, I shall stew them all until none remain. With that, Rog let out a light snort, unleashing a mental assault aimed at one of the men beside Phylong. The others felt as though a frigid cascade of water had been poured over them, sending chills deep into their bones, and they immediately began to shiver. The man in the line of fire, caught unawares, had blood streaming from his nostrils, collapsing to the ground. Phylong was taken aback, ordering his men to assist the fallen comrade as they hastily departed. Phylong, unfortunately, was down on his luck. He was one of the most notorious ruffians in the city, yet he found himself confronted by Rog and his ilk, who were, at their core, unabashed bandits. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason falters, and similarly, when a rogue meets a bandit, the situation is no less dire. As Rog observed Phylong's departure, a look of concern crossed his face. Franco approached silently, both men gazing into the darkening sky, noting the gathering leaden clouds, and felt an oppressive weight in their hearts. A knot of anxiety lodged in their chests. They sensed that the events of the day were unlikely to conclude without further consequence. Once Phylong and his entourage had exited, the tavern buzzed with life anew. He, with his imposing stature and flamboyant attire as a magical swordsman, stood out remarkably. Even the legendary heroes who once vanquished dragons would seem modest in his presence. Countless noble ladies surrounded E.T., inquiring about his lineage with curiosity, their cherry lips parting to reveal questions of no lesser intrigue than those posed by the kingdom's secret agents, having already gleaned every detail of E.T.'s family history. Although A.T.'s family had no extraordinary traits, he was a young knight, tall and affluent, and among the gathering, there were few truly noble families. Most were minor nobility or nameless merchants, making E the prime candidate for their daughter's suitors. In no time, E.T. was inundated with invitations to numerous banquets, scheduled out for weeks. Meanwhile, Kate too was enjoying the spotlight. Although his spear, armor piercer, had not been used in battle, it had garnered considerable attention. Many seasoned knights expressed their discerning taste, having already coveted the weapon. One nobleman, feeling slighted, commanded his steward to bring forth an heirloom set of high-quality magical armor, to test the spear. This so-called high-quality magical armor was merely finely crafted steel enhanced with a touch of magic, due to the rarity of magical equipment. It commanded a hefty price, worth several hundred gold coins. In a display of skill, Kate summoned his aura, causing the spear's tip to glow with a pearlescent sheen. With a powerful shout, he thrust the spear forward, producing a sound akin to piercing rotten wood, devoid of any metallic friction. Upon inspection, the armor had been penetrated clean through. The astute observer was quick to note the unfolding drama and rushed over, seizing armor piercer and apologizing to the crowd. "My sincerest apologies, everyone. This spear was misplaced. It should have been on the second floor. It is merely the incompetence of my subordinates that has led to this mix-up." He then turned to a nearby girl, berating her. "You useless wretch. I told you these two spears looked alike. How could you misplace it? What good is it to have spent so much on you if you cannot even perform this simple task?" The girl, delicate and fair as a green onion, stood there with tears brimming in her eyes, bowing her head in contrition. Yet internally she thought, there is only one spear in this entire tavern, meant to be displayed on the first floor. When did you conjure up another spear? Though her heart was heavy with resentment, she dared not voice it. The clever girl anticipated that there would be benefits for her later at that moment. The gathered nobles were incensed. An elder nobleman stepped forward, declaring, "As a member of the nobility, how can one be so fickle? Even if it were a genuine mistake, now that the gentlemen and ladies present have seen and inquired about it, one must take responsibility. This is the hallmark of noble integrity." The crowd unanimously echoed his sentiments, and Rog, too, appeared contrite, repeatedly apologizing and announcing that the spear would be sold at its marked price. The socialites felt an immediate surge of admiration for the young man, recognizing his skill and his willingness to amend his errors. As they observed the spectacle of the war god's hammer, it was evident that the rotund gentleman was quite wealthy, prompting many to consider him as a prospective suitor. The elderly nobleman cleared his throat, stating, "In my youth, I spent 20 years as a knight. Though I may be a tad older now, my skills remain sharp, and this spear is a fitting match for my status. With it, I can once again serve my country in battle. Ha ha ha." The other guests were quick to object. A young knight, resplendent in his armor, retorted, "Count Schneider, your age might be more than just a tad. That spear appears quite heavy. After carrying it for 3 miles, you may very well find yourself exhausted before the battle even begins. The notion of serving your country seems far-fetched." The elder nobleman fumed. "Gil, are you attempting to undermine me? If it weren't for my efforts in the great battle against the Ron Kingdom." Back in the day, the two continued their verbal sparring, and the surrounding guests joined in the fray, reveling in the lively exchange. Ultimately, when it seemed the situation would spiral out of control, the rotund gentleman decided to hold a mini-auction on the spot, with the highest bidder winning the spear. Bids surged, climbing from 3,000 gold coins upwards. In the end, the old count triumphed with a bid of 6,000 gold coins, swelling with pride as he approached the stage to claim the renowned spear, armor piercer, only to find it immovable. The old count felt a twinge of embarrassment, though only Gil noticed, stifling a chuckle. Summoning all his strength, the count attempted once more to lift the spear, yet it remained stubbornly still, prompting the crowd to grow silent. Sensing something was amiss, the count, cheeks flushed, bellowed in frustration, and with all his might, he finally managed to raise the spear a few inches, only for it to crash back down heavily. Gil cheered. Indeed, a fine weapon, perfect for slaying foes. The old count's back trembled with anxiety. In the stillness, one could hear a pin drop. Nevertheless, seasoned by life's trials, he soon regained his composure, turning with a beaming smile. "Such a magnificent spear shall make for a treasured heirloom. Bring it to me." For servants promptly stepped forward, hoisting the spear, their footing faltering as they struggled to keep pace with the old count as he exited. The guests, witnessing the spear's weight, regretted allowing the count to acquire it so cheaply. Even Gil felt a pang of regret. His previous mockery forgotten, it took a moment before the guests remembered that when Kate and Rog had lifted the spear, they had done so with ease, as if it were a mere stick, rekindling the interest in matrimonial prospects. Winter nights descended swiftly as the darkened sky enveloped the world. The bustling life below reached its zenith. Warm lights flickered to life along Fifth Avenue in various establishments, where noble ladies adorned in luxurious furs gracefully disembarked from opulent carriages, flanked by portly gentlemen, striding imperiously through the doors, greeted by elegantly poised attendants. The jewels adorning the noble women shimmered under the magical lights, Casting a bewitching glow. As ladies exchanged pleasantries, their eyes swiftly appraised one another's status and the worth of their jewels. 3 carriages came to a halt before the war god's hammer. These simple, unadorned vehicles, caked in mud, stood out amidst a sea of lavishly decorated carriages. Before the carriages had even stopped, the drivers leaped down with agility, expending no unnecessary energy. The door of the central carriage was reverently opened by the driver, revealing a gloved hand that lifted the curtain. The occupant peered at the grand oak doors of the war god's hammer and the opulent interior, smiling with satisfaction, muttering to himself, "Is this the war god's hammer?" This visit was indeed worthwhile. At that moment, 4 robust men draped in black velvet cloaks emerged from the other 2 carriages. The trio of carriages unapologetically blocked the entrance to the war god's hammer, obstructing the path of subsequent arrivals. A large, deep black carriage trimmed in gold found itself stuck in the blockade. The driver's uniform bespoke quality, and he jumped down, vociferously cursing, "Who the hell parked in the middle of the road? If my master is delayed, can your feeble shoulders bear the consequences?" The men in black ignored the raucous driver, save for one, who approached silently, raising a hand slowly, with a pace that seemed leisurely yet was deceptively swift. He stood before the agitated driver, clutching his throat and silencing his remaining curses. At that moment, the occupant of the carriage grew impatient, opening the window to reveal a rotund, graying head, demanding, "Why the delay? What are we waiting for?" His gaze fell upon his driver being lifted by another. The latter raised his free hand, wrenched a red bronze lantern from the carriage, and with a single hand, crumpled it into a mass of scrap metal. Only then did he speak, his voice as frigid as a gale from the depths of hell. "Wait a moment longer, and you may live a moment longer." The old gentleman's flesh quivered in fear, retreating into the carriage and falling silent. Another driver stepped into the war god's hammer, promptly greeted by the attendants. The seasoned attendants were well aware that these nobles often exhibited considerable pomp, and thus it was inevitable that some lackeys would precede them to pave the way. Although the coachman appeared unremarkable in his attire, his demeanor bespoke an extraordinary background. Perhaps he was the servant of a prominent family, and thus should not be treated with disdain. Suddenly, Franco exclaimed, "How can it be you? When did you become a coachman?" The coachman raised his head with a wry smile, revealing himself to be Passeis, the captain of the Second Knight Order, who had once engaged in a fierce altercation with some ruffians at the casino. Ignoring Franco, Passeis stepped aside to bow respectfully to the group of dark-clad individuals entering the hall. The leading figure elegantly unfastened his cloak, and Passeis promptly stepped forward to take it from him. This man was tall and handsome, appearing to be around 30, with deep brown, slightly curly hair cascading loosely, high cheekbones, and deep-set green eyes. His features were strikingly defined, and his skin possessed the pale hue coveted by the nobility. He was clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, adorned only by a small 2-tone gold tulip brooch at the collar. Devoid of any other embellishments, upon their entrance, they instantly captivated the attention of all present, and the expressions of the surrounding noble ruffians turned grave. The leader's gaze swept over the assembled nobles, finally resting on Rog, scrutinizing him for a moment. Those under his gaze felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, or as if they were exposed in the snow, laid bare for all to see. The crowd's faces turned pale as they desperately resisted this sensation. Only Kate and Rog managed to dispel this scrutiny by channeling their energies. Suddenly, the leader smiled, reminiscent of spring following winter, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated instantly. He then removed his gloves, revealing elongated, pale fingers, and on his left pinky, he wore a uniquely designed ring with a large, lustrous green gemstone. Extending his hand toward the noble ruffians, he smiled and said, "Indeed, you all are remarkable. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is David, and I am currently the captain of the Second Knight Order of the Duchy of Bavaria, the Wolf Knights. The individuals behind me are my esteemed colleagues." He shook hands with each person, and when he reached Rog, he grasped his hand firmly, maintaining his grip while smiling intently at him. Rog felt a chill run down his spine. Awkwardly returning the smile, David's laughter grew more exuberant as he spoke in a tone only Rog could hear. "Truly a youthful hero. You possess remarkable skills." Cold sweat cascaded down Rog's forehead as he struggled against the urge to either flee or probe with his mental energy. The perceptive stout man instinctively sensed an invisible force probing him relentlessly, yet his companions appeared completely oblivious. With a sigh, Rog relinquished all thoughts of resistance. Perhaps I should let Feng Wei take a shot at him from behind. The stout man couldn't suppress the thought. The space behind David subtly twisted, awaiting the stout man's resolve before Feng Wei would strike that at last. David released Rog's hand, allowing him to exhale deeply. David casually adjusted the ring on his pinky, and a wave of icy dread cascaded over Rog, severing his connection to the otherworldly realm. While the spatial distortion returned to normal, Rog's heart raced, a desperate urge to erupt or flee this individual overwhelming him. The stout man reached into his bosom, grasping a crystal of ice, desperately absorbing its chilling essence to prevent any reckless actions. Struggling against the maddening, invisible pressure, Rog felt as though he were ensnared in a void devoid of light, sound, or any tangible existence. An observer, he appeared calm, though his complexion had soured. Suddenly, a force pierced the oppressive aura, creating a breach through which refreshing energy from the otherworld flowed, dispelling the invisible pressure from Rog's psyche and calming the turmoil within. With renewed clarity, Rog turned his focus inward, elevating his consciousness to the spiritual realm, seeking to consolidate his scattered mental energy. Meanwhile, the impeccably composed David gracefully returned to his entourage, addressing the noble ruffians. Indeed, you are all exceptional individuals. It seems my journey today was well worth it. Now, shall we take a look at your wares? I sincerely hope there are some exquisite pieces. Immersed in his mental realm, Rog suddenly noticed that the purple-red energy surrounding him was being encased by 3 or 4 swirling bands of yellow-green mist, which writhed and tugged insistently, periodically extracting small portions of his purple-red mental energy, gradually eroding it. Each time a fragment of his purple-red energy was consumed, Rog felt a wave of dizziness, while the yellow-green mist grew ever more formidable. Alarmed, Rog realized the insidious nature of this yellow-green energy, capable of inflicting harm invisibly, and resolved to study diligently henceforth. Recalling his understanding of mental oscillation, he focused his mind, causing the purple-red energy to expand and then contract rapidly, temporarily pushing the yellow-green energy outside. Subsequently, golden stars erupted from the purple energy, striking the yellow-green mist, triggering a series of tiny explosions that at long last, the yellow-green mist was thoroughly dispelled. Finally, Rog awakened to find David's astonished gaze upon him. To Rog's surprise, David began to applaud, exclaiming, "What remarkable skill! You have indeed breached my thorns of hell, and no wonder my inept subordinate posses suffered such a humiliating defeat. Alas, I do not wish to cause you to laugh at my expense. I am a man who enjoys indulgence, often hiding away in the capital for revelry, neglecting the management of my subordinates. After 2 years, the name of the Wolf Knights should truly be changed to the Lapdog Knights." Rog could only manage a bitter smile. David's ability to harm invisibly and then candidly acknowledge his failures left one feeling rather disarmed. His unabashed admission of his subordinates' incompetence and his own lack of discipline only served to portray him as magnanimous and open-hearted. Were it not for this insidiousness, his demeanor and elegance would truly be captivating. At that moment, Rog found himself at a loss for words to rebuke him. The epicenter of this unfolding spectacle was undoubtedly the Bavarian ducal palace. How had so many individuals converged upon him in such a short span of time? Initially intending to remain aloof and fish in troubled waters, he now found that his plans had gone awry, and his very life hung in the balance. That Rog's thoughts were muddled, and his heart was heavy, prompting a long sigh. Just then, a metallic scraping sound erupted, startling Rog. "So it seems you, young man, have realized that whenever Grandpa steps in, he can uncover these worthless trinkets that are merely for show. Hence your sigh of desperation for mercy, but alas, it is too late." The stout man quickly turned to see a towering figure, a massive man clad in a gray uniform, much like those accompanying David, but with bulging muscles that strained against his clothing. On the verge of tearing, the giant wielded a long knife, its elegant lines glimmering with a soft red light, emanating waves of scorching heat. The flame longsword, crafted by the hammer of war. With a derisive smile, the giant declared, "A pretty sight, but utterly ineffective. Merely a ruse to deceive these foolish nobles." With that, the giant's words insulted over 90% of those present, leaving only David, Rog, and a few others with unperturbed expressions. Unaware of the ire he had invoked, the giant drew a common steel sword from behind, its blade showing signs of dullness. With a thunderous shout that echoed like thunder, he unleashed a brilliant azure aura, slashing at the flame longsword. A resounding clang reverberated as the blade of the flame longsword fell to the ground, sending waves of heat that ignited the carpet, while the steel sword merely sustained a small nick.